down for you now.
Well, I hope everybody just had a wonderful holiday. Welcome, friends. And, well, let's begin. Let's get this where it should be. There we go. All right, what do we got here?
Now, I showed you this graphic.
Oh, my God.
Down for you now. I showed you this graphic down for you now. I showed you this graphic yesterday, but let's go into some of the detail so we can see the math behind how this is not the squeeze and it is not too late to invest in the AMC. Now, let's talk about it. Currently, it says this. This is from Wall Street Bets.
A few moments later.
What else they got?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Today's December 18th, 2022. We're going to talk about AMC today. And yes, price did go down, and we expected it. We're not surprised to see the market in AMC trade around $5.31 right now. Now, are we? No, we shouldn't be, because I told you all on December the 2nd to look for AMC to go down. So congratulations to those who also predicted the same thing. If anything, right here on
Chris.
December the 6th, you could have got around 14% profitability. If you were to get on the last trade of Friday, check this out. Your profit is standing around 35%. Okay, right there. So congratulations to those who was able to see the profit come through the market on our last video. Now let's talk about this though. This is what people need to know about AMC. So seeing how price got rejected at $9, we could take that line away. Our focus is going to be right here. Okay, we need to see how low could price go in AMC now. If it's not going to hold this area at $5.45, $5.50, we need to be prepping ourselves for price to go lower. If we look here on the weekly price chart in AMC, so let's go ahead and look at this weekly chart.
I was fighting a cat off here away from my headset cord.
How low do you think the market is going to go in AMC right now? Do you think the
So
price
if
in AMC is going to go lower, or do you think the price is going to go
my microphone cuts out,
show up again, just like they did?
it's because the cat chewed through the
So do you
wire,
think the bars are going to show up here,
and there's nothing I can do.
just like they did back in April
So
2021 as well?
see you next year.
Because you guys can tell that this was the launching pad before the short squeeze occurred.
Looks like yeah, some TA.
And it's just been in stair-step way all the way down since then. This is the 2-weekly chart, and to keep it real and keep it honest with everyone, that is not bullish right there. That 2-weekly price bar is telling me that the market in AMC is still weak.
Oh, you don't
And
say.
the buyers may not show up again at $5.43. Look at this on the 3 weeks. I mean, I'm not here to convince you. I'm just simply showing you the evidence off of what everyone else has done in the market for AMC. 3 weeks look weak, even here on the 5 weeks. Now the 5-weekly chart is massively weak right there. Massively
Look
weak.
at that. Wow.
Buyers over the prior 5 weeks could not keep the market up. They attempted it.
That's the irrational exuberance of
So my idea,
stimulus right there.
still, that price
That's all that is.
lower.
That is just
To prepare for that.
it's just a bloop right over here.
Let's go ahead and prepare ourselves to see the market action in AMC go lower.
And that's it.
And I'm thinking it's going to be right around the $4. Okay, so let's move this over.
I don't see that happening. Again.
This on a, yeah, maybe around $4 here for AMC. We might see a small opportunity, a couple of days to where buyers might show up here at 480.
Really?
Okay, so that's a price target. So I'm giving you all price targets.
This was a week ago.
I'm thinking price is headed way before the market even gets there. $4.80 is first, $4 is second, and then $3.25 third. Yeah, I know a lot of people are amped that the short squeeze is still going to occur into the market in AMC, but the chart is not showing us that. So let's go ahead and put this on the chart. I'll let you all go. That first price target, you guys can remember, I said 480.
Well, shit.
Okay, so that's around 9.6%. The second one is $4.
Ay, ay, ay.
That's 25%. Okay. Now, the last one was $3.25. I'm not going to put that on the chart yet because I know a lot of people are sentimental about AMC and the short squeeze, and I'm not going to be the participant in toying with your emotions. So let's just do those two.
Why not?
First. $4.80 and then $4 for AMC. And we're going to continue to play the weakness in that so long as price in AMC trades below this area here, which is like $6.35. Okay, so that is it. This is not hard. This is not complicated. We simply have to look at price action to determine what the overall market is trying to do.
Realize he's shorting this.
Not
This is a short position here.
not just one hedge fund. We look at everybody, and it looked like overwhelmingly a lot of people are doing more selling than they are buying. See,
So he's saying the chart's showing you selling,
multiplicity
so you should
of
short it.
things when it comes to
Make money on the
stocks that are
downside.
out there buying and selling. Yeah, they could tell you one thing, that the short squeeze is going to happen, and then on the other end, they're out there selling their AMC stock in the market. That's why we look at the price chart only, and we could care less about what people say, because what they do is jotted right now on the price chart. You cannot lie on the price chart. This is what you see. This is what you get. So all we have to do is come and dissect what we have in front of us and prepare where price is going to go. Hit that like button, and also subscribe. It doesn't get no simpler than that.
It's like a Christmas Carol. It's like a weird adaptation of A Christmas Carol. It's like, well, I mean, it's Dickensian, you know, in some weird, ironic way. Okay. Oh my God. All right.
Hey guys, this is my first YouTube video ever.
Wow.
I always
Welcome
watch a lot
to
of them, but
YouTube.
I've never made one, but this is one that I feel is really important.
Welcome to
for
YouTube, my
people
friend.
to understand. It has to do with the AMC and Ape. I just feel that this is not professional advice. I'm just telling you what I've been through and what I feel is going to happen.
All right, fair
I
enough.
want to warn people. I feel like we're going to get screwed again by Adam Aaron. I have been with this for 2 years. I was promised that whole shoot the moon, apes to the moon, squeeze. You know, I followed Teddy, Matt Kohrs, the Masked Investor, the Common Sense Investor, the Marine, Lou, And it just, you know, it just has never happened. So I started looking into it more. And what I found is that the shorts have...
Shoot first, ask questions later. Is that what's going on? Throw your money into it, unload your weapon, and then, maybe I should look into this.
7 ways to Sunday to screw us. They can hide stuff. They can trade stuff. They put the dark pool. They put, you know, shorts in places where they gonna have to buy them later. But guess
where the
what?
sun don't shine,
when
right?
you change the QSUP number on a stock, and it's like the shorts get away scot-free, you know, because they don't ever have to cover that because there's no stock trading anymore. So they just put that on their balance sheet as a loss or as a debt.
What?
And they just leave it there. Who cares? No one's going to do anything about it. The SEC's not going to do anything about it.
You should go listen to the Spaces.
You know, that's beside the point. It does.
See what I can do on that.
It does make a difference in that, you know, I just don't think we're ever going to see a short squeeze like we want to believe. I started out with about $37,000, put it all into AMC.
Oh boy.
And then Adam Aaron goes and says, hey, we're going to give you a dividend to match what you got in shares in AMC. Well, I had about 1,200 shares in AMC. I thought, well, shoot, 1,200 shares of AMC and 1,200 shares of Ape, I'm going to be rolling double my money. But no, what did he do? He took half the value of my AMC and gave it back to me as a stupid ape. And then it wasn't even the same price. So instantly I lost money. Instantly. And then I just proceeded to do this hopium with all these YouTubers. Said, just wait, just wait, just wait. It'll get there. Short's got to go. No liquidity. And I just kept watching my bank account go down and down and down and down and down.
Yep.
$37,000 down to $2,900.
Jesus.
I said,
Christ,
screw
man.
this shit. I'm done. I can't go down to zero. I got to save something. So I went and I sold my ape. At least I have something left. And then I went and I sold my AMC. At least I have something left. And then I started doing some research. I thought, you know what? What everybody says isn't really working. So let's see about technical analysis. And so I went into a few other stocks, COSM, Finger, GTII, blah, blah, blah. And I started trading those as a swing trade, day trading. And I've slowly started getting myself back out of the hole. So from $2,900, now I'm at $4,400 in about 3 weeks. But then I hear what's going on with Ape and AMC. And I'm concerned for the rest of you. Because think about this. This is the meat of this video.
Here we go.
Ape is trading at around $1.80 a share. Get yourself out a piece of paper. If you got $1.80 a share and you've got 100 shares, your value...
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
And let's say you have the same 100 shares or another 100 shares in AMC. And AMC is trading around $4. So you've got a value of $400. So that's a total of $583 or $580 in value that you have right now. Well, guess what's going to happen? Adam Aaron says, hey, we're going to see about getting everybody to vote to take Ape and convert them back over to AMC. Thanks, Adam. You took half my money away creating Ape, and now you want to put it back into AMC at less money? Well, guess what? When you take Ape and you convert it back over to AMC, it's going to end up being $4 a share. And everybody thinks, wow, that's great. I'm almost doubling my money from $1.80 a share to $4 a share. Well, here comes the hammer. You got 100 shares now in AMC. You got 100 shares of converted Ape to AMC. And now we're going to take 90% of that away by doing a 10-to-1 reverse split. So now your 100 shares is 10 shares. 10 shares times $4 is $40. So your Ape that was valued at $180 is now valued at $40. And your AMC, which was valued at $400, is now valued at $40. So you now have a value of 20 shares and $80. So from $580, you're now down to $80 in value. But yeah, we're still hoping for that squeeze, aren't we? Well, you know what? If you think about it, in order to get back to that $580 value, you're going to have to let that new AMC stock go from a value of $80. You have to recover $500 in value. What is the stock price going to have to be to recover that when you only have 80 shares? I figured it out. It's going to be about $40.
I'm just letting him talk. I'm just letting him explain it.
That the stock price would have to be to recover that amount that you just lost when it went 10-to-1. And you're going to have to be around $16.
What is he talking about?
To recover the $180 value because it went 10-to-1.
Okay, this is a public service announcement.
See what I'm talking about?
Don't listen.
So do you think
to people on YouTube
gets converted over to AMC
that show
that it's going to go and
a landscape in the desert in portrait mode?
$40 a share? I sure don't. Do you think that it's going to come out and it's going to be $16 a share? I sure don't. Not after what we saw with COSM. Shit, yeah, that ran. But guess what? That was a little different. Little different.
Oh.
I don't trust Adam Merriam as far as I could throw him.
What?
He's not in it for us. He never has been. He's just trying to get money. And guess where that money's coming from? It's coming from the fact that we're losing over $480
wants to get money
worth of
value.
That's
weird. That's different. Hi, Adria.
Him to convert Ape back over to
my
AMC.
Adria. My wife. Your wife. Right.
That's where he's getting that money.
Hello, Adria.
He's getting it automatically. So here's what I did. Even though I'm not in either one, and I'm not going to be until that conversion gets done, and then I'm going to take the money that I've made, just $1,000 of it, and I'm going to wait until after that 10-to-1 conversion is done, and I'm going to wait until after he dilutes AMC again by creating more AMC so that he can get more investors going in it. That'll lower the price, and then I'm going to buy. And guess what? When I buy, everything on that price and above is nothing but profit. I don't have to recover any money. So my advice, well, this is not my advice. What I'm saying is that, do you want to have to recover the money that you're automatically losing instantly when that Ape gets converted over to AMC and it gets diluted 10-to-1 or gets reverse split 10-to-1? Or do you want to take your money, sell it now, wait until after all that BS is over, and then buy at whatever price it is, whether it's at $2
if anybody, if you have the link to that, any of those Twitter spaces, I suck at finding them.
But profit
can't find them.
From that value that you currently have right now. You don't have to try to recover that value first and then make profit. You can just make profit. So I don't know if this is something that you guys are understanding, but put it down on paper, you know? listen to this
Oh,
again. And put it
comments are
down on
turned
paper
off.
and
What?
just see what I'm talking about.
Well, that's
If you got 10 shares, do it for 10 shares.
that's
You got
not good.
1,000 shares, it's even worse. 10,000 shares, it's even worse. You know, I don't want anybody
My
to feel like
opinion
they
on the
got
value
screwed on
of your
this one.
account, you might
And
lose
I
when
just
Ape
feel like this
converts to
warning
AMC,
needs to be put out there. Yeah,
and
it's my
then
first
the
YouTube
10 to 1
video, and
reverse
yeah, it's
split
the
happens.
day before the stock market opens again after Christmas. And I'm just concerned that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to get screwed on this one. All right, well, that's it for now. I hope that this information will help you make a decision either way, to hold or to sell. You know, I'm not a financial advisor, just giving you my opinion. And
I
I
don't
hope to
believe
make some
that.
more
I don't believe
videos
he's not a
this year.
financial advisor.
Not for money at all. I just
Not for money. All right.
The last thing I see is Guy's post.
Here we go. Yeah, okay.
Can you send it to? Can you DM it to me, bro?
Taylor, would you be able to do that quickly? I'm actually typing up something.
What happened to checkmate?
Yep, you should have it in your DM, Hedge.
What happened to checkmate?
I think that I went to it and I was actually reading it, and let me tell you, there's a lot of information in there about a lot of things that they're doing with this proposal, things that they were doing actually, I think, outside of this proposal as well, because if you read that, you'll see that I only touched on some of the main points. There's a lot of information on how the workings behind the repo reverse kind of, we call it the reverse repo as well.
What?
A lot of it's going through both processes when they're actually trying to do swaps and stuff like that as well.
Reverse
because it's
repo?
tied in with,
Swaps?
you know, them coming up with hypothecation and rehypothecating everything. So it's all kind of ties together.
Oh, dear. I mean, like, these people are retarded. These people are legitimately fucking stupid. Look at this shit. Like, this is what happened on the 22nd and 23rd. And here's this 22nd and 23rd. This makes total sense.
Somebody talking?
They're like, what the fuck?
Hey, Vanilla.
Merry Christmas, brother.
Merry Christmas.
Does this volume include short
humbug.
positions closing or just opening? No. Jesus Christ.
How was your day,
So
Vanilla?
much shorting for a movie chain. See, they don't understand short volume.
This morning, man.
So many people don't.
In Florida. I ain't used to this, man.
40 degrees in Florida.
It
Cold.
dropped 30 fucking degrees since Friday.
Um,
I can imagine what the rest of America is going through right now.
I don't think you can. If 40 degrees is
Another
cold to
windy
you. Just keeping it real.
Mrs. One, what's going on? You've been very quiet. Everything okay? One.
Yeah, this was the
anybody?
other. This was Friday night.
I am here.
That was Friday after work.
Go ahead.
So
Why are you being so quiet tonight?
I was just having a little snack and I didn't want to chew on the air.
Did you and the one go and do your business?
yeah, hit the like button.
You were quiet.
Why not? It's Christmas.
I'm reading stuff. I'm trying to find something, and she's reading.
Yeah, we just
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that story. That's good. We'll go with that.
All right.
Wondering why you guys were gone for 3 minutes.
So how many people are in this thing here?
I think you got it.
Holy shit. Look at all these.
No, I was
Plus
literally
3 other.
having a snack with my daughter at the
Yeah,
table.
okay, no problem, no problem. I really do. I believe
180?
you.
Wow.
All right. The one they're not buying our suite.
I'm one of the others too. Not signed in. Not signed
The
in.
one is doing DD. You buy that
Hedge
story?
Reaper.
No, I don't buy it. Don't tell me he's gonna go take a and think again.
No, he's not. He's actually reading something on his iPad. I see him right now.
Wow. I don't know if I've seen any of these
My
people
little buddy.
before.
Hello.
I'll take him over.
Connie. Jesus,
What are you
Connie.
looking for?
What have you gotten yourself into? Sparky?
Paint chips, carpet smokes. It's fucking hilarious.
MAGA. MAGA.
I don't have a goddamn buzzer, you moron.
Aren't you drinking tonight,
Fascinating.
Mrs. One?
Me?
Aren't you having a glass of wine or something?
Not now. No. I did last night. I'm boring today.
Yeah, why?
I don't know. It was like a lazy day.
Maybe because it's Christmas.
I cooked us all a Christmas dinner and that was it. I don't know. I rarely have a day where there's absolutely nothing else to do. So I don't know.
Yeah, these are all a bunch of random ass people. Black Wall Street.
I've been listening to you guys all day while I was cooking and I chimed in when I could. Yeah, I don't know. Just sitting here listening.
Doing nothing means a lot to me.
That's extremely rare for me, so I'm just like
Doing nothing means a lot to me. No, I want to do things, but I want to do things my way.
What the hell are
You
these
guys
guys
got
talking
Christmas?
about?
Yeah. You know what's really funny?
All right, I'm gonna pause that for a second. Keep this shit. All right, just leave that there for now. See what we got here from Model 3 Dude.
Hi guys, welcome back to Marant's Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. I'm going to be showing you a video right now. I'm going to give you my take on it, but I'm going to let him say his piece first. It's our buddy, Matthew Kohrs. Let's listen up.
Oh,
that's him. Yeah, that's his face. Here you go.
Speaking of bad takes, fraud / scams, and overall just generally doing stupid things, there is a lot of drama currently going on in the world of FinTwit, and if you've managed to stay out of it, I'm here to give you the very quick TLDR. Both the DOJ and SEC have been very busy lately. Obviously, not too long ago, they hit Sam Bankman-Fried with both civil and criminal charges, and they're not stopping there. They're now coming after social media pump and dumpers. DOJ and SEC charge social media influencers an alleged 100 million stock pump and dump scheme.
we talked about this
You heard
one.
that right. The justice system is now
Didn't hear him talk about it though.
social media pump and dumpers. And if you've spent any time on financial Twitter, you're probably going to recognize two of these names. Mr. Zach Morris, who's on the top of the list, and right under that is PJ Matlock. This might come as a surprise.
Fucking name, PJ Matlock.
To drum up hype for a very illiquid stock, especially if you bought it beforehand, and then in the hype cycle, as the price runs up and up and up, selling into it to all the people who are listening to you, especially when you're telling the world, no, we're totally not selling. That's illegal. That's a pump and dump. That's exactly what these 8 accounts, these 8 people are being accused of doing. And like I said, if you've been around this is very common in penny stock land. And for this particular group, I mean, We've all seen it happen with our own eyes. When it comes to many things in this world, especially if you're using social media in the world of finance, transparency is key. As long as you're being completely 100% forthcoming with your audience, most likely you're gonna be pretty good. Unfortunately for these gentlemen, at least the justice system is accusing them of not doing so. For those of you watching this right now, especially if you happen to have followed or paid attention to any of these accounts who are being accused of a crime, I would love to get your thoughts. Do you think?
I bet you would. You know, I'm going to stop him right there. Matt, look at your face. Look at the hat you wear. Look at the hair you wear. Look at the headphones you wear. Let me tell you something, bro. You're exactly who we're talking about. You're exactly the type of guy that these guys are. I'll remind you, Matthew, that I've been watching you for over 2 years now. I've been watching you for 2 years. And as I watch you every day talk about a stock that you care about, previous, where you say AMC didn't build you or make you, you and your friends have all skated away. And the reason why you guys got scared, I'm assuming one of you guys knew about these SEC charges that were filed. Some of you guys knew about the subpoenas.
Is this the one? Pet Rock Miner?
Dropped off the face of the earth overnight. And why? I'll tell you why. Because you guys all claim that you all bought in at a higher price than what it is today, and that you were going to continue to hold, and that that's what you were going to do. But if you're so transparent, and between you and Trey and making millions of dollars off of super chats,
what's happening
themselves, you tell me when you were telling people that you were selling in the moment. We had to find out a month later, 2 months later, where you both claim to be millionaires now after the trade, not during the trade, not the day.
He had very, very, very opaque transparency. I'll tell you that. That's true.
You were doing interviews promoting the stock that you were then in turn selling. I don't see how you're still just sitting there scot-free. I might be banned on Twitter, right, for whatever message I put out, but the only message I've ever put out is there's a group of grifters out there. There's a group of people just like you, and you're just like them. There's no difference here. We'll paint you with the same broad brush. You might be transparent today, as you call it, but you weren't a year ago. There's no way. I've been watching you that long. Additionally, when I watch Trey trades lie the whole way through, I think about people like Boss Blunts, who you were just on a chat with the other day. Yeah, you kicked his ass. I give you that. That's not hard to do, but he should be the one front and center.
It's not hard to do.
Along with Casey Shaw, along with the numerous other AMC pushers that all do the same thing that you've already done in the past. They claim to buy in at the bottom, and then as it keeps dropping, they claim to keep buying more. I don't believe it. And why don't I believe it? Because they're not buying shares, they're buying contracts. And they're buying contracts, and that's going to be what? The underlying asset is what? They're investors and their shares that they're buying. Keep holding, guys. HYMC is a good investment. We're going to interview the CEO. Yes, keep holding. We're going to be talking to Adam Aaron, and we're going to be putting out clips and videos of everything he's doing. We're going to go to the movies. We're going to go see him in person. We're going to meet him, get a signed t-shirt. All the things you guys do to push a stock to get more clicks, more views, that's the real value. Now, I know the SEC only charges people because of the trades they make, but I'm charging you in the court of public appeal here. Just let you know, the views you get, the clicks you get, the bait you put out there, you've done that for over a year. And now that you've transitioned into this Goonie, as you call it, no more Moon Gang. Hey, Goonies, really? That's what we're doing? You're still in that now? Be more original, but you couldn't be. And I'm telling you, line them all up. Line up all the grifters in front of me. I'll stop them all. Stop them all with some truth. I'm not talking about physical harm. I'm talking about truth. The truth is, all these investments are shit, with the exception of GameStop and the way it's running its business.
Oh, yay, Charles Payne's Christmas tree. Yay.
You want to go ahead and point fingers at Zach Morris and these other guys? Yeah, I know who they are. I followed Zach when I had a Twitter, by the way. But you can't sit there and point fingers. You can't. You don't have the integrity to do it. Remember that, Matt. Just because you claim to be one guy today, it's not who you were 2 years ago. And you were in front of the camera. And Trey was in front of the camera. The only thing that you opted out not to be with, because Trey just because they got 30 negative comments online about you beat down, you grifting, way in the opposite direction.
I agree. Yeah, well said. Okay. Jesus Christ. Israel Sat Lean asks, doesn't everything have to be closed before the reverse split? And I mean, we'll let the chat weigh in on that, but doesn't work that way. Does not work that way. Otherwise, they would have done this a long time ago, right? AA brilliantly got all the lizards in, then locked the door, and now there's only one way out, and if they naked lizards, they pay double. Betray or be betrayed, you rat fucks. P.S. Lizards, there is Christmas surprise. You get to see what happens when chloride gas leaks in. What in the... Jesus fuck. That's, cracked out. Oh, damn, that's ended. Fuck.
Sorry, just kind of figured out how the hand thing works. You guys can drop my mic off. I'm a little stoned. I think I might pass out.
Oh, shit.
Well, Merry
She is? I don't believe it.
Merry Christmas.
This one?
Nothing.
No.
Yeah, through Hedgeford, but now Hedgeford owns the share as well, so they've just doubled the share count. Then say Hedgeford's in the same situation. He's either on margin or he has his lending on, and the one wants to borrow a share. He can borrow it from Hedgeford. So now I own the share, Hedgeford owns the share, and the one owns the share. But there's really only one share that really exists. The other two are just rehypothecated. It's just a way of fucking blowing up the float.
It's not rehypothecation. You're not creating shares.
Dig your own grave for years now, so
Positions
I think everyone
is not the same as the number of shares. The number of shares in the float,
I agree.
there can be more positions than that.
You guys were talking earlier
Positions
about change,
are
and I think
not
I
one-to-one
don't think
to
we're going to see
shares.
change.
That's
I
the
think we're
thing that
seeing the start of
people
change
don't understand.
because
And
people
he's
are
talking about
opening
change
their
and all this
eyes and they're
bullshit.
starting to speak
No,
about
you just
it.
don't understand.
But I think it's going to be a generation.
Money is the same way.
To where
Money
people
is
like
the same
one
way.
and Mrs.
Money
One,
can be borrowed,
they
lent.
started this, and then they teach their children start keeping it going, and maybe their children will be the ones that actually get something.
Stock shares are equity.
But you know, it does. Nothing happens overnight. Nothing. But we're definitely a start. This movement is awesome.
So
we're learning a lot. We're sharing a lot. We're teaching a lot. It's great. We just got to keep it going. Not get discouraged.
I never get discouraged. I think if you can open, I mean, just think about it. There's millions of us, and if you could open one person's eyes a day,
oh my God,
that's 4 million more eyes. You know.
You know, I know no one in real life
that's the stoned lady that I think.
This. No one. They think I'm crazy. They think I should sell. They want to know what's wrong. Why is this happening? And I show them things like I believe it was on a Thursday that they just completely flatlined Ape out of nowhere. It just went flatlined, and I showed them the chart, and I was like, "This is how a chart's supposed to look. This is how this chart looked up till lunchtime, and then boom, this happened. This is why I'm not selling, because there's bullshit going on, and I'm not fucking giving up."
Okay. Well,
you know, I do the same thing with the patterns of when, like even the like say the blue chip stocks or whatever. Like if you notice every day for the past few months, right? Ape will go up a few cents, down or down a few, whatever, they drop it, and then it barcodes for the rest of the day, right? You can pretty much count on it. And then the blue chip stocks, right? They'll either play with Microsoft or Apple or Meta, like they pick two. You know, it's like these two this day, these two the next day. You can almost guarantee it, back and forth. They're shuffling money back and forth, and it's so obvious if you look at the same, if you line them up in your portfolio and or your watch list like a certain way, you can see the pattern every day. To like right to it. It's unbelievable, and that's not normal market behavior.
What
We
are
all
you
know that.
talking about?
No,
People who don't follow it have it. We sound crazy to them.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's algorithmic trading, and it's
Wow.
it's patterns, and you can sit there and watch what their patterns are doing.
So if you know the patterns, if you can see the patterns, then why
I'll get
haven't you made a
furious, like
shitload of
yesterday,
money
I was
off
so
of it?
fucking mad because Gensler goes on TV and says 90% of our fucking orders are going through dark pools. All right, if you know what's happening, then fucking stop it, you son of a bitch. But then he goes and makes a goddamn video
Because
of
there's
smacking us in
nothing
the face
wrong
with
with
a
that.
tie.
Oh my
You know,
God.
many bitches, they don't got coffee money, but they're just sitting on their asses watching Pornhub. You know,
Wow,
fuck off,
this
you
guy
son
is a
of
fucking
bitch.
loser.
Sorry.
We have
Shit.
to. I'm saying we in general.
I'm sorry, it's Christmas. I shouldn't say that, but Jesus.
On their side, you know, at some point, somewhere,
There's so many
somehow,
ridiculous things. Like
there'll be one
then
person
Gary
on
Gensler
that
bitches that
side
they don't have money
that
for
will
coffee.
see this
Like
fuckery or whatever you want to call it for what it is, and will eventually think to themselves, you know, this has to stop, and they might start the ball rolling on that side. And it's, you know, it's none of these people involved today, but you never know. There could be one day someone on that side with a, you know, a conscience. I don't know what you call it. You know,
huh? Conscience.
you know how there's
Conscience.
good and bad in every type of
Wow.
job, or every you know, wherever you go, there's always good and bad, right? I mean,
Yeah, I get what
there's
you're
at
saying.
some point someone good has to come into there, and you know, they won't be able to change the world in a day, but who knows, you know, maybe they
Yeah,
could do
Exactly.
something
We
good.
can't change the world in one day, but
Yeah,
we're,
the problem is that we
doesn't
put so
stop
much
us from
good in there,
trying.
and power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolute. You know, so I
Yeah,
just
I have to have faith.
Have to have faith.
I've had faith. I've been in this almost 2 years. I'm not giving up. You know, fuck it.
No,
I
and
always
I'm not
Fuck
even
it.
worked up
Yeah,
about
it's
it.
your answer for everything, isn't
This
it?
whole thing, like the first night, like when it all, like a few days ago, when
Suggest you
it
do what
all
your
came
parents
out, you
did,
know,
sir.
I was trying to figure
Get
it
a
out.
job,
And
sir.
myself, I was getting, you know, now I understand it for what it is, but I'm not all worked up about it. You know, I'm in it now, right? We've been in it this long. I'm in it. I'm in the middle of it. I can't make a rash decision either way. For me personally, before I make, like, anything can happen between now and the time you vote. And
Anything can
I
happen.
have this really odd feeling that, and some other people do, I've heard them say it, you know, that Ape is going to have some rapid movement before we even get to the shareholder vote. And I am curious, as Keith said earlier, what the price of Ape will be by the time the vote.
Oh, you're probably not going to want to know.
That is, for me, I'm very curious. I'm very curious. We saw a dollar improvement, you know, just in the
Dollar
last few days of
improvement.
market
Yay.
last week.
Yeah.
And
My
who
God.
knows? Who knows if they pound
Oh
it
my
back down to
Jesus.
50 cents or 60 cents, and we have no idea how this is going to roll.
Well,
and we have a lot of time, so it's sort of,
Yeah, we do.
you know, I'm just curious. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing next week.
yeah, I understand. That's a great point. We need to sit back, relax, analyze everything, see what's going to happen. I personally think they're going to let Ape rise up to it, equalizes, maybe be a little bit higher than AMC, and they're going to hold it there. Because right now we can
They're
buy
going to hold it
a share
there.
of Ape, and it could possibly turn into a share of AMC, and we'll be getting it for less than 50% off or more.
Okay. All right. Intermission time.
Okay, sir, you're a Lebowski, I'm a Lebowski. That's terrific. But I am very busy, as I imagine you are. What can I do for you, sir?
Well, sir, it's this rug I have. It really tied the room together.
You told Brant on the phone, he told me. Where do I fit in?
Well, they were looking for you, these two guys. You know,
I'll say it again. You told Brant on the phone, he told me. I know what happened, yes, yes?
Oh, so you know that they were trying to piss on your rug?
Did I urinate on your rug?
You mean, did you personally come and pee on my rug?
Hello? Do you speak English, sir? Parla usted inglés? I'll ask you again. Did I urinate on your rug?
No, like I said, woo or peed on my rug.
I just want to understand this, sir. Every time a rug is micturated upon in this fair city, I have to compensate the person?
Come on, man. I'm not trying to scam anybody here. You know, I'm just,
You're just looking for a handout like every other... Are you employed, Mr. Lebowski?
Well, wait, let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude. So that's what you call me, you know? That or his dudeness or duder or, you know, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Are you employed, sir?
Employed?
You don't go out looking for a job dressed like that, do you? On a weekday?
Is this what day is this?
Well, I do work, sir. So if you don't mind...
No, I do mind. The dude minds. This will not stand, you know? This aggression will not stand, man. I mean, your wife owes
My
money...
wife is not the issue here. I hope that someday my wife will learn to live on her allowance, which is ample. But if she does not, that is her problem, not mine. Just as the rug is your problem. Just as every bum's lot in life is his own responsibility, regardless of who he chooses to blame. I didn't blame anyone for the loss of my legs. Some Chinaman took them from me in Korea, but I went out and achieved anyway. I cannot solve your problem, sir. Only you can.
Here we go.
Fuck it.
Oh, fuck it. Yes, that's your answer. That's your answer to everything. Tattoo it on your forehead. Your revolution is over, Mr. Lebowski. Condolences. The bomb's lost. My advice to you is to do what your parents did. Get a job, sir. The bums will always lose.
Just want to help.
Whoa. Okay. There it is. Man, this is I couldn't wait to get back to this.
Shorted stock on the stock market at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's very dangerous right now.
Yeah, I don't think it was a mistake, but I do think Adam Aaron mistakenly he wasn't prepared for them to beat it down as bad as they did, maybe. You know, and I'm not trying to trash the guy. I trust the dude. He's doing a good job, in my
Trust
opinion.
him.
He's getting fundamentals better.
Oh my God.
I think maybe
Here we go.
he didn't think that they would beat it down so badly.
Actually,
Markets with
and I'm not
May.
disagreeing with your opinion.
Let me see.
This is just me and how I'm thinking. I think he thought this was going to happen.
You think AA thought this would happen?
Yeah, I do. I think he thought this was going to happen. And the reason why I'm bringing this up and saying this myself is because I think that's why he gave it to us as a dividend in the first place.
No, I haven't. But
since he's known what's
somebody,
going on,
probably Manuel.
there was a time that actually I know that he had been talked to, but I know it wasn't about AMC, but about the whole GameStop report. I know that he was brought up in it.
Somebody linked me to
He can't
that
tell us when there's an investigation, but with his
earlier.
degree, his
I didn't watch
wisdom,
it yet.
and the university he went to, this guy's not stupid. And so I think this was his way, because he knows what's been going on with AMC itself, the stock, that I think this was a way to try to, pull out what was, the people behind what was going on. And then he was just like, I'm going to utilize this and see if I can prove without
We also got Ape Father here in
from
the
start
mix
to
too.
finish.
Got to get to him.
the fuckery going on. And I think he anticipated it.
The
And that's my
fuckery,
thoughts.
the
That's not-
fuckery.
like I said, I
Oh, the
don't
fuck.
disagree with
Always
how
the
you feel.
fuckery.
I just
Crime.
that's how I'm looking at it.
I'm not saying you're wrong at all, man. I'm assuming, and you know how assumptions
Well,
go. This is just my
that's the
thoughts
problem.
on it. I'm open to other opinions. I'm not one of these,
That's
it's my
good.
way to highway
That's
people. I listen to both sides. The people that are saying they
Both
don't want it,
sides, huh?
to the people that are saying they
Both
want it, and
sides.
trying to get everybody's view.
He listens to both sides.
Because there's always
I
two
don't think
sides to every
so. I
story,
don't
and
think you
usually
do.
the real thing is right in the middle. So I'm just trying to get one person's opinions and other people's
I
opinions
mean,
and see what's
no,
in the
it's
middle.
not. It's not in the middle. It's not.
You know,
No.
right now I'm leaning towards yes.
Where did that come from?
I mean, we've tried everything else.
Listen to
Every time they've asked for shares, we
both
haven't given it to
extremes,
them.
and the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Let's see what happens when we give it to them. You know, ride or die, right? Ride or die.
Ride or die. Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's see.
That's where I'm going to bring Pete, our buddy Peachy up. And I think what he posted.
Okay. No, not him. I can't do him. I don't know who he is. But all right, let's see. Markets with May. AMC Part 1. The shorts just gave AMC free money. Okay.
Hey guys, it's May from Markets with May, and in this episode, we're going to talk about why the AMC shorts might be in trouble. Well, there's really no rest for the weary AMC shareholder, but in fairness, Mr. Aaron is clearly working up to the last hour of the year to defend the stock against short sellers. Now, there is so much misinformation out there. It's actually kind of epic, and it's really inspired me to do another video on the press releases that I covered just 2 days ago. This is a really unprecedented set of corporate actions that are really designed for a really unprecedented sort of short attack that's been happening to AMC. These releases unambiguously help the Ape shareholder by a lot. And while in my last video, I mentioned that in the intermediate and long term, it would help the AMC shareholder, I now think it actually helps the AMC shareholder fairly quickly. So let me just be crystal clear. If you are short AMC right now and the board approves the remerger of Ape into AMC and approves the reverse split, you need to cover, and you probably should go ahead and do that now. Now, in part 2 of this video, I'm dedicated to the shorts and go through what they would need to have happen to be okay on their AMC shorts.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
I want to go through the first part, the debt and equity portion of those press releases, and how that's a gigantic Christmas present to both Ape and AMC shareholders.
Shadow Stars, are you here?
Into that, a couple of shout outs. Gorilla.app.
She's going to talk about fundamentals.
These guys, because they are of the opinion that ultimately that money is yours, and to the extent that we can educate you, that's what we're all expecting.
I was expecting more latency than that. That was fast.
Disclosures. I am a shareholder.
Yeah, let's see what she says.
I do not own AMC. Past performance is not indicative of future returns. This is not investment advice. This is for educational purposes only. And quite frankly, this is one of the most interesting corporate set of activities I've ever seen. So I would have covered this no matter what. I mean, if you are a CFO, you really have to understand what precisely was done here, because it's epic. Now let's go through the equity and debt portion of what happened in these press releases. Now, I want to start by giving just a little bit of background. There are 2 other videos that provide a lot more background on this. What's important to understand is that the Ape share class was split from the AMC share class in a non-dilutive corporate action. And the purpose of the Ape share class was always to help AMC raise capital. That was really important because at the time, the shorts were all over this stock saying that it was going to go bankrupt because it didn't have enough capital to meet its liabilities. Because that instrument, Ape, was designed to absorb all of the dilution, the shorts started laying into it like crazy. Now, there has always been a provision that the Ape shares could be remerged with the AMC shares at the behest of the shareholders. And at the time that I recommended it only 2 weeks ago, I will put a link to the video at the end, I felt that the shorts had been so aggressive that the valuation implied by the full conversion of the Ape shares actually made AMC extremely interesting. Now that was at approximately 80 cents and the stock continued to trade lower. But there is a really important piece to this to truly understand why the pressure was so severe on the Ape shares. And that has to do with an NYSE rule that requires that you be at least $1 in market value or you get delisted. Now, delisting in and of itself is not the end-all be-all killer of a stock, but it does greatly reduce the liquidity in the stock. I'm going to go through all of those dynamics far more in the second video. The key thing though is that the shorts were in this name pounding it aggressively because of the potentiality of the dilution. Now what makes AMC Ape right now hard to understand is that it does involve you understanding the dynamic between the debt markets and the equity markets. Remember that the whole point of the Ape shares was to raise capital and reduce the debt on the balance sheet. Now, it's typically not the case that the equity shareholder going long the stock has to be a mad genius as relates to the capitalization structure, the way in which the company is funding itself. But in this case, because AMC is a turnaround story, that's one of the most vital components of understanding whether or not AMC is the right investment for you. What you have to understand about a turnaround story is that when the CEO, a turnaround CEO, is brought into a company, the company is typically not in a good spot. The board has brought the CEO in, asking him to allow the company to survive and figure out a strategy to thrive. Allow the company to survive involves making sure that that company is funded adequately to support any new objectives that will bring the company into the next level. And in fairness to Mr. Aaron, as much as the shorts and the haters are hating, he has done an unbelievable job of financing this company. Now, the first thing he did was during the meme period when the value of AMC shot up beyond anything that made any sense. That allowed the company to survive, and that was the right CFO move, as much as some people really got hit on the chin. And whereas that move hurt the bulls that were driving the stock price up, this move actually crushes the short sellers. Let's talk about that.
Here's
Now,
the
because this is a turnaround story, and the whole thing
short
has to
data
do
from
with whether or
Friday.
not he can properly finance this company through the really muddy waters
Estimated
of what's going
8%
on in the derivative business.
of
The
float
debt capital markets are really a core
currently.
component of understanding whether he's doing that or not. For my retail
So,
investors that are still,
you know, I'm not sure about the history of this, but this would seem to indicate that Ape, I mean, okay, well, let's also say this. We won't really know until the next settlement day how much of this is short covering also. But I have the other image here. This one. Yeah, this one. And it does show 3 million returned shares, but that's going to be, it's going to be back here because it was Friday. So that would indicate maybe Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday on those return shares. So, but nonetheless, what does this one say? This one says live short interest 7.88. The estimated one is 8.12. So we'll see some, probably see, you know, a much more interesting number on this Tuesday, you might guess, because that is T+2. Okay. So where is this going? So far, I don't know.
still learning everything about all of these capital markets, I want you to know that there is a debt market that trades publicly a lot like an equity market. And specifically, we're talking about the high yield debt market. Now, in the equity markets, when you short a stock, the price of the stock goes down because people are selling it thinking they can buy the stock back at a lower price. Now, it's very similar in the bond market, but there is another layer to this that you're going to want to understand if you're short. Now, if you short a bond, the principal value, if you were to be a buyer in the secondary market of the bond, will decline. So what exactly do I mean by that? The company still experiences the need to pay back the coupon, in this case, One of the bonds had a 10% coupon, and another of the bonds had a 6 1/8% coupon. Now, at the time that the bond is due, no matter what is going on in the way that the bond is being traded, I still owe the principal amount. So let's say the principal amount due in 2027 is $100. So I still owe you $100 when that debt is due. Now, the crazy thing with AMC is the shorts didn't just attack the equity, they also attacked the debt. They pushed the value of the bond down, in the case of the 10% coupon, down to 40 cents, so down 60%, and they pushed the 6 1/8% bond down to 30 cents, or down 70%. That meant that for every dollar that was owed, whoever the lender was happy to just take 30 cents or 40 cents to close out the debt. They thought that they would get nothing, so they were more than happy to take 30 cents or 40 cents. And then what they did was they told the world, hey, the bonds are trading busted, which is a technical term meaning that the bonds are trading like the company is going bankrupt. So therefore, AMC, Ape, and AMC are short. Now, a strange nuance of the equity versus debt markets is typically the equity market shareholders believe that the debt guys are really smart about how to price the debt. That as it relates to bankruptcy, the debt guys tend to know that first. And so this shorting of these two bonds really gave anyone on the AMC or Ape side pause. Now, it has historically been the case that when the bonds trade busted, which is trading such that it looks like the debt holder believes they're not getting their principal back, that it's a very bad sign for the equity holder. But in a world where people are not necessarily double checking all these things, you end up with the situation we currently have now, which is going to be a little painful for the shorts. Now, it turns out it only makes sense to short the stocks and the bonds if you're sure this man can't get funding. But what if he can? Now, this is where it can get confusing for retail investors. So I'm going to take all the jargon out. If I go to the bank and borrow $100, and during that period of time that I'm borrowing it, my credit score might fluctuate, which is kind of what it means to price that bond in the market. My credit score is fluctuating like crazy. It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I still owe $100 plus interest payment. And if I can pay it, we should be all good. Now, if the bank were to sell my loan to my mother, for example, and my mother says, you know what, Mr. Banker, what do you sell me the loan for? And they say, I'll sell you the loan for $30. Then she could buy the loan. And then because she's my mom, she could just be like, hey, you know what? Just pay me back $30 and the loan is done. I want you to understand how epic this is. I received $100 from the bank. And let's say this loan is 2 years old and I'm just paying $10 each year on it, right? So I received $100. I'm paying the bank $10. So thus far, I've paid $20 on this loan. And my mom is saying, just give me $30 and we'll call it even. That means I get to keep the $70 that the bank gave me minus the 2 interest payments, $20, so $50. So that 50% remaining, that's just cash for me. How epic is that? And so that's what Mr. Aaron did. He used $30 million of net proceeds to buy back busted up bonds on AMC. Now, he does discuss this pretty clearly in the December 19th release. And then there's more discussion of debt retirement in the December 22nd release. Now, because there's so much in these two releases and you do have some corporate costs that are associated with this, it is going to be a little bit hard to do the math on precisely how bad it is for the shorts that this has happened. Needless to say, though, it's really bad for the shorts. And that is because he did not fund these bond buybacks with cash. Now, I want to talk about how brilliant that is. If he had funded this in cash, the short sellers would just come back and be like, he used all his cash to buy back these bonds. He's totally insolvent. Instead, he went to the equity markets to capitalize this. So that's what's making the press release difficult to read. But essentially, he asked for money from the equity capital markets to, number one, buy back this silly debt, and number two, just have enough extra money in the war chest so that this doesn't happen again. Now, this is something that is highlighted very clearly in the November 19th press release, and it's a little unclear if November 22nd adds even more to the war chest. But if you use the numbers in the release, you'll see very clearly that, first of all, he has more than enough to cover his current liabilities. And also, as a function of paying off some of his debt, he has lower interest expense. Now, all of that mumbo jumbo is really going to mean one thing, and that's this. The short sellers are really going to have to think twice about using the bond markets as a way to get the equity sellers to short the stock. What Mr. Aaron has demonstrated is that if you are dumb enough to give him back his debt at 30 or 40 cents on the dollar, he will find a way to buy it back just so that he can keep the spread of that 60 million or 70 million that you're happy to give him. Now, I got to tell you, just that right there is some straight up CFO boss moves. I mean, it is really next level. However, you're really going to want to watch part 2 because that's where the most
Well, yeah, that's
the remerger of Ape AMC shares and then the
how much
10-for-1
debt did
stock
this
split
really get rid
is
of?
going to put the shorts in kind of a nasty spot. Well, that's all I have for this episode.
There's a lot of those type of statements in here, which I don't like.
Sense to close out the debt.
Where was it?
15th release.
Here it is.
How epic is that? And so that's what Mr. Aaron did. He used $30 million of net proceeds to buy back busted up bonds.
Okay. What? This is what she's talking about right here.
On AMC. Now, he does discuss this pretty clearly in the December 19th release. And
reduces debt by 100 million principal. Amount of second lien notes due 2026, approximately blah, 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 blah. Okay.
And then there's more discussion of debt retirement in the December 22nd release.
Okay. I agree. She's smarter than the average ape. But it seems to be missing some stuff here. You need to discuss naked shorting on AMC. That must have been done to get the stock from 72 ampersand 72 to $4. I don't know. Your channel is about to skyrocket with AMC coverage. You don't say. Did you see the documentary, The Wall Street Conspiracy? We have exactly the same problem. They naked shorted Ape from $7 to 70 cents. Ay, ay, ay. Let me explain this to people. Oh, I love this. I love the way that starts. Let me explain this. Let me explain this to people. Ape going to AMC equals a different QSIP number, but means nothing. Market makers do not have to close out their short positions. Market makers. I love that. Market makers don't have to close out their short positions. They will go into what's called aged FTDs. Aged FTDs. Only retail short sellers would have to close their short positions, not market makers. The only thing that would happen is the naked shorts would be put on the market makers / hedge funds banks books, which isn't bad, but not good enough to vote yes, period. So recap, 0 shorts cover, 0 naked shorts cover. Aged FTDs is where the hedgies / market makers will put their shorts / naked shorts. QSIP number change means nothing. AA only looks out for AMC excuse me, AMC, not the retail investors, not the Moass. They will short this back down once we convert, period. The hedgy market makers are hurting now, no liquidity left. This is why AA is doing this now. We can win if we vote no. Thanks for posting. That doesn't sound right to me. That sounds like what might happen if the shares were going bankrupt, but not on a conversion. My next video will walk through this in detail. You are clearly working with Adam Aaron and his hedge fund friends. He always works against his investors. So if he is suggesting this, then it's another attempt at tanking the stock. What was the first attempt? If none of the shareholders sell, then it is in fact really hard for the shorts to do anything but offer a higher price. There it is. Hold. Hold. Former Wall Street executive, blah, 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 Goldman Sachs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, good. But that's a big if. You have to ask yourself if any of Adam Aaron's moves made you money on your AMC investment. And keep in mind that AMC is down 83% year to date. Ape is down 71. Now, will this move turn things around? Only time will tell. Here's her response. I am a newer owner. I think if one purchased it at the height of its hype, then possibly those individuals are down quite a lot. Possibly. It's hard to say if it will ever get back there. As a newer owner, December 6th on the Ape shares, I've done okay. But I know a lot of people have a lot of pain with this one. I hope my channel in general can be helpful, as I know very few people really talk about the actual companies and what they are worth or not worth. If the shorts are no longer using the bond market and just move to another naked crypto coin, this will blow your theory out of the water. By David the Great. We've seen him in here many times before on this stream. Not sure what that means. Free money, more like a tiny percentage of stolen value returned. There's something to the complexity of this and how hard it seems he's trying to fight the short sellers that I find just fascinating. That's an interesting statement. So having been in Ape since December 6th, then is she just pumping Ape? I don't know. We are not playing in a fair market. They will continue the illegal shorting. The illegal shorting. But okay. The crux of the argument seems to be that is this right here.
$100. I'm paying the bank $10. So thus far, I've paid $20 on this. That means I get to keep the $70 bucks, so 50 for me. How epic is that? And so that's what Mr. Aaron did. He used $30 million of net proceeds to buy back busted up bonds on AMC. Now, he does discuss this pretty clearly in the December 19th release. And then there's more discussion of debt retirement in the December 22nd release.
That is her argument right there. He used $30 million to buy back busted bonds, thereby saving the company or reducing debt by $100 million of principal in exchange for, 90 million Ape units. That is going to be bad for short sellers. This is the thing. This right here. This is the brilliant move that killed the short thesis. I fail to see that. I fail to see that. Yeah, he's buying back debt at a big discount. Her point on that is not incorrect. I agree. I'm not I haven't said that it is incorrect. Nobody, I don't think anybody here has. But how many so is he just going to keep doing this then? He's going to do it over and over? I don't know. Now because now it's talking about converting it and all this shit. I don't yeah, I don't see how it's really a game changer. I mean, maybe if it was $1 billion, maybe if it was $1 billion or 2 billion or something. And also Shadow Stars is bringing up the issue is what happens when his war chest runs out. Which is a good question. I mean, this is one part of it. The debt repayment is one part of it. That depends on having positive revenue and making a profit, being able to cover your expenses, operating in the black. So it's not there. So the next part of it comes out tomorrow, looks like. Is Carvana going bankrupt or not? Let's see if we can.
Hey guys, it's December 13th, and wow, the market is green, except for Tesla. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. But as our technical traders extraordinaire have mentioned, which you should definitely keen in on our website, gorilla.app, it has
Wow, gorilla.app.
we could see finally some
Oh,
benefits going forward. But I am going to go through CPI today, and then I'm going to go through Carvana, which is important
Well,
for.
let's just skip to Carvana. Where is it?
Anything. Additionally, when I was at Berkshire Hathaway, there was a lot, for lack of a better way to describe it. So I was like, I got to see.
Well, I went too far.
Particular dynamic that will make waves. And my stepfather was just talking to me about this inflation they'll be experiencing, but less effect wheat and grain. And we have talked, nonetheless, not the best weather. That is still holding its pricing like a rock star. And thus far, people have not required that prices be lower in order to get a new car. Okay. Used cars have come down 2.9% on year over year. So we take November, we compare it to the end of October, what's it look like? And then we take November and compare it to last year, November, what's it look like? So this is the full year is down 2.9%, 3.3%, different ways of looking at it. This is how the data nerds do it. So used car prices finally for the first month show a year over year decline. Now we've had a number of quarters, July, August, and September, but really September, CarMax already told us, because CarMax reports in September, that the prices dropped off precipitously. That was then echoed in Carvana's commentary. I'm going to show you that here in just a second. But I believe the reason that's happening is not long-term sustainable, and it's not indicative of us necessarily having more inventory. And that puts us in a really weird spot. But I am going to show you very clearly why I feel that way. This, however, is long-term not great, because we've got your for which leading in Friday of last week. But if you like these television shows, you are going to love the story of Carvana. I mean, I actually recorded a show on Carvana on Friday of last week. But then after I started to really read the Reddit boards and all the passion associated with it, dug even deeper down, and I realized I was literally watching an episode of Dynasty. Carvana is that exciting of a story. Now let's actually get into what it is that has started off the powder keg. This is definitely a part of meme week, because Carvana has for sure been within the meme grouping of stocks that we saw last year even. But we had this article that was on Yahoo Finance, the Jeffrey analyst, saying Carvana is going to run out of money without an additional infusion by next first quarter of next year. This was the Jeffries analyst. I understand that the analyst from Bank of America said about the same thing. He said that he'd give them through the first or second quarter. And so I'm like, wow, that's an aggressive statement, because usually if an analyst thinks you're running out of money, they're going to say it any number of ways. They're not going to cite the quarter, but they're going to say it a different way because they want the banking business, for lack of a better way to describe it. So I was like, I got to see what's going on with these financials. And I was expecting to see complete junkola. And what I saw was something that wasn't perfect, but Carvana is a young company relative to all things. It's about 10 years old. It hasn't been public for that long. Part of, obviously, you're usually private than public. Now, did it come public a lot faster than normal? Yes, it did. But it typically then would be treated a certain way. But this kind of language doesn't suggest that it's going to get any kind of anything. Additionally, when I was at Berkshire Hathaway, there was a lot of intensity surrounding this. I thought it was because the valuation had gotten out of hand as a meme stock. But in fact, no, there's a little bit more to it. So let's talk about it a little bit before we get into why this story sounds a whole lot like Dynasty. It's a roll-up strategy is what it is. And it is betting on the macro front, a particular set of things before we go into the micro. In the macro, the auto industry is $1 trillion business. You should know that whether you're doing this or Tesla, but the used car market's only 840 billion. And I'll show you why it's not necessarily growing, let's call it that, at this particular point in time. It's only about 2% growth from 2017 to 2022. But this right here is why it's a roll-up strategy. The industry is very fragmented. There are about 43,000 used car dealerships. And then the top 100 dealerships are only 10% of the total market. In contrast, if you're doing this type of analysis on other industries, you might see the top 10 players be the huge lion's share of the market, and then just this little tiny tail of nothing as far as new entrants into the market. If you look at the autos industry, you'll see that clear as day. For the new market, the used market, however, looks like this, with a bunch of baby little dealerships and then a few big ones, but not big relative to total addressable market. And then, so their argument has always been that this is ripe for disruption. The key thing for a roll-up strategy, and that's whether it's here or whether you look at the video I made the other day on solo brands or other videos that I've made, is that you got to have access to funding. Your balance sheet has to be there to support you. And the intriguing thing about this company is they are not funded by the private equity market. This is how they're funded. This is so interesting. I swear. You know, the biggest, so if you look on the board of Carvana, you're going to get a bunch of really awesome people on it, but they're not necessarily private equity folks. And you usually see, like, for example, because some of the companies I've done in the past have 2-3 board members that are in private equity. They have none that are in private equity. What they do have is Mr. Ernest Garcia II as one of the largest and biggest shareholders. Now, who is Ernest Garcia II? Ernest Garcia II is Ernest Garcia III's dad. Okay. So daddy is on the Forbes 500 list, Forbes 100, I think, 172. Anyways, he's on the Forbes list. He's got 2.8 billion, they estimate, in net worth. And so right now, if you think he's running out of money, you have to believe either the private equity market is not interested in what Carvana is saying, or his daddy ain't going to give him the money. So now let's talk about how much money is it, because that part becomes very interesting. But I'm going to leave that towards the end because I want to show you a little bit about the used car market that not everybody seems to be talking about when they talk about Carvana and how stupid and all this other stuff is. I think that's really, really unfair. So Carvana, if y'all don't know it, it is only in the used car market. They do not at this time really do much with new cars. Okay. And also there are those vending machines that you've got. So you do, in theory, as the company grows out, have lower costs of maintenance relative to a dealership, et cetera.
It
And
sounds like,
also
I mean,
they
I don't want
have
to,
this algorithm
you
that
know, make an
buys used cars
assumption, but it
really
sounds
well.
like
Some
she
people
does
claim
not think Carvana's going bankrupt.
so mad at me. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of feelings in this. Anyways, vehicle inventories, I told you about. The market cap right this minute is around $500 million.
I could be
Again,
wrong.
you want to look at the sales. So you're paying $500 million.
Right, exactly.
Within,
Shadow
this is just
Stars.
on the
That's the
quarter, so
feeling
do
I
about
got.
$6-7 billion worth of sales. Okay. But you got to actually put the long-term debt back in. So you have an enterprise value of $7 billion. So you're trading 1 times enterprise value to sales right now. Company's not profitable. Fair enough, but it's super early stage. Okay. It's like, CarMax, in contrast, which is also as innovative, is 30 years old. They're 10 years old. Trailing 12 months revenue, 14 billion. Okay. So from my perspective, from a pure valuation perspective, which unfortunately I weigh personally a lot higher, I'm a wait and see kind of gal on this. But from a, do I think it's
There it
going
is.
bankrupt
She's a
in
wait
a
and see.
quarter? That one's harder for me because this isn't the worst set of financials I've ever seen. And on top of it, if I was just going to say everything that's negative EBITDA and has debt is going to zero, I would have to take a whole lot of companies out of the the entirety of the US stock market, because that's nonsensical. That's what the private equity markets and the capital markets are there for. So there's that. On cash flow from operations, I do want to show you this line item because there's a lot of chitter chatter, and I think this line item is the one to watch. And I'm just going to show it to you. So if you hear someone, you know where to go. You go to the cash flow statement. What you have to understand about any autos business, whether it's the used business or the new business, is that they basically give you financing and that goes into revenue. And then they got to get that financing that they just sold you. They got to get the loans off the books and sold to the public markets. So they got to move off, right? And the used car markets have a slightly higher tilt of subprime auto lending. 47% of the folks
Slightly higher.
Prime, a little bit higher than that is subprime, okay, within autos. And so this right here on cash flow from operations tells you that most of the receivables have been moved on out, okay? It's kind of important. And I'm pretty sure that given this man's particular history and his father's history, they are probably company.
Okay.
What should I do? If you don't want to be around to see whether he gets his financing, then go ahead and sell it, because that is a normal way to think about it. But you should obviously talk to your local person and how they feel about it. If he gets financing, I do think you get a little bit of pop. But like I said, you know, this one's a tough one for me because he is trading at one-time sales in a business that I can't tell precisely. It could go either way. It could be that we don't have enough used cars and the new car market isn't filling the demand. It could be the interest rates start to decline, and so you get a little bit of pressure taken off this market. Or it could be the wheels fall off of the consumer, period, and we don't get used or new cars doing very much. I don't know. I'd rather go with a company that doesn't have the financing arm. Turns out that company, the only autos company of meaningful size that doesn't have a financing arm right this minute is Tesla. There may be some of the Chinese autos that are like that too. It's just a tough story. And with that, I will finally pause. I know that was a huge mouthful. Any questions?
Jaime, that Carvana story is very interesting. His father,
Garcia the second. Yeah.
Yeah, let's call him the second. Okay. He owns Drive Time.
Yeah, he does. So this is actually, in a lot of ways, he is doing his daddy's business. Now, the thing that makes this story so interesting and like Dynasty, a real like watchable Netflix series, is that in the SNL scandal of the early 80s, or late 80s, in the SNL scandal, Lincoln National was the bank at the time. Okay. I don't know why I'm blanking a little bit. In the SNL scandal, Lincoln National was basically working with a lot of the home brokers, the mortgage brokers, and his daddy had started out. He was a young man at that time.
Okay. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. I keep getting sent this one.
I know I'm making a lot of videos on this, but I have a lot of money at stake. You know, I'm concerned, you know, and I think all of you have a lot of money at stake. I'm not the only one, right? You know, I'm going to tell you all something pretty funny. When I first came into AMC, okay, I had a conversation with someone. I call him the Ape Whisperer. Everybody knows who he is, who's been at least following me. But, you know, he's a really great guy. His name is Cam, okay? And he throughout this whole thing, he always kept me calm. You know, I would get myself like crazy. I actually, if he sees this video, I think I should speak to him tonight, because I am getting myself very aggravated over this whole 10-for-1, you know, reverse stock split and converting Ape into AMC bullshit. But I remember saying to him, and he was saying to me, this is something that just has to happen. Like, this is worldwide AMC. AMC is retail investors all around the world. This is something that Gary Gensler, the SEC, can't stop. Nobody can stop this. It's worldwide. What? And I really believed it. I really did. But now I'm starting to see look, I have to say all of this is alleged and it's subject to just my opinion, but I believe that this is the biggest setup of all time. This 10-for-1 reverse stock split, what they're doing. Because it's brilliant. It's for them, for the short sellers, it's brilliant. And even
I just want to say, what he's saying right now, we've been saying this for over a year.
It's brilliant. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Adam Aaron doesn't want the short squeeze. I tell you all the time, there's a Moass, right? We're going to take our money, like that song by Christopher Cross. I's got nowhere to go. Gonna take my AMC Moass money to Mexico. So I ride like the wind coming out of my ass. Anyway, so, reminds me, common courtesy here. 1 second, I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
Getting back. This is genius because so we give away, right, 90% of all of our shares. They play business as usual, the short sellers. That's it. They start with the synthetics. They start shorting this to the oblivion, and at that point, they broke our spirits. That's it. Come on, listen. If you only have, if you knew in your mind psychologically that you had 1,000 shares, right? Then you have 100 shares, and you see these mother effers short this thing down.
The value
$5 a share
of your investment does not change. The market cap does not change. It doesn't matter how many shares you have. Without considering the price of the shares and the effect on the price that a reverse split has. I mean, how many splits happened this year that a lot of retail investors were part of last couple years in reverse splits? So, I mean,
to buy more and to fight back.
Fuck it. Whatever, man. Fuck it.
Honestly, I don't. I'm actually now gonna say something that I think none of you would have ever thought you would have heard from the Ape Father.
Uh-oh.
If they take away 90% of my shares and they short this to the, I actually think that I might start shorting it. I might change instead of going that I want the stock to go up. I might follow everybody and short this down too, because it's so obvious that they're gonna do this. It's so friggin' obvious. And I don't know.
Obvious.
I'm just telling you that I don't know. That might be
obvious.
If this happens, I might change my whole strategy. And again, I am not telling you what to do because this video is not financial advice. I am not a financial planner. In no way, shape, or form am I giving you financial advice. You have to do what is best for you. Don't listen to me. I am merely an entertainer. This video and all my videos are for entertainment purposes only. I'm not an attorney. It's not legal advice. It's just entertainment. But I just wouldn't have the spirit anymore to buy. If they literally took 90% of my shares away and then they shorted this thing to the oblivion, nah. That's why I think I might change course. If this whole thing happens, I might start thinking like the friggin' short sellers. I don't know. That's the bottom line.
Here it is. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. Joseph Granville. Who's that? Well, the ape should know who he is. Because he is the gentleman who invented the indicator on balance volume. There it is. On balance volume. I love that. Because the apes have consistently misinterpreted the on balance volume indicator. But this is the one. Anyway, so Ape Father is going to be shorting AMC if they take away 90% of his shares. Okay. Solid plan.
They just sent me Common Sense Investor's explanation of the reverse stock split. It's something I was going to do the other night with freaking M&M's. He did it, so go watch the video. It's just another reason it's got me worried. The idea of losing shares. So if I have 20 shares and they do a reverse stock split, I'm not going to have 20 no more. What am I going to have? I'm going to have 2. If I only have 2 shares of those original 20 that is left, and then let's say when we get the squeeze, it goes to $1,000. That's what he explains. Goes to $1,000. That means I would have $2,000. But if I still had my 20 shares and it went to the grand during a squeeze, how much would I have? I'd have $20,000. Right there, folks. Just think about that. Do you want 90% of your potential squeeze money, or do you not? And why would these YouTubers and other people be promoting it to you? Who are they? Why are they jumping on a bandwagon and say, yes, 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 this is the way? Guys, do the math yourself. Write down how many shares you have, divided by 9, or, yeah, divided by 10, sorry, right? Divided by 10, and then play the scenario of where you wanted AMC to land. 500 a share, 100 a share, 1,000 a share. Do that math and tell me if the reverse stock split truly makes sense and it's the answer. Because I'd rather put 90% of my shares in DRS. Just be honest with you.
For stock split, you would have had 20 shares to sell. Sell your 10 shares, you make $10,000. Half of what you would have made if they wouldn't have done a reverse stock split, you would have had 20 shares to sell. If they do a reverse stock split,
I saw this earlier.
You're gonna have 10 shares to sell. So when
this
the price moves up to, I don't give a fuck what you
from
want.
11 months ago, before he knew how to share his screen, I guess. Using a camera on the screen.
I'll meet y'all there and say 10,000. All right, now.
Right. It's a good thing this is exactly like Volkswagen too, by the way. I just want to point that out. Market cap, who cares? Volkswagen.
What up, family?
No. Overstock. Overstock.
I'm just gonna make this video a part 2 because there was something
Ape Nation
that I actually left out in the last video. Okay, so AMC went down, right, and Ape went up, right? So this, which I need you guys to understand also, right? That in Terra Capital, they're making money hand over fist on both sides. All right. Now you see how, like I said, the equity exchange, the equity in Ape was derived off of AMC, right? So remember what I said in my video I did yesterday or the day before yesterday when I said that Terra Capital is also short on AMC. So they're making money on both sides, guys, because they have a short position in AMC as well. They're making money hand over fist on both sides of this deal. So because AMC went down, they're making money on the short side. Excuse me. And because Ape went up, they're making money on the long side. And Terra Capital is the only ones that's coming out on top out of this whole ordeal, guys. And I guarantee you that there, like I said, there was a deal done behind closed doors between Adam Aron and the execs and Terra Capital for this to happen. There's no way that Adam Aron came up with this on his own. Let's be real, guys. There's no way. So this deal was done behind closed doors to ensure their money, because they know that there is no way that they can pay them back. The company's just not profitable, so they know there's no way that they're going to be able to pay Terra Capital back, who was one of the major debt holders on AMC. This is why they have done this, guys. This was to ensure their pockets, make sure that they're good, because like I said, the primary responsibility of the CEO is the debt holders. It's not the shareholders, it's the debt holders, guys, to ensure that they're good, to ensure that the lenders are good. That's their primary responsibility. So this deal, this was a coordinated plan, guys. This was a coordinated plan by Adam Aron, the CEO, the execs of AMC, and Terra Capital. This was coordinated. This was a coordinated plan. I need you guys to understand this. And Terra Capital is making money on both sides, when AMC dropped and when Ape went up. All right. So in Terra Capital, I need you guys to understand this too. And Terra Capital is an investment firm / hedge fund. So if you don't believe that they have a short position on AMC, I want you to go do your research and go do your own DD. They do. They are short on AMC too. They are a hedge fund. Keyword, hedge, hedge, hedge. If you are a debt issuer, how do you hedge against that? The way you hedge against that is by shorting the company you lent money to. You gotta remember this. Intera Capital is a distressed credit investor. So they lend money out to distressed companies at a high interest rate because their business credit sucks, and they know there's a very high chance that company's not going to pay them back. So what they do on the other side after they issue the debt to the company is they short it to ensure them of their money, to ensure that they come out on top of that whole ordeal. They short the company on the other side. They bet against it immediately in order to ensure that they come out on top, because they know that that company, that distressed company, has a very high chance of not succeeding in paying them back. It's the same thing as if you was to go and try to get a car loan and your credit sucks. So because your credit sucks, what are they going to do? What they do is they have you pay.
That's why they went the reverse split Model 3, dude. Raise the price.
They want some kind of collateral as a hedge.
Playing with tens of dollars instead of dollars.
To ensure that bank of their money. Just think about it. If you was to lend money to an let's just say you were an investment firm and you were a lender as well, and you was to
remember that AMC's plan will make them debt free. As soon as the reverse split happens, they will issue more shares at 60
market that is distressed
or 10 times the value at that time.
Their business credit sucks.
Just 30 million shares at that price, and we're debt free.
And you charge them a high interest rate, and you gotta think about this. AMC's paying 12, 13, 14% plus in interest. So you're paying a high interest rate, right? So let's just say you charge 15% interest on that OTC
that's only
company, right? As an investment firm. So what
less than $2 billion.
Hedge that position.
My wife and I hold over 200,000 shares.
OTC company. You short it. You short it. So when the value of that company goes down, you at the very least made your money back and locked in some profits. See, they knew that they would never be able to pay back that $3+ billion to Intera Capital. So the deal that was done behind closed doors was to get the money in the form of equity in the company. So what did they do?
Right, exactly, Shadow Stars.
Pump up the price of Ape.
This comment.
And also tank the price of AMC. So Intera Capital makes money
based on the price action. $3.
And I guarantee
after
you,
reverse split, that gives us a share price of 30.
After the
that price would require 180 million shares.
And the conversion / reverse split happens. I guarantee you, this is what Intera Capital does, guys. I guarantee.
This is exactly what Shadow Stars was saying earlier on one of his videos, I believe.
Once the conversion happens,
513 million. Ape, total 1.22 billion.
Financial advice or nothing.
Divide by 10.
Ape will more than likely continue to
reverse
rise.
split gives new shares 122 million.
$7. So once
talking about over 100% diluting the float.
After their 90 days is up, Intera Capital is going to sell off their position at a massive profit because AMC is going to continue to drop. Also, you got to think about that. They're going to sell off their position at a massive profit after the conversion. After the Ape converts to AMC, they're going to sell off their position of AMC at that point. They're going to sell off their AMC at a massive profit and double down on their shorts and ride this thing all the way back down. I guarantee you, on the first or second day of the conversion, I guarantee you, I can guarantee you this. I can say this with complete confidence. I 100% guarantee you, on the first or second day of the conversion, AMC drops dramatically. They're going to sell off their position of AMC as well as double down on their short position. And this company's going to the graveyard. The truth is the truth. I just wanted to lay that out real quick. I just wanted to lay that out. All right. I love you all. Peace and blessings. See you next year.
Oops. Oop. Damn it. So if the price is $30, I'm sorry, if the price is $3 and the reverse split conversion action takes it to $30, and you have 100 and what? The hell was it? Did he show it in here? No, I showed it from somewhere else. But oh yeah, here, 122 million shares. So you're saying to issue 180 million shares. So that's more than 100%. So is the price going to be $30 still? That's the question. That's the question. Model 3 says good luck with that Moass, baby. Okay. The debt-free thing is being used as a way to further dilute us. AMC could have been debt-free had AA let it play out when we were hitting levels above 70, but instead he chose to dilute us, causing everything to crash. All that money from a squeeze would have been reinvested in the company. What? But he clearly didn't believe in it enough, hence why we're being close to being a penny stock. Any plan AA has is not for our benefit. Buyers will keep it at 30. So you think the float will more than double and buyers will keep it at 30. Okay. I mean, well, really, Lynn, it has to get down to 3. And then they have to convert it. And then they have to do the reverse split. And then it would be 30. So that's several steps down the road. Because, currently it's 440 or the combined equity is 613. Post reverse split outstanding shares will be about 141. It can work. I mean, John, this is an unprofitable company. Yeah, it can work. Sure, it can work. But this is an unprofitable company. That, like, you can't ignore that part. Can't ignore that part. Not giving away 9 shares for free. Right. Not true? Okay, John, you're going to have to, like, give me more than 2 words. What's not true? Make a statement. Otherwise, you know, I don't know what anybody's talking about. Anyway, let's see here. Let's see here. I mean, I hope you don't mean it's not an unprofitable company. It's unprofitable because of the debt. AMC is making a lot of money. Let me guess. You're talking about the box office numbers. Oh, I love that. Mm. Box office, popcorn, ape. Okay. You know, it's interesting. Domestically, this thing's only brought in 279 million. Yeah, Shadow Stars. Yeah, 100%. Let me get that in here. All right. Think set up. You there, my friend?
Testing.
Wait a minute.
Can you hear me? Or do I need to change my
Can you hear me? Let's see, I need to go.
Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Welcome, Shadow Stars 13.
Hey, look me on. Okay, let's address this guy, this John Vincent guy.
Okay.
Hold on, let me share screen. Let me pull up my Excel sheet
Oh,
here.
yep, I got you here. Let me get your screen shared.
First of all, let's pull up box office to counter this guy.
And yeah, 1 second here. I'll have that in there.
Okay, so let's address the first. I want to address the first thing that he said about the shares. So he's talking about 180 million shares at $30 is 5 million, and that'll be used all to pay the debt. Okay. So let's get the accurate share count first. So this you can verify through all the 516.8 million Class A common stock of AMC. You got the equal number of Ape shares created from that initial. You got that 125.9 from the at the market program of Ape sold, that on the 12/19 press release and the SEC filing. You get these remaining 3 figures of the Apes sold to Antara Capital / exchanged for the debt equity exchange. 1.4 billion shares AMC outstanding. So common stock, Class A, AMC, plus all of Ape, 1.4. You reverse split that, 41 million shares of AMC. And you're
141
saying
million.
that
Yeah.
141 million shares. And suddenly you're going to say that they're going to sell 80 million shares. They only have 141, but they're going to sell more than that. They're going to sell 180 million shares.
Right.
You're essentially buying the full company. You're basically paying the
You're
full
buying more
price
than
of
the full company. You're buying more than the
Yeah.
market cap of the existing market cap. Right. Yeah.
Who is buying? Who's paying? Who has the money? Who's paying $5 billion? Hold on, let's see. Let's see. Is he commenting? 180 come from your partner?
Huh?
What? Does this guy English? What is he smoking?
Yeah, I
He
don't know
must be on
what
some
I don't know
good
what
weed,
he's talking
man.
about there.
Some crazy ass drugs.
Come from your partner. What, the hedgies? He said 180.
What
Yeah.
is this more news about?
No, that's what it
Amazon's
said
gonna
in
buy
the
him out or something?
no. No, he's talking about hold on.
What's he talking about?
He is talking about I got that from the Reddit article here, the Reddit post. It says if the share price was 30 post reverse split, at that price, it would require 180 million shares dilution. And then I think it was Model 3 dude earlier. Or no, yeah, John Vincent himself said 180 million times $30 is 5.4 billion. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's
Also,
what
he's
this.
just verifying the math.
Yeah, right. But yeah, that's for the offering amount, like to raise the money to get rid of the debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's I mean that's I don't see the problem there. I don't think there's a problem there. Let
So
me go back to your
the logic for
screen.
me is just the logic.
Yeah.
This needs no one's buying 180 million shares of AMC when it only has 141. Is AMC really going to authorize? Like, you're saying that, hey, come to a hostile takeover of our company. That's what you're literally broadcasting, and you're allowing that if you choose to sell and dilute your company with 180 million shares.
Right. Especially all at once too. Like in one action. Like I mean they added more than that last year or starting, in late 2020 through the first 2 quarters, I guess, or so of 2021, but it wasn't 180 million at a time, you know.
I
Every
mean, just in December 2021. I mean, they started around the 100 million mark, and that rose to like the 300 million mark by the end of December, and by January it was like 400. And in that time, the price of the stock basically slashed in half.
Are you talking about you're talking about Ape?
No, I'm talking about December 2021, I believe, around that period of time.
2020. When they
started
started
2020, my bad.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. 2020, yeah. So, yeah,
I'm looking
before the
I'm
whole
going to get a
squeeze,
chart
so
here. Actually it's on you can get it on TradingView. Yeah, I'll pull up a chart of the float number. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me correct that. December 2020, I believe price was between that $4 to $5 range. Shares was around that 100, was it like 100, like 80 mil range? By the end of December, I mean, it was near that 300 plus range. And then by January, it was like, I think almost like 400. I mean, we see that, hey, when you dilute overall shares outstanding a significant amount, the share price tanks. That's just normal because there's a lot more pieces to that same pie. You don't own the same portion of that pie anymore, so your
Right.
value goes down.
That's correct.
Addressing that portion. The next part I want to address was this guy was talking about what? How the company is making money. Well, first, let's address the whole issue of the industry. This is domestic box office sales, domestic box office gross for movie theaters. I have 2022 and past couple years, 3 years of pre-pandemic, even the year Avatar came out, 2009. I have it broken down by month. I have it broken down by quarter. I have the yearly totals here. I have conditional formatting showing how it's going, comparing year to year. Currently, as of 25th, today's date, the data showing that Q4 has $1.58 billion in domestic box office gross. How did the movie theaters do, the whole box office do in Q2? It ended 2.3 billion. Q3, 1.9 billion. Q4 is far behind Q3 and Q2.
Yeah.
Even look at Q4 of last year. It's behind last year's performance. That was the big shocker to me when I updated my data. How is the movie theaters lower same period versus last year?
Right.
And you're telling me that the theaters are doing well?
I guess you had Spider-Man last year, right? Spider-Man was the big one.
Yeah, that came out mid-December, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and it did 800 million domestic, from what I can see here. Top Gun Maverick did 718 million domestic. So far, Avatar's done 279 million domestic. Just to, put that in perspective.
And here, I'm gonna pull up this is a copy of the figures from AMC's 10Q.
Theaters were not shut down in 2021. I mean, in 2022. We're talking about 2022. We're saying that quarter 4 of 2022 is worse than quarter 4 of 2021. That is what is being said here. We're not talking about adding to the debt. Great, it added to the debt. Sure, it added to the debt. But that's wholly irrelevant to the fact that what Shadow Stars has shown is that this current quarter 4 of 2022 is on track to be worse than the other 3 quarters of this year. It is going to be the worst quarter this year, most likely.
It's better than Q1, but yeah,
It's better than Q1, but it's okay, sure, but it's not the best. It's not as good as the quarter when Top Gun Maverick came out, right? Wasn't that the second quarter?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Q2.
May
Top Gun
came out
during
at the end of
Q2.
May. So, I mean, theaters being shut down, I mean, is irrelevant to the fact that quarter 2 of this year was, I don't know, I mean, under twice, but I mean, the box office gross from quarter 2 of this year was way more than it is in Q4. So, but I think the the point here is taking the specific numbers out of it. Let me just summarize. Like, they're not bringing in handfuls, truckloads of cash that everybody thinks they are. So
I think a lot of people they're delusioned by, oh hey, this movie is grossing $1 billion worldwide. AMC is not really worldwide. They have limited theaters. It's concentrated more in a couple countries in Europe and I believe they have a couple in Saudi Arabia. They don't have a big market. They don't have any market in China, in Korea, in Japan. They don't have any of that.
Let's see here.
Look at the revenue split between AMC's domestic earnings, the revenue split that they get domestically versus internationally. It's almost domestically, they get nearly 2/3,
Mm-hmm.
if not more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this
Yep.
all you need right here, I think, is a pretty easy to see thing. Q1, this is the same figures from that previous Excel table. Q1, they did domestic box office did 1.3 billion. Q2 did 2.3. Q3 did 1.9. I'm saying that estimated they'll end this quarter Q4 at 1.8. So the box office in general is going to be slower than Q2 or Q3. Guess how much money they burned in Q2 and Q3? They're not making money. But hey, okay, so you're going to say they're making, look at the revenue, look at their costs then. Let's remove their interest payments. Just look at their operating costs and expenses versus their revenue. Are they bringing in more revenue than cost? Q2, no. They have less revenue than expense. Sure, it's pretty close, but nonetheless, they're not making more.
Mm-hmm.
Q3, revenue 968 million, operating cost 1.08 billion.
That's not even including the interest payments, the debt payments.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm excluding the interest payments from this.
Right.
So you can say that, oh, the debt payments is screwing the company. Yeah, it is. But hey, even if you remove that, they're still not profitable. Q2, when you were touting, oh, Top Gun Maverick, oh, did so well, oh my god, and then Q4 we have Black Panther and Avatar. It's gonna save our company. No, it's not.
That's exactly what he says now. Black Panther 2 and Avatar 2 are running at over 800 million each. No, I mean, but I think we need to go over what those numbers are. The 800 million, because there seems to be a lot of confusion about that.
Oh, they keep on confusing what? Oh, domestic
International
versus
and global.
international, worldwide.
Global, yeah. Global, international, and domestic. Those are the three categories that you would see. And really, global is domestic plus international, right? So domestic is the United States, international is everywhere else, and global is everywhere else and the United States. So let's see here. I'm going to switch to my screen real quick here, because I have Box Office Mojo up here. So here's the 2022 box office. This is worldwide. So they call it worldwide on here. Worldwide is the total, domestic is here, and foreign is everywhere else. So Avatar's here, and worldwide, yes, it's over 800 million, 881 million, as a matter of fact. That's the worldwide number. But if you look at how that's broken down, and it's really even more interesting if you look even closer at the countries, but domestic is 279 million. Foreign is 601 million. So which one of these numbers is relevant? You know, out of these three numbers, which one is the most relevant? And it's going to be your domestic number, because clearly. So worldwide, it's brought in 800 million. That's great. Now, also, out of this 279 million, that all doesn't go to AMC. That's not AMC's revenue. That's the box office revenue, of which AMC would get some amount. AMC is not the only theater. $279 was brought in by all the theaters combined. So or total aggregate. So
Yeah, more than 4,000, was it like 4,200? If you click into the specific, click on Avatar, the Way of Water,
mhm,
that hyperlink, and then it'll break it down. Hit domestic. No, yeah,
4,200
there you
theaters.
go. Yeah, 4,200 theaters.
Yeah.
So do the division. You have 279 million divided by 4,000 plus. So you get your average of what, 6,000 per theater?
That's what it is now because you've seen a little uptick over the weekend. I mean, today, I don't know how they have Monday's numbers. I guess these are preliminary.
Yeah, they're preliminary. Yeah, AMC will get a larger piece of the pie. Yes, there's 4,000 plus theaters in that count. AMC has under 600 theaters in the US. So do the math. 600 of 4,200. So that's just the revenue raised for each theater. Then you need to take out the production cut. Those production studios, they take anywhere from 50 up to 80% of the first like week or two. Really depends. I mean, depends on the studio, depends on the negotiations, but anywhere from 50 to 80% of that ticket price from the movie theaters, that's theirs. The production studio takes that. The rest is given to the movie theaters. They're making pennies on the dollar. That's not a big profit margin area for movie theaters. Concession stands is where they're making the big money.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that if you don't trust me on those percentages, fine. That's no problem. What you can do, if you pull up the SEC filing, look at how much revenue that they're generating. In
AMC?
Q2, they generated, yeah, for AMC. I have it on my table, or you can pull up the actual filing too. But on my Excel sheet, I have,
Yep,
for
got
example,
it right here.
Q2
Mm-hmm.
revenue of what? $1.1 billion. How many theaters did they have in Q2? 947. In one quarter on average. That's only what? How much money is that? 1 million? $1.2 million per theater. That's all that they've made for a quarter. And then think about, look at all those acquisitions AMC is doing. Especially the recent, was it ArcLight Cinemas, the 13 theaters that they're acquiring from former ArcLight?
Mm-hmm.
If each of your theaters is only averaging about $1 million a quarter, how much? Think about their lease payments. Think about the money that you're paying to take over that. At what point do you break even on your ROI? How many quarters need to pass by?
How in the world is food and beverage per patron like $6? How is that possible?
Because a lot of people don't buy
They
food and
don't
beverage.
buy anything, right?
Yeah.
So it brings the average down. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. We have revenue up here. You have admission, food and beverage, other, and then those three categories total to that 1.16 billion. But break the revenue down into the three sections. So 651 out of that 1.1 billion, only 650 million in Q2 was from admission. That's the actual revenue though. Then you have to look at the film exhibition cost, right?
I mean, you can, if you do it right here, the admissions revenue that they brought in versus the domestic box office, that percentage,
Yeah.
basically 28%.
And that
numbers don't lie.
admission, that's revenue, but they don't keep all that, right? Because a percentage of that is paid out. That would be the film exhibition cost under operating costs, right? Is that how that
Yep.
works? So,
Yep. So we do
so
admissions
really,
minus
yeah,
the cost.
it's that. It's 320. Yeah.
Divided by total rent. Oops, I need to change this to percentages. 2 decimal places. 13%.
So, right. So the net income, I guess you would call it, right? From that category, admissions, the amount that they took in from ticket sales minus the amount that they had to pay, the amount that the studio took, the amount that they didn't keep, essentially. That was like that 300 something million, and it's 13% of, what was it 13% of again? The domestic box
The
office.
domestic box office. I mean, there's some worldwide stuff too, so I mean, it's slightly probably skewed down a little bit, but nonetheless, I mean, that percentage isn't going to like 20, 30, 40%.
Right. It might be within plus or minus like 2 or 3, 5% or something. Maybe.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. Right. So you can also look at their profit. You can look at their profit margin between on admission or food and beverage, and you can see that just off the, looking at it, the food and beverage profit margin is way higher. You know,
Oh, yeah,
so, and
by
that's
far.
what I just think that's what multiple people in here have been trying to say is that, including you, right? The box office numbers are not the end all be all, especially the global one or the worldwide. So, yep.
Doesn't matter if if AMC is buying those new theaters for pennies. They're still shelling out money.
Are they actually buying the properties? Are they actually like buying the properties, or are they are they buying the business and continuing to lease the properties? Because all of their theaters are leased. They don't own the properties. So,
Yeah, I'm sure they're taking over the leases. So I mean, they're gonna have to make those lease payments. I mean, and
yeah.
there's
So,
also fees
mhm.
and stuff that they need to cough up. So more money that they're burning in the short term. Maybe in the long term, it'll bring in more money. Hey, maybe this average finally starts to creep up.
Yeah.
But at the moment, they don't have much money on hand. They're, as I covered this in my video, but they're burning on average, if this holds true, $162 million a quarter.
Hmm.
They're burning more than $50 million a month.
Wow. And here, look at this. It's interesting. The net earnings loss, at least for Q3, well, I get most of the year. I mean, and in that fact, if you add the 3 quarters and do an average, it will even out. The amount their net loss is about the same as the rent payments, the total rent. So it's like they can't
Yeah.
pay their rent, essentially. Like, and even if they did, that would just bring them to break even. So it's,
I mean,
like,
think of in the whole scheme of things, this full year, they burned almost $1 billion.
wow.
Net loss of 900 million.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder why the share price is going down?
John's asking, what do you mean by burning cash? Burning in what? Where's the money going? Well, we're looking at the balance sheet right here, my friend. We can see the numbers, right? They only brought in 1.1 billion, 1.16 billion. They only brought in 968 million. And the amount of payment, expenses exceeded that. Why? Well, they have to pay the studios. They have to pay for the right to show the films. They have to pay, you know, the studios for the tickets. They have to buy the food and beverage that they sell at a markup. You know, they have to pay their employees. They have to keep the lights on. They have to buy new projectors. They have to whatever, upgrade the seats. They have to, buy uh, floor cleaning equipment, all that shit. Rent. They have to have a place to do business. So where's all the money going? I mean, it's going to operate the business. And because
People
they're
that's really
losing,
banking off of it, it's these folks. It's the people that hold the bond, the debt.
Mhm.
AMC is making payments to them
right,
quarter
and
after
that, of
quarter.
course, yeah. All part of business expenses, business as usual, okay? But business as usual, they're losing money. What is your point? You're gonna have to make a point here. You're self-debunking yourself here. I'm not seeing a point. Like, yeah, all business expenses. If you can't make your obligations, how much longer are you going to be in business? When you have, you're burning, what did you say? 250 million a month? 50 million a month.
More than that, yeah.
Or, let's say 175 million per quarter, something like that. I mean, yeah, you have cash, but that's dwindling. You have 600 million.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I
yeah.
covered this in our Telegram, and I
Mhm.
said that, hey, after all the ape that they've recently sold and some of the debt that they bought back at that great discount, that was that stocks with Macy or May or whatever that lady's name was.
Markets with May. Yeah.
Yeah, that lady.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, sure, they're buying all this, some of their debt at this big discount.
Mhm.
But guess what? They'll have what? I'm saying approximately 690 million at the end of this quarter then?
Mhm.
Look at their cash burn though. They're burning on average, or if you do 906 million over the course of 4 quarters, is what? 200. Is that right? Let me get the formatting
You
done.
might have to I think you have to put some parentheses in there maybe. Or, well, okay,
No, it's
you're
good.
doing it that way.
Yeah,
There you go.
226 million a quarter. How many quarters do you have left? How many quarters can you operate? If you're burning 200 plus million a quarter and you have just under $700 million of cash.
Once they
And
get rid of the
remember,
debt,
of that
the
600,
cash burn will be much less, he says. Well, I mean, you're not going to get rid of the debt. But let's just say that you would. Okay, we have the corporate borrowings listed up here. It's about 80 million a quarter. Even if you didn't have that, you'd still be losing money.
yeah. So your net, even if you burn 200 plus a quarter, but okay, let's say you subtract 85 million, then you have no corporate borrowing interest payments that you're making. You're still burning over $100 million a quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Your debt is
and this
over
was the
5
case
billion.
before the pandemic too, right? I don't know if it was that much, but
Adam Aaron made a mistake not selling Ape at 10.98.
right. He
Yeah,
says
he
that
made a mistake. He should.
had he done that, we wouldn't be here. And I say, yeah, no, we probably still would be here, actually. I
I
mean,
mean,
I don't
okay,
think it would
even
have,
if the debt is,
even if the debt's paid back, it doesn't kill the short thesis. I mean, I don't know. It's my sense
no, I
of it.
mean, debt plays a big factor. Yeah,
And
sure.
debt is not a
There
bad
wouldn't
thing.
be.
It's not necessarily bad for corporations to have debt. This is bad debt. This is debt on a company that can't pay back, the principal or the interest. It's not healthy debt. Like remember when we saw everybody comparing, um, who was it? It was Donahue George and that other guy that you love, stocks and crypto plays. They were straight up comparing the amount of debt in billions of dollars that say AMC had compared to Verizon or Disney. You know, um, and of course the difference is those companies have positive earning. They have positive net income. It's not distressed. Okay, John,
You're here because
you're
of
not hurting our
no, we're
feelings
not
by
here.
calling us shorts, okay? Like I'm it, you like check your fucking emotions, dude. Like, and yes, I am serious. You haven't made a goddamn like single coherent argument this whole time. So anyway, Model 3 dude, you demand. Since there are approximately half the movies now compared to 3 years ago and a lot more movies coming out next year, wouldn't the future be much better? Maybe.
I
But
mean, I
why
can
would it be
tackle
the
that.
same as it was? Why would it go back to being the same? I don't see that. You got a lot of reasons, but anyway, go ahead, Shadow Stars.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you say on that?
Scotty will take a much more bearish stance than I would. He could be correct. I could be wrong, but my stance
And
is this.
yeah,
First of all,
I could be too. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Go ahead.
let's establish this. Adam Aaron, the CEO of AMC, he said that, hey, industry average for movies to come out, how long does it take to create a movie? He said industry average 2 to 3 years. When did the pandemic fully lift out? When did we really get out of the pandemic? That's near end of Q3, start of Q4 in 2021. Add 2 years from that. That's the soonest average period of when movies would be fully back in production. That's end of 2023, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that still means that, hey, we got nearly a full year left of slow movies coming out the pipeline. Now, 2024, hey, maybe everything's back to normal. That could be possible. I won't disagree with that take, but that's a big risk because this is what you need to consider. I consider macroeconomic conditions. Look at the state of the U.S. economy. Look at the state of the economy in all the big, let's say, G20 countries. How's inflation doing? What's the GDP growth of these countries? What are they forecasting? What's the interest rates in those countries? What are their banks doing?
Credit card debt, all-time high in the United States. 938 billion.
So I'll agree with the premise that, hey, more movies will probably come out. 2023 will have probably more movies than 2022. 2024 will probably have more than 2023. I'll agree with that general premise, but the recovery rate in which that occurs, no one knows. I personally think it'll take a longer period of time because we're running into a recession. Think about movie theaters and movie production studios. They need money to fund to produce these movies. Look at Avatar. They cost what, $200 to $300 million. It's an expensive movie to produce. Who's going to be bankrolling that? Disney, etc. These companies, Fox. I mean, are they going to be willing to cough up all this extra money when we're heading into economic headwinds?
Right.
I personally think that it's less likely. They're going to hold on to their purse strings a lot tighter. they're going to be less willing to open up their wallets and tell production studios, "Oh, hey, here, you got a budget of 200 million. Go crazy with it." They'll be less willing to do that. They'll be less willing to take risks on movie projects because they would probably want something with a better guarantee, something that has a greater chance of success.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So here I'm looking at because AMC's stock doesn't go back this far with the current ticker, but here's Cinemark. This has a representation of movie theaters. And here's 2008 crash. I got the SPY is on an orange line here. So using this as a model of, potentially something similar to what we could be in the middle of right now, potentially, right? Maybe we're here. Maybe we're somewhere in this area. I don't know. I'm just spitballing because, took a while. It took us a while. I think it was like 13 months or something to hit the low, the bottom in this market, 2009. So we're on our way there, but we're probably not there yet. This is,
And I would,
this is the same. It follows the index, just like AMC
and
does.
also I would be careful about. I would think. This is my personal take. I think that yes, the economy we're bound for a pretty big crash, but the situation that facilitated the crash in 2008 versus if we have a crash now, two very different situations.
Absolutely, 100%, 100%. I don't mean to say it'll be any. I'm just using this as a major market event. A major, major repricing. That's all. Let me say it that way.
Yep, I agree with that.
So, and then the blue line here is AMC. So AMC only goes back in this current ticker. I think it only goes back to 2013. So we see AMC and Cinemark basically doing about the same thing, with a few exceptions, obviously last year. But anyway, so that's the macro part of it that you're talking about. I mean, that's another thing that you have to consider. I don't think. Yeah, we don't really.
Yes.
The only thing we can see on here is COVID on the AMC chart. It's the only cataclysmic market event I think that is on here.
Okay, Bob is asking, what are your thoughts of a possible merger? Disney ? I don't think any company at this moment would be willing, especially in the case of Disney, would be willing to spend a significant portion of their war chest, of their cash liquidity, to acquire any sort of business, in my opinion.
What would be the upside for Disney? How would Disney benefit from that at this point?
Disney would. They would have a streamlined process. They owned movie production studios, so they could streamline that process. They could help cut down on those costs because they would own a movie theater. It's a synergistic a merger, if that merger or acquisition, if it did go through. But the thing is that it doesn't make sense financially in my point of view of they would be able to deploy their capital with far better gains, in my opinion, doing something else. Why would they be spending a significant portion of their cash, billions of dollars, to acquire this type of movie theater? If they were going to acquire portions, like maybe smaller portions of a smaller company when they can get it on discount, that might make sense. Like ArcLight, maybe they buy ArcLight's top 80 theaters in the US. That would make sense. but that's not occurring. Even people were hyping up Amazon, and I swear I
Yeah.
thought I saw a news article that Amazon's they're setting up their own theaters. I think.
Something like that, right? Let's see here.
Something.
Here's an article. First one I found. Amazon opens first movie theater, plans $1 billion push to release films in cinemas. December 14th, 2022. Amazon was already in the movie business, but now it has entered the movie theater business too, opening a brick and mortar theater in Culver City, so Los Angeles. Whereas here's the bullish take on it. Amazon is investing in movie theater releases. Oh, but that's releases. That was a different story. That came first. Remember that one? That was when Amazon supposedly was spending $1 billion in theatrical film releases. That came out at first. Then, let me put this in date order here. Well, this is a paywall article, but this one says that Amazon reopened a former ArcLight cinema in Culver City, California. So, and I can't click on that because it's paywall. So they're investing $1 billion in movies for theatrical release, but they're also establishing movie theaters. So initially it was spun as really bullish for AMC because, hey, Amazon wants to show their movies in theaters. But as you say, it seems like Amazon is establishing actual brick and mortar theaters to do that in. So how bullish is it really for AMC? I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And this all comes across news when even Amazon, I mean, if you've been paying attention to macro conditions, they've been closing down warehouses. They've been shutting down distribution centers. They're also downsizing a lot too. And Bezos has been on comment giving interviews saying that, hey, yeah, we're seeing consumer spending slow down. I mean, we see this recession coming through.
Didn't AMC have an interest in Cineworld 751 theaters? Was it a planned scare tactic to the shorts? So Odeon backed out. I find it interesting. What do I know?
So the talks negotiations AMC had with Cineworld's lenders. So that's one thing I see. I see people on Reddit. They're like, Cineworld. They're a terrible company, because they wouldn't sell their theaters to AMC. AMC wasn't talking to Cineworld directly, as far as I can understand from the press releases. They were talking to the creditors, the people that own the debt of Cineworld. So, I mean, we don't know unless both sides release exactly what happened that caused a breakdown in negotiations. But perhaps AMC wasn't offering enough money to the debt owners for it to make sense for them to do the deal.
So this is a Reuters article from last Wednesday. It says that AMC is no longer in talks to acquire some theaters owned by now bankrupt Cineworld following initial discussions with some lenders. So yes, they were talking to the lenders. AMC said the talks were focused on the acquisition of certain theater assets of Cineworld in the U.S. and Europe, which would be financed partly through issuance of its preferred stock and debt financing provided by the lenders. AMC added that a definitive deal had not been reached, related to any proposal to the debtors in Cineworld cases, and there was no assurance that it would resume talks. Cineworld is the world's second largest cinema chain. They announced October bankruptcy, clearing way for the company to borrow funds and make a $1 billion debt repayment. Explore sale of the business. Cineworld in September forecasted admissions would remain below pre-pandemic levels in the next 2 years. Okay. So, and also just as a matter of fact here, this is different than Cinemark. This is not Cinemark. It's a different company. Cinemark is ticker CNK.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
people confuse the two,
a lot of
Cinemark
people
and
confuse
Cineworld.
that. Yep. Cineworld, I don't even know. I guess there's depository receipts, but it's not listed on the. It's listed in where is it listed? London Stock Exchange, I guess.
Yeah, LTS. I think so.
That's it right there. It looks the same. I mean, it looks very similar. I mean, it's weird. Anyway, I mean, AMC, would AMC really look that different on here? I don't know. I mean, it just has a bigger spike, but anyway, yeah. So
I mean,
AMC had
I
an
would.
interest potentially in acquiring some of them potentially, but they didn't have an interest as in a financial interest. They had no interest in them. So they didn't own any part of it or anything like that. I think to clarify, when you use the term interest, it means a lot of different things. Adam Aaron said he has an interest in 2 million AMC shares. That's not what we're talking about here. AMC doesn't have a stake at all in Cineworld. Let's say it that way, stake, right? They expressed interest potentially in acquiring a stake. But anyway, seems like a bad
Yeah,
idea. I mean, probably better that didn't happen. I don't know.
The situation's really no different from. I mean, let's say you're a person, you want to go buy a house. You see a house that's house that's going in foreclosure. You're trying to buy that house, but the bank is they're gonna pull up your financials and be like, do you have the ability to pay for this purchase? Do
Right.
you have some sort of
You might be going in foreclosure soon yourself, and you're wanting to buy a distressed property.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I think the deal fell apart. Is because hey, AMC doesn't really have a cash flow. The only cash flow is to continuously sell off and dilute Ape. That was their only
Yeah.
way to bring in money. And
Right.
because Ape has fallen off so sharply, I mean, before the whole news of this deal and the split, I mean, it was down to like 60 something cents.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Something
think
like
on the
that.
day, I don't think the daily might not show it.
No. Yeah. No, it
You
doesn't.
might have to go to.
Well, it's not going to show the.
But nonetheless, I mean, it was
Yeah,
far
60,
below
66 cents, I
dollar.
think. Yep.
Yeah.
We got a low of 66 cents here in the pre-market on Tuesday. And then you also had a low of 65 in the regular session on Monday, the 19th.
Yeah, so the only way that they could finance this deal to take over any significant portion of um those theaters is sell more Ape or give Ape to them or basically sell them more shares of the company, do some more whether it's Ape or AMC, they'd have to have some sort of action to sell part of their company because they just don't have the cash on hand to facilitate the deal.
Mm-hmm. Right. Which, a lot of people, AMC is going to be cash flow positive, and They're going to have positive EBITDA in Q4. I mean, that doesn't really. I mean, what it. I don't even think that's true at this point. I mean, what was on your. You didn't have EBITDA on your thing, on your spreadsheet, did you? I mean, that's just taking
No,
away
not specifically.
interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization. I mean, but those are all very real things. Like, that's a measurement, but
I mean, basically, from my table, basically cut off the corporate borrowings, cut off the depreciation, and yes, technically that figure they would be in the green. Technically, yes, but you need, nonetheless, you still need to factor in depreciation in the end. I mean,
right. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? You
EBITDA
can,
is basically another. It's a sneaky way to show, oh, hey, we're not doing that bad. Look, we're positive. We're in the black, or we're green.
right.
But then you factor in all those other real costs of the business, then you realize, oh shit, we're burning 200 plus million a quarter. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yep. So, what are your thoughts on the movement here in Ape on Thursday and Friday?
Honestly,
Short
I
covering?
think that's a lot of the, yeah, a lot of it is short covering. A lot of it is, I mean, people are buying in because they're seeing that, hey, it's going to be a 1-to-1 Ape into AMC.
Mm-hmm.
That's why also on the flip side, you see AMC is selling off.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Look at the
Because
change between AMC fell 51 cents on
we got them
Friday
both up
and
here.
Ape
Yeah.
went up 53 cents. So very close together.
Let's see.
You can do the market cap calculations of the total outstanding shares approximately, and you can do a rough calculation of what the values could potentially cross over at. So potentially, I would see them, if they do really end up close, like meeting at the middle, it'd be somewhere in the $3 range, provided that there's no more negative news for the company.
Right.
Because if there's negative news for the company, then that both values will go down. So instead of whatever $6, the combined value, maybe stocks combined value is only $5, so they'll converge at like 250.
Right. Yeah. So we can look at it this way too. Oops. See if that's not too confusing. So we're looking at AMC. Yeah, that's right. It's a little confusing with both sets of candles there, but so it's interesting because there are, like definitely the points where they are going the opposite direction, but then there are points when they're going the same direction too, you know.
I mean, some of the new, I mean, I guess
But I mean, in
between
general, yeah.
short covering in the stocks, I mean, if the overall value of the company is seen as going up, then I mean,
Right.
both will go up.
Oops. Get off there. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But in terms of the arbitrage or the, the what do we call it? Normalization of the prices or something. I don't know what you call it. Equilibrating.
Yeah, I mean, because
Because now they're
essentially, I
talking
mean,
about the conversion or whatever. So If it's one to one, as Manuel has been preaching since the beginning, they should be the same price. He says they should be the same price. And now the conversion is a real possibility. Before, it wasn't necessarily a possibility, I guess. Now it's being talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a done deal regardless. I mean, all these apes are getting up in arms of, oh my god, we got to vote no, or oh, other sides, oh no, we got to vote yes, and then they're all infighting like, oh, if you vote no, you're helping the hedgies, and the other side's like, oh, if you vote yes, you're helping the hedgies, and they're all ripping each other apart, which is hilarious for me to watch. But regardless, you guys do not own the majority of the company. You don't have
there's
the
that too.
majority of the voting block. Like you guys think as if you own more than 51% of the company. I'm sure they'll bring up, oh, we own 4 million plus investors, retail investors and all. We own 90% of the company.
Right.
Yeah, that was true for a certain period of time. And notice how Adam Aaron hasn't updated that figure for you guys in what, over a year?
It's been a minute. It's been a minute on that. Yep.
Then think about all this, this hype about DRS. Look at how many shares on their 10Q filing. They told you roughly how many shares and how many shareholders have DRS their shares of Ape and AMC. Not that much. Actually, do I have the 10Q pulled up? Actually, I do. DRS computer share. Damn. Do I thought I had it somewhere. Oh, there we go. I have it pulled up.
Here.
4.9 million shares of Class A common stock of AMC and 4.7 million shares of Ape were DRS'd by 15,205 shareholders.
Wow.
So if there were really 4+ million AMC owners, you're telling me only 15,000 to DRS'd?
Mm-hmm.
That seems very unlikely. It's more likely that, hey, there really isn't 4 million retail. You guys are not considering all the different owners.
Right.
And especially from that figure on, retail has been selling off. There's no synthetic shares, 8 quadrillion tokenized stocks, whatnot, FTX, blah, 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 wrapped Ethereum, whatever shit coin, AMC coin. Like, good God, like, take your heads out of the frickin' sand.
Right. So here's to your point. I have, and I know it's gonna. Oh, it didn't. So on October 1st, 2020, AMC had 109 million outstanding shares. 109 million. By December 30th of 2020, AMC had 224 million shares. So the float doubled. More than doubled, but it doubled from 109 to 224 million. What happened to the price in that time? The price fell by 55% from October 1st, 2020 to December 30th, 2020. Now, of course, we have to keep in mind this is a period of time where the theaters are closed. We're still in a lockdown, yada, yada, yada. However, those are the numbers. Those numbers, they don't lie there. That's before all the meme stock mania happened, really. Then we go from 224. This is when things start to get, frothy, so to speak. The next doubling of the float from 224 to 450, roughly. The price went from, I don't know, $1.69 to about 650. But in that time, that's when you had the GameStop squeeze here.
Yep, you
Talking
got
about
that
this
late
period.
January. Yep, the
So
whole
this is the start
GameStop.
of the mania. This is the start of all of the nonsense, all of the retail pumping. So, you know, and this is a time when everybody had money, stimulus, unemployment. You know, everybody had, so a lot of people had more disposable income than they did when they were working before the pandemic. So this will not be repeated, is what I'm trying to say. It'll probably be more like the previous the previous dilution here, you know, because this was a period of you know, a darker period, so to speak. And regardless of the float changing or not, you know, this year or since June, I guess, you know, this is what's happened, and the float hasn't changed at all on AMC, you know. So, oops, didn't mean to do that. So anyway, just because you can in the, and it's like down like 90% from the top. If you go to indicators, financials, you can put in here, I don't know if I search for shares or float, total common shares outstanding. And you can put all these indicators here from the financials on the chart. So, you know, we could put debt to equity ratio on there, you know, if we wanted to. And there it is. Don't know why we'd want that. Gross profit. How about net income? There, that's more relevant. So we can quickly see, you know, kind of how this stuff is, how it was going here. So whatever happened in September 2018, that's when they started really losing a lot of money, 100 million, 130 million, 54 million, and then they haven't been positive since. So third quarter of 2018.
Yeah, and think about the share price during that period of time, 2018. Share price was like what, between that $5 to $6 range. Right now, AMC, they're that $5 to $6 range. But look at how many more shares are there versus from September 2018 to now.
Oops, one. Yeah.
That's like we're at what nearly 1.4
yeah.
billion shares.
Here it is. Yeah.
And only 103 million shares roughly
Yeah.
September 2018.
Yep. 103.4 million. So I mean that, yeah, this is a fucked up chart here. Like, this is very interesting to look at it this way. I'm just minimizing the candles and just looking at these, you know. I wish I could get rid of all these lines. Yeah, do something real quick here. Get these vertical lines out of here. So, yeah. And
More
they
than
issued
10 times your shares outstanding, and you're at the same share price value. Does that make sense?
No.
Like
Right.
that much
Exactly.
value been added to the company? Like have they changed their business model so drastically? Do they have a cash flow that's so much better? No.
Right. Yep. And you can see that they added, if the float increased, the number of shares increased here in 2017. So they were at like 97 million in 2016. And at the same period of time, when they added about 30 million shares, that's when they started losing money. They started, you know, their net income started going down here. This is the same period when they issued shares here. Here, if I move it over there, we can see it more clearly here. What the hell happened here? I don't know. But it's an interesting
Well, really
correlation.
starting from near the end of 2016 is when AMC acquired Odeon
Aha.
and all those theaters overseas.
Hmm. I mean,
So from
and there was also, wasn't it, was one of these quarters in 2016, I think, that Star Wars came out, like the first new Star Wars, like The Force Awakens or whatever. I think it came out in 2016. Is that 16? That
probably
was like huge, I think.
because
Let's
was it
see.
Star Wars? I think Star Wars 8 was when in 2017 when the big one came out.
Was it?
That one did like billion or something, almost a billion gross.
Let's see here. I forget. 2017 had Star Wars Episode 8. Okay, so 2016. Oh, 2016 had Rogue. Oh, okay. So maybe it was
Rogue
2015
One,
then.
yeah.
Shit, it was 2015. Wow.
Oh, they had Star Wars 7, The Force Awakens.
The Force. That's the one I was thinking of. So that was in 2015. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So what was so when they started losing money here, like that was June. That was 2017. Oops. I'm just curious what was going on in the box office then. I mean, I guess it was lower. There wasn't any 2 billion. There's a lot of films though. 200 films.
But I mean, 2015 to 2017, I mean, the box office was still over 11 billion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't a big variance between in those 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And 2017 to 2018 was a big increase versus previous year. It was nearly more than 7%.
And that's when
Yet
they started losing money and issuing shares.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, the whole acquisition of Odeon, it was not very good.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this is all in the it's been in the making for years ago. And I've said it in my videos that AMC bought way too many theaters. The Carmike acquisition, the Odeon acquisition. You've bought these theaters at a premium price. On top of that, you are expecting the box office industry to make significant growth year after year after year, which didn't occur.
Right.
Because after 2019 was a slower year than 2019 was slower than 2018. And then obviously you got hit with the pandemic, 2020, and like at least half of 2021. So I mean, they banked on the future of, oh hey, the industry is going to grow like 10% a year. When you know that, hey, no industry grows consistently 10% every single year if it's an established industry. You'll have ebbs and flows where you'll have big growth booms and then you'll have some pullback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So I've got AMC's debt to equity ratio here on here now too. It's the yellow dot plot here. And you can see, let me go back here. So this is in 17. That's when they that's when they did the Odeon acquisition, you said? I mean, it has to be. That's
Yeah,
based
the
on
end
this.
of the end of 2016,
Yeah.
going into 2017.
Their debt to equity ratio jumped from 0.39 to 0.49 and kept rising throughout 2017 and 18 and 2019. and 2020 and 2021 and 2022. Although in 2021, you see the debt to equity ratio dip here in June of 2021. Why? Because we see the market cap shoot up, here from the
Because you got
overvaluation
that
of the
big pump
shares.
in May and June. Yeah, when you had
Exactly. Exactly.
the Moass. That's when the Moass occurred.
That's the Moass, range here. So here's the market cap in purple. Most atypical stock chart I've ever set up here, but this is the power of trading view, really. So before this, you see a bit of a rise in the market cap here, but then that's that sell-off. Fuck, I got too many things here. Here, this sell-off after those acquisitions, and then it continues to decline until last year, essentially. So you see the debt to equity ratio go down a lot here because the market cap is higher, but it's rising back up again as the price falls. And now it's to all-time high. Well, yeah, all-time high, 1.11. So anything over 1, anything you want it to be under 1. If you have more debt to equity, you're gonna have high, it's gonna be higher than 1. So 1 is debt equal to equity, essentially. Once you start getting up to 2, that's
And
bad,
it really
risky.
depends on the industry too. The type of company you are. Like, I mean, a beginning company, like a small, like high growth company, they could have a lot of debt.
Mm-hmm.
It really comes down to the cash flow. Do you have a way to service your debt that's not through billions of shares of dilution?
Right. Yeah. Let's see. Lynn's asking about Adam Aaron giving himself a $20 million bonus.
They're giving themselves like millions of dollar bonuses every freaking year. 2021 was the year where they all made out like freaking bandits.
Yeah, they did. See here. Here's an LA Times article. This is from March of 2021. AMC lost $4.5 billion in 2020. Talks about it in here.
What were you looking for?
I was looking for. Here it is. Amid the
Oh, Rich
struggles.
Greenfield.
Yeah. Amid the struggles, Adam Aaron's compensation package doubled to more than $20 million, thanks to a $5 million bonus and stock awards totaling $14.8 million. AMC's proxy statement credited him with his efforts to keep the chain afloat during shutdowns. The company managed to take advantage of the surge by selling stock and slashed its debt. They slashed its debt.
Remember in
that.
the voting proxy, the part of the materials they sent out, they're like, hey, we need to pay our executives more. We need to pay ourselves more because we're in these tough times and we need to spend more money to recruit great talent.
Mm-hmm.
And did they hire any great talent? Or did they just spend all that extra money giving themselves more bonuses? I mean,
right.
It's pretty clear and simple. You can look at how many PSUs, RSUs, look at how many of those shares that all these folks got, and look at how many shares those insiders are holding on to. The CFO, Adam Aaron's the CEO, the COO, like they're holding on to the bare minimum amount of shares that they need to hold on to.
basically what they haven't not vested yet, right? They can't cash them out,
Yeah.
but they have to hold a certain amount. So here's another way to look at this. This yellow here is total debt off of the balance sheet. And here's the same period we were looking at, the Odeon acquisitions. It jumped from just under 2 billion to just under 5 billion. The same period where shares were issued, and we saw the price start to dip here down. Then in 2018 to 19, this is really when things got kicked into high gear here. 5.44 billion to 10.27 billion total debt. We're talking total debt. And then it's been hovering around that basically for a while. Yeah, I mean they got rid of some of it here. And when you zoom in, it looks really good. But this is the Moass run up here. Basically, you took about $1 billion off, maybe.
Yeah, 11.3 to 10 point nearly 2. So yeah, a little over
right,
$1 billion.
About a little over $1 billion. I don't know if I would call that slashing it. And that article came out like in March or something. It said so. It was only like 300 million, something like that. March 10th, 2021. So this is even before the run up in June. Before that, this was the only thing that happened is the GameStop squeeze. They're talking about the stock closing at 985, which at that point was up 365% on the year. So Reddit rally. Really interesting to go back and look at some of this stuff from this period because let's just see what they were saying. But to answer Lynn, for Lynn, I don't know about this one says he got a $5 million bonus in 2020.
Was 20.
His total compensation was doubled to more than 20. So he had a base salary plus a bonus. I think his base salary is like $1 million, 1.5 million, something like that. $5 million bonus and 14.8 in stock awards. So, and then, well, we know he cashed out all that stock early this year for what, like over 40 million, something like that. I mean,
yeah, around that 30 to 40 mil range.
The stock awards totaled 14.8 million in 2020, stock or whatever, the end of the year, but he basically tripled it. So, let's see. Only 6 likes. I guess there are a lot of apes here. Yeah, guess so. Oh, no, we have 13 now. I'm seeing 13, Manny. You need to refresh the page. So anyway, yeah, that seems to be the deal with that.
Oh, I guess Apefather, did he put out another new video? I see Manny posted a link in our Telegram, and he's going to take a break from making AMC videos after this 10-for-1 reverse split. I had enough.
Who's this now? Apefather?
I think that's what his name is. I don't know. In Telegram? I think that's what the Apefather is, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I've never separately
I
watched
decided
his
for a
videos.
little
I've only
bit,
seen them on your stream.
I'm going to take a break.
It's a good thing.
For making AMC videos. This 10-for-1 reverse stock split.
I'll slowly
really
get
pissed
there.
Me off. This really pissed me off. I'm friggin' angry, man. I'm
He's pissed.
disgusted with Adam Aaron. I'm disgusted with freaking Wall Street, with Gary Gensler, with everybody. I'm just disgusted. I think I just want to stick to things that make me happy for a little bit, you know, making videos about, you know, food. Food always makes me happy. You ask my
Food, you did say it.
when I'm eating. I'm in a restaurant, I'm like in my happy place. Look, I'm holding on to my AMC. That's it. We'll see what happens. You know, it seems like it's only going to take 4% of retail for this thing to go through 10-to-1 reverse stock split. So let's see if the people who are saying there's going to be a run, like Boss Blunts and AMC Bigums, let's see if they're right. But, you know, I also think of Tommy from the Bronx.
Let's see.
You might see day one when this thing happens, it might take a dump. We'll see what happens. But I'm disgusted. I just want to take a little break. But that doesn't mean I'm still going to be the ape father. I'm still going to call out the BS, you know, especially, you know, with Lou. None of that's going to change. That Mama Luke was one of the reasons I even got into AMC in the first place, because of that friggin' bald-headed buffoon. But that's not going to change. New York Angelo, niet! That's not going to change. Ape father, not good. Ape father in bad mood. So I'm still going to call out the BS, but I'm just going to focus on more things that make me happy, you know, like food videos, music videos, comedy videos. And, you know, AMC, there's really nothing else left to say. I think, you know, I think we all know where we stand. I think we all feel played. I think we all feel like, I hate to say it, but scammed in a way. I mean, you know, I know there's still people very optimistic, but listen, I'm not really so optimistic with it. I'm not. Not after this 10-for-1 announcement, this proposed 10-to-1 reverse stock split. But, you know what, sometimes it's good to take a little break, you know, from AMC and just, look, I got my shares. It is what it is. Focus on things that make me happy. Make videos that make me happy. Hopefully you still watch. Hopefully you're not sick of me, because I love you. And that's it. But I'm still holding with you. I'm still holding strong. I'm voting no. And that's it. Okay, God bless. Video is not financial advice. I'm not a financial planner. It's not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. This video and all my videos are for entertainment purposes only.
Wow. Really a sullen tone on him there. He's not happy.
They think they got scammed. They got scammed by the grifters in the community because they didn't do their research.
That's exactly right. You know, it's not very hard to lose money in the stock market if you don't know what you're doing. And you trust anything that anybody online says without even asking, without even knowing that you should ask for evidence. I don't know. It'd be like me walking into a casino, which I never do. Going to a craps table, which is one of the more complicated games in the casino, and you know, getting mad and throwing a hissy fit because I lost all my money, even though I've never played the game before. I don't understand the intricacies of it. Blaming somebody else, you know, I would never do that. I mean, I might go in and I might actually do that, but I wouldn't blame anybody except myself. You know, like,
I mean, anything you see on the internet, I mean, do they not use that common like phrase? I've always learned trust but verify.
Trust but verify. I mean, trust is even going a little bit too far for me, but you know, like, take it under advisement maybe, and definitely verify. Whether you trust or not, just verify. Like, that's the big part for me. But yeah. What do you guys honestly believe is going to happen with AMC? Jerry Evans is asking.
I mean, I'll say honestly, I'm holding puts. I'm holding January monthly puts on AMC. So I think the AMC is going to go down. I think that the price of the two stocks are going to converge probably around that $3 mark. It could be converged lower based on news for the stock. Like some other stuff could come out. But I mean, on the flip side, maybe good news comes out. Maybe there is another deal that comes out, which I highly doubt. But because on the current deal with Antara, they can't sell that much more ape. I think they can sell a maximum of $40 million worth more of ape, and that's about it. Until the deal finalizes and they do the meeting and everything. But so in the short term, I think that provided there's no different news if there's no new news coming out that changes the situation, I think that until the next 90 days or so, until we have that special shareholders meeting where they do the voting on the proposals, ape might continue to go up a little bit more, and AMC will continue to go down. Fundamentally, I've been tracking the domestic box office, and I'm waiting for that news time bomb to hit. I mean, right now we had some inklings that, hey, Avatar, yeah, it's doing good. The movie's doing great, but it's all been focused on worldwide. None of the news has really been hitting about slow domestic and how that affects theaters domestically in the US.
Yeah.
There hasn't been much news about that, but I'm waiting because
Yeah.
when I ran the numbers to run my EPS and the estimated revenue, when you basically do that for the earnings call, there's going to have to be a recalculation. Analysts are going to have to give out new price targets because their initial calculations that they gave out like months ago, AMC is going to come in way under that. That 1.2 billion revenue, AMC is going to come under $1 billion, I bet you. Unless they had stupid amount of merch sales, they're probably going to come under $1 billion in revenue, meaning they missed revenue by nearly 20 plus %. EPS, same thing. They're going to be negative, especially with the reverse stock split, negative 1 point something per share.
Yeah.
So once that news really hits, then stock's going to go down even more, I bet. Because I don't see any movies coming out in the next 30 days. That's really a big blockbuster. The only movie I see I had the breakdown. A Man Called Otto movie. I think that's the one with Tom Hanks. I think that's the only big release I see in January of 2023.
Well, we've got future. See, I always check the Hollywood Stock Exchange for some of this stuff too. This was a great find. It's not a real stock exchange. It's a game, really. It's a fantasy, but you can trade stock, quote unquote, stocks on movies, directors, actors, etc. So, by the way, Avatar is way down in the Hollywood Stock Exchange. It's way down from where it was. It didn't live up to the hype, I guess. But anyway, there was one that I saw on here. Ronan Boyle and the Bridge of Riddles. It's a DreamWorks animation film. It's coming out sometime. I don't know. It's new on here.
It already came out.
That's new.
IPO
Oh, it did
date,
come out?
December 24th.
That's when it came out on here. Like you could start
Oh,
trading
that
it on
doesn't
this.
correlate with the
Yeah.
date it actually came out. Okay.
No. I don't think. This is
Is that
upcoming.
a nationwide release though, or is it
I
just
think
a
so.
limited release?
I'm not sure. It's in the works. Anyway, that was one that I saw. I don't know if it's going to be big or not. Also, I don't know. The rest of these are out or whatever, but recent IPO. There's probably a better site to use for upcoming movies, but anyway, shoot.
I mean, I just went off Movie Insider and I just pulled up month by month.
Oh, okay. Movie Insider. There we go.
Then I can filter out to the specific month, and then I can filter out to, like, I want only nationwide movies that are coming out.
2023.
Yeah, Man Called Auto. Yep, that's Tom Hanks.
Whoops. Oh, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. It's coming out. That's it's a great. No, it's actually this guy Mark Manson. He's great. He's got a YouTube channel. He wrote this book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. And I guess you call it a
Yep,
self-help book. You know it? You familiar with it? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. I mean, I dig him. You know, he's got his videos are actually pretty interesting. Got an interesting perspective. But anyway, it's not going to be huge. It's not going to be like
Yeah,
it's not going to be as
limited
big as any
release,
of
it looks
these,
like.
right? Man Called Auto.
If you go up top, you can filter. Yeah, you can filter it. If you go up, there's a filter button, and then I changed it to nationwide.
Okay.
For scope.
The tax rate stays the same after we sell, if any profit. The tax rate.
Implications. Go talk to your tax accountant.
Yeah, I mean it's very dependent on your situation. Everybody's tax situation is different. A lot of variables there, so we can't speak to that. Viewership is slowly growing for the streams as more apes wake up to the reality of the situation. They will undoubtedly search out channels like this. Been a long time coming. Probably could have saved some money, but hey, it's not my problem. Plain the Devil Conspiracy. What is that about, Ken Griffin? It's about the Devil Conspiracy.
Oh.
It's about AMC.
I just feel bad for that guy. On one of your earlier videos, he had 37,000 invested, and he was only able to get out with 2,000. Ouch.
Oh yeah, the guy. Yeah, I don't know who that guy was. It's a video that somebody sent in. Yeah. I
So
mean,
he
yeah,
lost,
that's
what,
pretty
95%?
That's
Oh
terrible.
my god.
That's horrible. It's horrible. All right, let's see what this is here.
He might
Manuel
not have to pay
finds
taxes for the next several years.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, this is the Marine here.
Another.
Hell no, I want my
great
1,000 Lambos. Since when is our AMC shares our only Hondas? What? These guys are their analogies. And what is like Billy's gonna finally make it out of the hospital and he's gonna drive a Honda home. All right.
Those are only. You're gonna need a couple hundred shares to buy even a shitbox Honda.
Yeah, no, yeah, right. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom, so I'm gonna start this video and turn on my speakers, and I'll be right back in a couple minutes. Okay.
YouTube is blowing up with everyone that has opinion on this reverse stock split. Conversion, yes, I believe that was the plan all along. You know, we need to convert back in. Cool, I'll have 10,000 AMC shares, right? Reverse stock split. I have yet to hear anything that compelled me today amongst all the different videos I've tried to see, even though it's Christmas. And I continue to think about it, and I think Adam Aaron needs to answer more of these questions. But Phil, Phil for real, dude, I'm sorry, but using that analogy, no, I want my original 10 Hondas, or my 1,000 Hondas, because all we're doing is accepting. We're creating and we're spinning a narrative to accept what has happened. If you heard yourself the way you just said that, like, we just have to accept it because that's the only way, because Adam says it is. Think about that. A suit, a guy that does not live our life. And we're going to listen to that because we have to. But yet, and then everybody just sit back and what do you want to do? Sit back and not do anything? Me over here, I can laugh. You know why I can laugh? Because I've been asking you guys for how many months now to do something? How many months have I asked you to stand up because Adam Aaron ain't going to do it? The hedge funds ain't going to do it. Gary Gensler's not going to do it. I've asked you guys for how long? And you've done what? Good night. Think about that. I've been asking for how long? Very simple for us to stand up and create Mass Awareness Day. Step out across the United States. But you guys didn't put in the time to just talk about that or support me or push that. And now we're to the level of we just got to accept what's happening, because if we don't, we're not doing anything. And wouldn't you rather walk away with 10 Lambos? No, I wouldn't. I spent 2 fucking years fighting in this battle. I want what I'm deserved. And I don't want to have to compromise just because it makes me feel good. I don't want you guys to have to compromise because it gives you some kind of false hope to keep looking for. How much
What you
false hope
deserve?
are we even looking for?
What?
How many different things have been thrown out there? How many different things every tuber and everybody out there? Where's phase 6? Where's T90? Okay, we got 4 or 5 more days for that. God, let's hope that happens. But what you guys are forgetting is Adam Aaron needs to be the one to answer this. He needs to come out and tell us why a reverse stock split would help us. I get the conversion, but I don't get the reverse stock split. And I sure as hell don't want to go down from 10,000 shares to 1,000 shares, because do the math again, 10,000 shares at $100 a piece is a nice chunk of change. 1,000 shares at $100 a piece is a fraction of the change. It's really that simple when you look at the math. So no, compromising is not the answer. Compromising and giving in is not the answer. It still is not the answer. And I have yet to see anybody lay out a good, solid case, other than the fact, even my one video, we're screwed. And the reason why I said that video is because Adam Aaron has the votes. But we can push and we can fight back against it if we put enough data and information together and determine that it isn't. You got to look at the pros and cons. Pros and cons, not the twist the pros or twist the cons to fit so you feel comfortable about your trade. We need to look at this in a real way. What is the effects? What will it cause? Who's going to get paid and who's not? And you're going to sit there and tell me that we are 1,000% sure that Adam's going to do the reverse stock split down to 140 million shares is what it'll be. That's what Adam said. Is going to immediately turn around and dilute enough shares, and then we got somebody that's going to buy enough shares at $40 to $50 or $60 a piece to get enough money to pay off debt, so that paying off debt, it could kill the short thesis. But I'm gonna hit you with this. This is criminal. It's a criminal act. If we really believe in synthetics, they've been performing a criminal act for how long? So you think just because AMC was to get profitable or was to better their company that it's going to kill the
Criminal act, huh? Wow.
Of who?
Okay.
The illegal shorts or the legal ones?
Oh, God.
We're talking about the 100 million illegal ones that we know of, and we can help push
You
those.
you don't know of a single goddamn illegal short. What are you talking about that we know of? How much eggnog have you been drinking? Seriously. You don't know of shit. You know of nothing. You think that there must be, because you don't understand how the market works. But this nonsense with synthetic fucking shares. I mean, when will this die? When will this narrative die? Let's just make up some. Let's just say that they're cheating. Well, you know, they must just be. They're printing counterfeit money. They're printing counterfeit shares. There's no way that they have da 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 da. I mean, they look at they see every goddamn ortex update shows shares borrowed, shares returned, shares borrowed, shares returned. I don't, you know, it's like if they were illegally shorting something, why would they continue? Why would anybody be borrowing the shares? They would just be naked shorting it. And the reality is, for most entities and firms and funds and institutional investors, there is no way to naked short stock anyway, because your broker is the one who borrows the stock for you. And that's true at the prime broker level too. We don't find the shares. All we do is submit a sell order. Submit a sell order. The brokerage arranges the locate. They arrange the borrow. And boom, that's it. Like there's no naked short button on any platform.
What? But my friend Kenny G told me that they have a button, man. Come on.
Right. Well, Ken Griffin does. It's called selling it. It's called apes are buying it. It's called apes want to buy it on Webull or Robinhood or TD Ameritrade or Schwab or E-Trade or any other brokerage. Moo. And they can naked short it to you. I forget exactly the time frame. I think it's is it 90 seconds? Something like that. They have to do the opposite trade, basically, so they don't establish a position. But that's different than, a positional short position. Well, it's a short position. The market makers they're not establishing a position at all. And then when you talk about that, then they're like, well, but they're still selling something they don't have. Okay.
Oh, John Bennett? Is that the same John Bennett that goes on Morant's Rants?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it is on that chat.
I'm not familiar.
I've heard him talk on when Morantz used to hold some of his Twitter Spaces calls before his account got
He
permanently
said,
suspended.
yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
Oh,
This
John.
seems like a guy who cares about fundamentals. Let me tell you. Too bad he missed our fundamentals discussion a little bit ago. We were talking about debt and shares outstanding and debt to equity ratio and net income and all that stuff. All John's favorite metrics to value a company.
What I keep on seeing the same type of argument thrown on Reddit and Twitter and all the different social media platforms that the reason why they're voting no for the reverse split is because, hey, if I have 1,000 whatever X number of shares and it reaches 100 or whatever price that they name, and when they do the reverse split, they only have 10 times less shares, so they're going to have 10 times less money profit because of the reverse split. Why are they putting a fixed number on their supposed squeeze? That I don't understand. If you're thinking it's going to squeeze to 100 that $100 value add pre-split,
Right.
why aren't you talking about it going to 1,000 then?
Right.
Why are you capping it back at 100? Is there
That's
some sort of institution that says, "Oh, yep, squeeze ends at 100 or a fixed value"? Like, where's the logic behind these apes?
Yeah, I mean,
Morantz has been silenced for talking out the wrong hole.
yeah, he's talking about the GameStop hole, which coincidentally is a shithole. So,
I mean,
yeah,
love
I
the guy.
noticed that.
I mean,
Yeah, I noticed that too. What you're saying. Anyway, go ahead.
no, I mean, I've listened to Morantz a lot. He's a pretty smart guy. I just don't understand his absolute obsession with GameStop. I think that both AMC and GameStop are both doomed to fail.
Yeah.
But he understands the situation at AMC so well.
It's like, how can he not
understand it with GameStop? Yeah.
Well, it seems like he bought into the GameStop, the whole GameStop is free of debt
And
thing. You know, like
I mean,
that
the
was
debt is. I understand the debt part
yeah,
because the
sure.
financial statements will support it, but I don't understand the super bullishness of this NFT marketplace. Was it Immutable X or whatnot?
Right. I
And
mean,
how
yeah,
they're going to
about a year
become this
late on that.
digital monster.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
don't
it's funny.
understand.
Like, it's so crazy to me, like GameStop and AMC and all these companies, but GameStop and AMC, like GameStop with the NFT thing. Like maybe last year, maybe if they had actually been forward thinking and forward looking before, they would have been able to, you know, like get in on the trend of it. And like AMC, you know, is trying to do all this crap. Like, I mean, I can't wait to see how many meetings they had, how many Zoom rooms they sold, you know. Okay, like that. Well, people have been using Zoom for 2 years now. Why would they drive to a movie theater to do it, you know? Or popcorn. It's not like you can't buy popcorn in the stores already. Thankfully, now AMC is going to be bringing popcorn to the grocery store for the first time in ever. Like, doesn't like all this shit is like too far reactionary for it to actually do anything, in my opinion. And the NFT marketplace is like the most egregious example of just comic tardiness in like a business trend. Like you literally came out with this in at the worst fucking time when during the crypto winter. I mean, it's laughable, really, to me. AMC will run past $100, no problem. I don't know what dollars are, but um, run past $100. I mean, like, I don't see
Can you
the
explain
basis
that
for that.
$100? Yeah, what's your
Like, why?
evidence to
How?
support that it'll run to past 100? Give us supporting evidence. Give us data. Besides
That
these tinfoil hats of naked shorts, 8 quadrillion synthetic shares and wrapped
yeah, right.
wrapped
FTX,
Ethereum
wrapped
shitcoins.
Ethereum tokens, right? Uh, okay. I'm gonna let this play out a little bit more. I'm making some food here, for myself, so I'll be like, you know, in and out, but I'm just gonna play this and
Okay.
so we can.
What you
And let's.
going
I was gonna say too, Bad Back should come in the voice channel too, in Telegram, and you know, throw his 2 cents in here if he wants to. You know, come on in. All right, I'll be back in a minute.
for? But I thought we were going for Moass. And I thought we were going to expose the actual criminality of this. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Just because the company gets in better shape, and I don't even know why we're at this point. That's how desperate we are. We have to keep the company alive. Save Billy, because it's the only way that we might see our money back. You see the fucked upness in that? Does anybody understand
You
that?
don't save the
Why are we
company, it
bending
goes under.
and
The
making
shorts win.
stories to
Period.
fit so that we feel favorable and comfortable with the decision we made? Where's the fight? Where's to dig down deep inside and fight that you would have had instead of bending stories to feel good about ourselves? We don't need to bend anything. We need to look at reality. And we need answers. Literally, answers. Adam Aaron, your job is to tell us how a reverse split is going to help us. Because at this point, the way it looks, reverse stock split's only going to help one person and one person only. Potentially AMC, and, like I said, until we find out more, potentially the executives of AMC, depending on how.
The executive of AMC. Okay. What do you say, Bad Back?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening?
Have a good
Merry Christmas. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. I know you did with your power back on.
Oh man, yeah, that would have been shitty, man. I wasn't expecting it to come back on until after Tuesday,
Yeah.
but knock on wood, it worked. But
Good.
man, I've been seeing the Telegram, man. I took a couple hours off and I just got caught up with it. These people are as delusional as ever, man. They don't know. They're so like spun around. They don't even know which way is straight. Like,
Yep.
it's sad, man. It really is.
It's yeah. I mean, it's like I think you're talking about something like what I'm showing on the screen here. Oh, not that. Quarter 4 is going to be really good. 2 movies at over 900 million already. It's good. So we talked
They
about
don't
how,
understand.
yeah, that's
I don't think they understand that that money doesn't all go to AMC.
well, there's that, and they also are talking about global or what you call it, international or worldwide. Thank you. Figures, which is like, okay, you just picked the highest number. That's why you went with that number because it's the highest one and you could hype it. And it's the same shit they've done all the time with this. Yep.
Yeah, they're really. It really is amazing that they've been in it that long and still have yet to even grasp the basic workings of how the market runs. Like even the basics of like supply and demand. A lot of them are just uneducated to it, which is remarkable. They put in that much time.
They're not accepting new information. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
they continue to remain ignorant. They're not open to listening to any other points of views. So there's no way for them to learn and get out of that situation, it seems like. So the
Yeah,
only way
they do close off any challenging to any views, any like questioning or
Or they
calling
take
out
it
or,
they take it personally, they take it
shut it down.
emotionally. Yeah,
Yeah,
right. It's
exactly.
like you're attacking their mother or something. Like it's like you're saying some shit about their mom. Like, no, I
Yeah,
mean,
you would want to think if you have money in something that you're gonna always that you want to be open minded and hear
that's what I thought.
challenging views just to strengthen. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
really have fell for the um fucking fairy tale of them being able to never work again and be
Hmm.
millionaire. You know what I mean? Like it's pathetic and just really just is sad that grown people can be this naive, man.
Hmm.
Like they don't even understand the reverse split. They're mad about like I seen something that you had someone posted that said they're mad that there's 1,000 shares of AMC will be turned into 100 shares, and they're mad because they won't be able to sell those 1,000 shares for 100K each, which is absolutely retarded. AMC, if it sees double digits again without them doing the reverse split, I'd be amazed. And if it does do the reverse split, it's a fucking it's a countdown clock to death.
Hmm. Yeah.
Man, these people could have fucking made so much money in this volatile market this last year and
Oh yeah.
made back some, if not all, of their losses, man. But they haven't learned shit. And like Shadow said, they refuse to accept any new information. They refuse to learn.
Yep.
It's mind-boggling.
Right. Yeah. I
what's
mean,
so
it's
stupid about AMC, they won't be any smarter doing trades for any other ticker. So maybe AMC is saving themselves from losing money even faster.
Yeah. The one thing I
maybe
haven't jumped
that's
over
one
is
way to
like
look at it.
the Lou plays. Crazy, he's like 0 for 4 now, I think. If they want to get rich quick. That's what it is. They
Yeah.
want a lottery ticket.
Oh,
And
well, let me tell you. I mean, last year, 2021, how many times? I mean, I heard it many times. This little saying, it's not every day that you could go into a convenience store and know that you're buying a winning lottery ticket. That's how they thought of it. They thought of it as a guaranteed win lottery ticket. Like you went in and you knew that you were going to win when you bought that lottery ticket. That's what buying AMC was like last year.
Yeah.
Word for word. They said that. It's crazy.
They were saying it when it was in the 50s.
Yes, right. Last summer. Mm-hmm.
Who don't, I wouldn't, because people, I went into this live streams with certain influencers, right? I've been watching some of their live streams, and people would be asking them like, well, if we know it's going to drop, and this was when it was like in the 50s and 40s. If we know it's going to drop, should we sell? Should I sell now and then wait to get a better price to get back in? That way I can get more shares. And these fucking influencers were telling them, do what you want to do, but I wouldn't do that because when it rips, it's going to be so fast and you're not going to be able to get back in quick enough. So imagine in a snap of a finger, it's shooting up to 100, 200, 500. You won't be able to get back in. So I do what you want, but I'm telling you, I would, you know what I mean? Like trying to absolve them themselves of the bullshit they're saying, but it cost so many people money. I've seen it, and it's that sickens me, man. It sickens me.
Yep, and
for a pot of gold that never was. If you didn't get in before June of 2021. Then
that's it.
You were basically just exit liquidity and bag holding. That's it.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's it. I mean, what else? You know, what else can you say? I mean, that's why I bought call options at the end of May last year, because I heard how it.
And they don't understand the reason for the pump was all that extra money that was just shoved to people.
Oh yeah.
That didn't have to work, that didn't have to pay bills or rent while COVID shit was going on. So everybody was stuck in the house, didn't have to pay bills, and were given a bunch of free fucking money.
Yep.
That ain't never happening again. You know what I mean? Like that was a once in a
lifetime occurrence. Yep.
There's not enough liquidity. There's not enough. They don't have enough liquidity to make it move like that ever again. It's just
right.
And it's how diluted it is now too. You gotta understand when that move happened, that was before Mudrick. He did them sales to Mudrick, so they were under a 500,000. They were at like, I believe it was like 200 or 300 million shares.
The GameStop squeeze, AMC had about 225 million shares. That was the GameStop squeeze.
So that was in March, I believe, March of 21, or February or something like that. It was early 21. And now they're gonna, with this ape shit, is just killing. I mean, it sucked all the liquidity out. What was it when Ape was released? How much was AMC at that time? It was like 15
well,
17, something like that, wasn't it?
Like 20, I think.
I'll be right back, guys. Keep going. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think it was around like upper teens, low 20s. And Ape has just sucked all that money out of it.
I mean, the whole purpose of Ape was to dilute, to raise cash. I mean, Adam Aaron told all the investors, like, hey, this is what it's for. And then everyone, all these apes, these retail investors, they got the Pikachu shocked face, like, oh my God, why are my shares going down in value?
And what's crazy is he waited until it was like whatever, $1.66, $2 till he before he started to dilute it. The day it was released, I think it jumped up to 10, and I think closed at like 7 or something. So he waited all them months until it dropped down to like $2, under $2 to start diluting it. Should have just came out the gate doing it if that's really what they wanted to do to raise money.
I think that was also like a PR. There might have been some regulations as opposed to how quickly you could sell off after the initial new class of shares. But also, I think it was more of a PR move where if you immediately sold it at the peak, then I think some of the people would have really heavily pushed back and be like, oh my God, like this guy is an absolute fraud of a CEO. He's just stealing our money.
You know what would be interesting that I haven't looked at and I haven't seen anybody bring this up is that even though AMC board members and Adam Aaron, the only shares they really have left are unvested, right? So they can't sell them. They have to wait for the remaining shares that they have to vest before they can sell them. So all this shit about I'm a stockholder in the company, yeah, by force. But anyway, those shares, when Ape was released, did they get Ape as well? And if they did get Ape, were they restricted from selling that preferred dividend, or were they able to dump it on day one? And how much Ape do the insiders have left? You know what I mean?
They received Ape. I know that for sure. It was in the filings, and including they kept Ape. They have some Ape in reserve for the equity plans. But the restrictions is for selling that. That I'm not sure.
Because think about it.
I haven't heard anything
If you're
about that
Adam
either.
Aaron, and you're the board, and you have AMC shares that aren't vested, so you can't get rid of them. If you make that Ape dividend, it's a way to get around having to wait for them shares to vest. You know what I mean? You can just dump your Ape dividend if you're allowed to do it. That's why I'm interested to wonder if they had any type of restriction for unvested shares, if you're not allowed to sell or get rid of the preferred dividend, if you had to wait for the shares to vest before you could sell. Otherwise, because if it isn't, that's a slick ass way to dump.
I mean, they still have that percentage based on their salary. So you have to have X amount of like shares.
AMC shares, right? But the preferred dividend, you got, if I had 100 AMC shares, I got 108, right? But if I only have to keep a certain amount of AMC shares, can I just dump my 8?
No, I'm saying no, I understand that. I'm saying the wording in the contract might have stated that, hey, it's the overall holding of any shares within the company. It's not just restricted to a specific class of shares.
Gotcha. Okay.
We would have to know their like contract, their employment compensation contract, I guess, then.
I mean, that would be interesting to find out, you know what I mean? Because that could really shed some light on the true meaning behind that shit. Because if they could get rid of it, that'd be a slick way to get around that that rule and just dump.
I mean, this is the type of questions that AMC investors should be asking Adam Aaron when they meet them at his showings at AMC theaters. Like, these are the questions you should be asking him. See if he answers them. I bet you he goes quiet or he tries to spin it a different way.
Yeah, but they all fangirl out. They have a line, they go up to him one by one, and they just fucking giggle and fucking smile and, oh, I love you. You don't know how many. Like, it's retarded. I've yet to see one video posted of any buddy going up and talking to him, asking him any type of legit questions. Like, yeah, they might ask, like, what about the shorts? What about, he always deflects because he knows there ain't no such thing as synthetic shorts. It's just, I don't know. He's a hell of a manipulator, man.
Oh yeah. Here's this came out, I don't know, yesterday, something like that. CEO Adam Aaron's secret interview about AMC's new float. This is Benji, so beware.
I don't
press releases, so we have to
Nothing.
ask.
It's
Good.
not
One to
even
one.
secret.
Okay.
Just do the
reverse
math.
10 to 1. Yes.
All right, let's see what he says.
Press releases, so we have to ask. Good. One
to
to one. Okay. And a reverse split 10 to 1.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's after we put it together.
And how many shares would that be if we put them all together?
So we have about 1.4 billion. So
Right now?
we could go down to 140 million.
Okay. 1.4 total is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you.
We do have a new article to go through. Ape stock skyrockets 133.
Okay, well, that wasn't anything. That was nothing.
I think these idiots don't understand. They think it somehow is taking away from the dilution.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's less shares, so it's less diluted. No, it's not. It's the same. You know what I mean? Like I really think like some people are confused about that.
Yeah. So, wait a minute. Oh, we were looking for Al from Boston. That's right. So what happens if you have 9 shares? If you hold 9 shares and the reverse split thing goes through, what happens then? Do they pay you out? Do you end up with fractional? Does anybody know?
That'll depend on your broker, I think. If your broker does deal with fractionals, they'll give you some sort of fraction, or else they might just sell it and give you X amount of dollars for your shares.
Because I know that sometimes they use these reverse splits to get rid of, basically get rid of small shareholders like that. I mean, I've read about that.
Yeah, I could see that.
And it really just leaves your big shareholders. I mean, maybe not with a 1 to 10, but or 10 to 1, 25 to 1 or more. I don't know.
They get caught up. People getting caught up in this. All they really have to do is look at the financials.
Ladies and gentlemen,
read
this
the
is
earnings report.
Right.
And you can tell, like, I don't understand how they haven't grasped this yet, that it's not a profitable company. It's not going to be a profitable company. And unprofitable companies can exist, but that's because they offer some type of
right.
Like AMC doesn't offer anything. Like it's not a tech company. It's just a fucking outdated business model.
It's a 100-year-old business model. Yep. Well, here, let's see what let's see what Al said about this 3 days ago. Sorry, 3 days ago. He hasn't put out a video for 2 days, so I don't know. He's missing. We'll have to put out a search party at some point. Hope he's okay. India is a rough place sometimes. I don't know. Or Pakistan or wherever the fuck he is.
Everybody, it's Al from Boston. Let's kick it off. All right, so hell of a morning. I want to explain to you what's going on really quickly, and then we're going to have a space call tonight. I'm going to give you just a quick down and dirty, okay? A 1 to 10 reverse split, right, is the worst thing that could happen, right? And this means the shorts would have the advantage on this, and that reeks to me. Why all of a sudden 1 to 10 reverse split? What the fuck? A reverse split? People think, oh, you're going to have a little run up. No, you're not going to have a run up. That's the first thing you need to understand. They have shares parked in the dark pool. They have shares parked.
Parked in the dark pool.
They have shares parked on the regular exchanges waiting for this. And right now, and I'm going to be the first one.
What does that even mean?
The first one to say it, but this is not like this is like the worst thing you could happen. That means the bondholders are being taken care of. The shorts are being taken care of. But you know who's not being taken care of? AMC shareholders. It is the worst thing you could possibly imagine. A 10 to 1. Ape was supposed to be 1 to 1. That was the premise. Now it's 10 to 1. Oh, well, why don't we just hand that over to them? I don't fucking think so. You're out of your mind if you think that's going to happen. Somebody got to the. There's just no way that he comes out with this. Just what do I do next? Boom. Oh, I'll do a 10-1 or a 1-10 rather. Yeah. It's just no, you guys. The loss.
But part of it is the other half of it is merging the two, right? Into a new ticker with 1.4 whatever billion. So it's a combined.
Ape came out. Telling them like it's not good. It's delusion. No, it's a way to count the shorts. Count the shorts. To get it.
Right. So yeah, you're getting your 1-to-1 conversion. I mean, the reverse split part, I mean, does that change anything for a short position? I don't think it does it? What would it change?
The value remains the same. The value of your short position stays the same. It's just you move the decimal place over. That's all you do.
Yeah, right.
People
yeah,
think
like as it
shares are going to be that much more difficult to locate, harder to borrow. So the cost to borrow percentages are going to go up, and that's going to force everyone to cover their shorts, and it's going to Moass. Like,
I mean,
how many understand the market mechanics?
No,
and how it works. At the fundamental basics of how the market works, they're uneducated. They just ran with this crazy conspiracy fairy tale about them making fake shorts, and they just they don't know how it works, and they've learned the wrong way, and they refuse to accept.
Yeah.
I don't think the ones that are left in this are true zealots. You know what I mean? You might have a couple people that literally are stuck in it and asking questions, but they're just stuck in it because of how much they invested.
Right.
But the majority of the people left in this AMC play thing are zealots.
Yep.
And you ain't gonna
not gonna change their mind. They're the hold to zero people. I'm gonna hold to zero or I'm gonna be a millionaire. There's no third option. Which is like
so what they mad about? They're getting what they want. You didn't want no one to make don't bitch about the reality.
You're cutting in and out there.
No, my bad.
It's all right. Let's continue with Al.
The shareholder value would be tremendous, and there would not be a run like you saw in Cosm. It's not going to be like that. It's just not going to be like that. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, we won't even break $10-15, and it will be such disappointment that you would voted yes on this fucking split. And I'm telling you right now, this will blow up in your face. This will absolutely blow up in your face. And you know what?
If it's only going to be $10-15, that means it would have to go down to $1.50 before the reverse.
Yeah.
So
and what's crazy is influencers like him are going to use this as a scapegoat to be like, I was right, but you guys, this is what ruined it. Not the fact that they've been wrong the whole fucking time.
I think they're all looking for a way out. I think he's looking for a way out. I think we've heard it from a lot of people, actually. We've heard it from him. We've heard it from the Ape Father. We've heard it from Frankie Muhammad, Lou, various people. All these people, are signaling, saying things like, if there even is a Moass and stuff like that. What happened to those diamond balls?
And keep their credibility.
Exactly.
Be able to grift.
Then they can say, hey, see, I told you.
Yep. And they can always say, it isn't my fault. This ruined it. Oh, you've been wrong every step of the way. Anything these influencers have predicted has come to fruition. Not one goddamn thing. They've been wrong about every fucking
everything, every step of the way. And you know what the responses are? You guys are some big jokes. Or stuff like, here, let me throw
Pride,
something at you.
manipulation.
Let me throw something at you that can't be proven or disproven. Like, it's on you to, if you're going to say that there are counterfeit shares, which show,
Yeah,
first
the
of all,
onus is on them to provide
yes,
proof. They come
yes.
at you
And
and
they
be like, "Well, you tell me why there isn't."
prove
You
that there
tell me there
aren't.
isn't. No.
It's not how it
I don't
works.
have to prove the reality of the situation. You come up with a counter reality, you prove it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So, anyway.
What? If you want to be a part of that, that's on you. But I'm telling you right now, you're not going to get your run. It'll be a shitty run, and they'll dump all those orders. They'll do exactly what they did to Consum. They'll put it on halt for 30 days, and then they'll drop shares every day because it's Citadel. They trade after hours. They're allowed to, and they don't get in trouble. So when you wake up, it'll be like a 50-cent stock. They'll dump everything they got, and then they'll say, "Oh, shareholders, they were all dumping it." That's what's going to happen. This is a fucking con job. All right. It'd be one thing if it was 1-to-1. I could swallow that. I take a little bit of the dilution, but 1-to-10 in a reverse stock split, no, my friend, that is loss of shareholder value. I trust.
No, it's not.
The benefit of the doubt, but you know what?
You can't have
There
a
are guys that
1-to-1
saw right through
reverse
this guy's
split.
con, and
Yeah, what is that?
he
That doesn't
talking
make any
about?
sense. It makes no sense. What are you talking about? Like, it
You're a
already is
fucking idiot.
1-to-1. The Ape to AMC is already 1-to-1. That's 1-to-1. Oh my God.
Wasn't one of them, unfortunately.
And the sad
This
thing
was a
is, their follower base is this uneducated and this far removed from reality that they buy into anything that comes out of this dickhead's mouth,
Yeah, it's wild.
no matter how farcical it is.
Right. So
Go ahead.
Al is anti. Al is vote no. But AMC Bigham's is vote yes, right? He's a vote yes guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Casey Shaw is a vote yes guy too.
Oh, really? Huh.
His little father. Yeah, I think his thing is that he says Adam Aaron wouldn't do it if he didn't have a master plan, and he thinks something's going on behind the scenes that he can't tell us. And he
right,
some
right.
stupid shit. Oh, trust me, bro, shit. But they get like 500, 1,000 viewers a clip that all follow their dumbass fucking stupid.
Right. All right, let's
bad
finish
move.
this fucking thing.
I will not be voting for this reverse stock split. I want it to remain to what it is. I'd rather take the loss of Ape, what I own in Ape, than take a loss in AMC overall. AMC can still run.
What?
And we can still make money. But this whole thing, I'm telling you right now, the conversion is the biggest thing, right? It's like if you're doing 10-to-1, you know how much that means, all right? 10-to-1 means the shorts get to use whatever they have with Ape, whatever they bought, which is a tremendous amount, right? And you get, I mean, you know how crazy that sounds? That's like a madman thing. It's a screw job. It is a huge.
Does he know why they're doing the reverse
job.
split?
Huh?
They're gonna be down so low if they don't, that they're gonna kick that at a fucking what you call them?
Right, exchange.
So this at least builds up, yeah. So they see it coming.
Right.
It's going to happen.
Reverse
so this
splits.
Is a way to buy time.
Yeah, basically.
Life at least.
And to try to boost investor confidence. Because if it stays under $3 for any length of time, that's not good. Beyond the exchange delisting thing. It just,
I think $4 is their thing where they start to get in trouble with the amount they have to have in reserve, the amount of money or whatever. I can't remember what it's called. Fuck.
Yeah.
Goodwill or something like that.
Okay.
They will short it to death while they're covering 10-to-1. They're out of their minds. And anyone, I mean, people are saying, "Oh, this is a great." No, you don't understand corporate finance and what's happening here. and what's happening on the stock market. There's an interplay between what's happening with the 10-to-1 split, reverse stock split, and covering if you're a short position. There's a reason why there was 43 billion FTDs. They'll be able to cover the entire lot if the conversion goes through.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
43 billion? No.
Let me
What the
break it
fuck?
down. So this is the easiest way to understand what is going on. All right. If anybody's ever seen the movie Goodfellas, right? Remember, have you seen the movie Goodfellas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. You remember when the guy with the restaurant went in partners with Paulie to get protection? And then once they be partnered with the mob, they came in and fucking just ran the credit, the company's credit up and sold all the shit out at a loss because it's all cash anyway. They basically are busting out the joint. The bondholder, they have lent AMC so much money they cannot afford to pay back.
Right.
It's a bust out. This is what happens to unprofitable, debt-ridden companies. It's a bust out. No ways around it. So the bondholders are going to get paid. Yeah, they're always shorting it on the
right. Yeah, they're the first to get paid. They're going to be the first to recover.
They should have thought of this before they invested in a shit company.
Right.
Like what the fuck? You're mad about, again, reality. Like this wasn't sprung. If you'd have read the financials and earnings reports over just say the last year, okay? Say 2021, you were all hyped out. It's easy to understand, all right?
Yeah.
It was crazy. It went to 70 something, stayed in the 50s, 40s. So I can understand that. But in 2022, from the beginning of 2022, you just started looking at financials and paying attention, not to what he says on earning reports, but actually looking at the earning reports themselves. There's no way this is a surprise. It's a bust out, man. I mean, what is he going to do? He's got to keep the company alive. He fucking made money on the way. If it's so great, they never ask him this.
Yeah. I know what you're going to ask him.
Estate planning. If it's so great, why the fuck did you, not only you, but your whole fucking board, sold every available share that they were allowed to that was vested?
And they haven't bought one
fucking share in years. So if the company's so great, why do we have to buy everything? Why haven't y'all, who are multimillionaires, can't y'all buy like $10,000 worth of shares? That ain't gonna hurt y'all.
Right.
But they won't even do that because they know it's pissing away money.
$50 a month, $50 million a month, roughly.
Like they go to this dickhead smiling and laughing at everything he says and fucking are starstruck, and not one of them. I'm tired of that estate planning shit. Like, all right, whatever. They haven't even bought $10,000 worth of shares. As a good, everybody on the board, we all buy $10,000 worth of shares.
Just as a symbolic thing.
Buckets of multimillionaires.
Right.
But it would show like the shareholders, at least we're pitching in too.
Right, we're all in this together.
They could literally Adam Aaron could take $10,000 and flush it down the toilet and it wouldn't affect him one fucking bit. And he still won't put it into AMC. So that tells you how bad the fucking shit is.
So Tim Dixon says they must reverse split to avoid being below $5 a share. Yes, it can be shorted again, but it's getting more risky due to the debt market where AMC is gaining leverage. They're gaining leverage. That's why I said $100 million is hardly leverage when you owe $5 billion. And he says
it's barely
$100 million is not much, but the ability for Adam to negotiate debt at 40%. But the only reason that was possible is because of the money that
the majority of the company.
Its value is showing banks that shorting it is getting riskier. I don't know where anyone gets this idea that shorting AMC is risky, but that is not true. That's ignorant, my friend. That is 100% ignorant, okay? It's just not, I mean, come on. Like, you're going to have to do better than that. It's not risky. Where do you get the fucking idea that it's risky? Like, I mean, yeah, I accidentally sent that. Yeah, I wouldn't be proud of that statement either. Like, cost to borrow? Cost to borrow? Really, we're going to go down the cost to borrow road. Okay, all right.
Down over a whole year.
I mean, cost to borrow. Really. I mean,
Like,
see,
I
this
don't
is
know. Those type of people like that, they refuse to accept. You know what I mean, like they're in their mind.
11%. 11%. Oh, that's an ape. Sorry, that's an ape. 30%. 30%. Okay, on a $4 stock. I mean, so you're talking about $1.20 per year.
For years.
Per year. So you're talking about like 0.003 of a cent per share per day.
Are closing out every time it drops 50 cents to a dollar and then reopening again. That's why you see these little peaks and valleys, closing and reopening, profit
Right.
taking.
You got all muffled. Like, I don't know if you
No, it's just dumbass internet.
Hmm.
But it's not like they're holding these shorts for years, for months. They're closing constantly, taking profits, reopening. That's why you're seeing peaks and valleys. Short, and the peaks of AMC are short closing.
Right. Oh yeah.
So you see it run up like 30+% shit. That's
Yep.
mass short closing.
Um,
And then they reopen at a higher position and make money and do the same fucking thing.
I had all these lines here. These lines are like, well, there's a couple more I didn't add in, but they're like peaks. They're like the peaks of the pumps, the vertical lines on there, and they believe they correspond. Oops, they're on a new price scale. A lot of them correspond to in the market, overall market, when we had these bear market rallies. Most of them, I mean, throughout 2022 at least, line up precisely with it. I mean, Tim didn't know that shorts are taking profits. So I mean, that's what 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 else do you think would cause these big runs here? And especially when you
I'm sorry, it's not retail and people buying shit.
it's
Motherfuckers
not
ain't got no
real,
money
yeah,
to buy mass
right,
amounts.
yeah,
Like, this ain't COVID where people are getting free money and able to put that much money to cause those runs. And if you notice, lower highs, lower lows.
mm-hmm.
Law of diminishing returns. Every pump's gonna be less, and every dive is gonna be deeper. It's how it works.
You can really see it on the weekly.
Closing positions out. The farce of shorts are still underwater from
God.
2020.
Oh,
is
jeez.
absolutely retarded.
Mm-hmm.
They've been closing this whole time. When it was at 70 something, reopened shorts, closed it. When it dropped to 60, reopened again, dropped the like they've been profit taking this whole time. Look at all the hedge funds. You had in 2021 some that got screwed over on the run up. But since then, they're fucking making record profits.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All this shit about Citadel. Citadel is making record amounts of money. Like, it's insane. And just because you don't get me with the assets on management is lower. If y'all don't, it's a hedge fund. People cash out. That means you're gonna have lower assets under management, especially when the market takes a shit. People are fucking getting out, so you're gonna have lower assets. Look at their profits.
Right. Yeah, that's all you have to do. I mean, and another thing too, like, I mean, this plays into what we've been talking about this for a while, but all these moves are symmetrical. Like, no run up not one of these pumps is not followed by a dump that's practically the same, like this opposite.
Yeah.
Every time. The little ones, the big ones, always without fail. Why do we think that, I don't know what people think this is. I mean, yeah, of
There are
course you
other
have some natural
reasons.
selling, but I mean, by this point, especially
If
this
they
year.
don't think people have sold, apes have sold and gotten out over this whole year, they're crazy. There is
Yeah.
no 4 million apes, right? That number ain't people have been selling this whole time. They're not going to tell you they sold because they don't want to hear your shit. They don't want to get
Right.
fucking harassed online.
Yeah. Right. I mean, and this is interesting. Like, you look at this volume profile from this is like this year. Let me make it.
No.
It's like just like this. Let me make it bigger. So we go. Maybe make it a little bigger, wider. There we go. So I have it centered on. It's like just just from the beginning, from year to date. This year to date. You look at these price levels like 20. Any basically above like 15, 20, 16, 17 to 20 to 21. It's mostly selling at these higher levels here. You know, if you slide back to last year and look at the highest levels, and this is adjusted. This is split adjusted. So this would be 70. This is 72 peak right here in June. But because it's adjusted for the split, it's only goes up to like 44 or whatever.
Right.
But up here, look at how much buying is at the top. Like a lot of, and you go even in closer on a 4-hour chart, you can see it too. If I can get out enough here. Yeah, you can
Man,
see.
that's sick, man.
I mean, all this buying at the top, at the peak here. And now, I mean, you had a decent amount of selling. I mean, here this is symmetrical, but I mean, by and large, if you zoom in and on its closer time frames and whatnot, you'll see that there's a lot of buying up here, a lot of buying. And now it's just interesting that what do you see now? I mean, you see a lot of these. Let's see, year to date. There it is, mostly red selling. And it's what goes up must come down,
And not only
basically.
that, but just look at the volume the stock needed to make that
Yeah.
run to 70. They're not touching that nowhere near. I mean, we're talking
yeah.
billion plus in a day.
Here's
Share
yeah.
volume.
I think this was 766 million on June 2nd. Or, maybe look at it by week. So these are weekly candles. I mean,
They're never going to get that
weekly
volume.
candles over 2 billion shares. And during the GameStop squeeze, you had over 3 billion shares traded in a week. Which by the way does not mean that there's naked shorts. It does not mean that there's synthetic shares. It's not what that means at all. At all. So let's just stop that right there.
Multiple times. See, what they have to do is learn the basics, not the conspiracy shit. All right.
Right.
Regardless of what you think is going on, get that out of your head. Learn the actual basics of reality when it comes to the market mechanics and how the market operates, and what makes a stock go up, what makes a stock go down.
Yep.
What supply and demand is. Fucking learn that.
The boring basic shit.
Is not the short's fault.
Yeah.
Company goes bankrupt because of mismanagement and debt.
And that's the same for Toys R Us. Same for Blockbuster, same for Circuit City. Naked short sellers had nothing to do with that.
Now, some
Toys R Us was private. Toys R Us wasn't even publicly traded at that point. They weren't even publicly traded. They have been taken private. They were under private equity. They weren't even publicly traded. Yet these people still say short sellers bankrupted Toys R Us. It's so ignorant. Sorry, go ahead. Fuck.
borrow a lot of this stuff. These bondholders get seats on the board. See, just like how what was the Chinese company that used to be
Wanda.
Wanda. Yeah, they got seats on the board. And what happens is they look out for their own interests and start busting out the company from the inside with debt because they want to get their money back that they lent.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. You can look at it and say that's predatory, but that's how the system is. You need
Same with
money
Mudrick.
for them. They didn't force you to take the money.
Right. It's just probably the same with Mudrick and
Yeah,
the whole
same exact thing.
Wyckoff mining thing. Oh, you want to talk about burning cash? What about Wyckoff mining? Highcroft mining. Another great
That's a hustle.
idea. Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
like, what is a movie theater company? Like what? Like that's just pissing away money. And he talked all that shit since we did our, like, I think that when he announced that they did it or whatever, we're up 30-some%. Yeah, like the first week or something. Now look at it.
Yeah, it's literally back down to where it was before, essentially. It's back to where it was in January.
What was the AMC going to do? Turn into a fucking hedge fund? Flip the shares real quick and then start doing that type shit? No. It was some type of backroom deal that Mudrick worked out when they lent them money and then he gave them shares when they needed them. And that's how shit is. Like Adam Aaron is the fucking hustle.
He's a goner for sure. Manny says more gold in CSI's mouth than in Hivecroft's vaults.
Oh, that's fucked up.
It's fucked up, but it's probably true.
Oh, man. That's hilarious, man.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. So let's see. The Ape trading volume was 180 and 149 million on Thursday and Friday, respectively, last week. 180 million. I think that's the highest volume it's the highest volume that's seen.
Because a lot of people now are seeing that it's going to get the parity or whatever, and if they do the reverse split, you want to be an 8 to get the ball. You don't want to be an AMC. But some people are playing that.
Gotcha muffled there.
Who was the guy that was playing the 8 parity? The trader guy.
Jim Chanos.
Yeah. He got in it way too early though, because he got in it at like, what was it, $5-6 a share?
Yeah. Oh, the arbitrage.
Man. He got billions, man. So
yeah, right. So he can wait it out.
Unlike what abuser of intellect, Jim Chanos is the guy that has that ability to average down a lot.
Oh, right.
Dickheads talk shit like he was some stock genius. I pulled one of his tweets where he said he bought a shitload of Ape shares at $7 and some change or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not going to average down to make yourself nowhere near even if you got that high of a cost basis.
So I'm proud of us, Shadow Stars. So you search for User of Intellect on YouTube, and the first video that comes up is yours, and the next one that comes up is mine. Yours is from a year ago, mine's from 10 months ago. So we've been calling out this clown for a long time. You called out Toshil Fudzula. And you put User of Intellect in the title too, so that came up. But yeah. Jesus.
I'm telling you, I think the more and more these people start to wake up and realize that the reality that they've been believing is not true, your channels like you guys are going to start pumping up because they're going to look for reasons why. They're going to finally look for an alternate reason. You know what I mean? Of what the actual shit's going on.
Right.
Or fucking I can if you still follow a guy like Al, Casey Shaw, the fucking Boss Blunts, all them people for 2 years, none of these dickheads, everything they've said has been wrong.
It's
Everything they said
it's
was gonna
crazy.
happen
It really is crazy.
has flopped. Everything that every prediction, every catalyst. How the fuck 2 years later they're over? They're perfect, yeah, perfectly wrong. How do you still follow them? I don't care how much money you got invested in something, how much of a loss you take. At a certain point, doesn't common sense kick in and be like,
I,
that guy might not know what the fuck he's talking about?
you would think so. I mean, you would think so. Oh, here it is. All right, here's the Ape Father. Boycott.
Something instead
Boycott
of all of
AMC.
you fighting me, you should be fighting alongside. You should have my back. We can't let these mamalukes take 90% of our shares.
Oh God.
Okay,
Not
because
taking your
it's
shares.
like, I don't
dickhead.
know, do you like getting screwed? Is that what it is? Do you enjoy it? I don't know about you, but the only person I like screwing is my wife. I mean, you know, I don't like Adam
And
Aaron
yourself.
screwing me. Do you like Adam Aaron screwing you? Listen, this Mama Luke, Adam Aaron, all right, I had it with him. You understand? And I don't care. I hope he sees this video. All right? You
Well,
piece of shit.
I mean, don't worry. He won't.
Doing everything in your power to
Oh, here we go.
basically screw the living shit out of retail.
Oh, I love a good Ape Father rant.
And the
that guy's
apes.
a
And then you have the
fucking clown,
audacity to
He is a clown.
you called it the other friggin' stock, you call it ape. It's like, I actually think he was laughing at us when he did that.
Oh, I bet he was.
Okay?
I have no doubt.
$200 million of our freaking money to benefit himself and to benefit AMC. This guy, listen, now he wants to take 90%.
How dare he do shit to benefit the company that he leads? I mean, seriously, what a Mama Luke.
Yeah, this fucking you know what he is, man? He's fucking Italian blackface. He's a fucking clown. Mama
Yep.
Luke, like, come on, you fucking clown, man. You're a fucking
Yeah.
disgrace to anybody that's an Italian. You fucking stereotype piece of shit. I understand he wants to be an influencer and wants, you know what I mean? Like, that's his real gig. I don't even know if you can believe he still has money in AMC or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I just assume
You
that
know
they
he
all
does 'cause
don't.
He's so angry. The people who still have money in it, they're the ones crying the hardest when it's super red and they're screaming crime and stuff. Those
guess
are
that
still the
sort of
folks
makes sense.
that got
I
money
mean,
in the
he
play.
doesn't even understand reverse stock split. They're taking our
None of them do. I mean, I think
like,
there
these
was.
are the people that are leading other people. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Crazy.
I mean, and it's the most basic shit that you could find on an entry level Investopedia article. You just look up like reverse stock split and it comes up and it says right in there, it does not change the value of your investment. It does not change the market capitalization of the company.
It's the blind leading the blind.
Yeah,
It's like
it
they've
is.
never gotten change before. They don't understand how that concept works.
Right.
I give you 5 ones for a $5 bill.
No, he wants his
Oh,
100
that's
pennies.
$8.
He wants his 99 penny. You know, he wants all the pennies.
You
God
guys see
damn.
that video by Stocks and Crypto Plays? The guy I clowned, he had 10 $1 bills and he's like, "Oh, they're stealing nine of these dollar bills
So
and they're leaving you with one."
So he legitimately did not show a $10 bill. I thought he would show a $10 bill later or something, or 2 5s or something. No? He just took away 9 bills? Wow. Wow.
Fucking idiots, man. And it's hard to believe that people are this uneducated and gullible with
Well,
their own financial well-being, but
well, that's the thing though. It's not really. I mean, it is, but it didn't start out that way because it was money that wasn't theirs to begin with. It was money that they didn't really have. It was money they weren't supposed to have. So in that sense,
and they didn't
it makes total sense that they would give it back, you know? But they kept spending beyond when they should have probably been like, "Oh, you know what? It was a good idea, or it would have been cool if it happened, but I gotta cut my losses. I gotta be responsible. I have to do the right thing for myself and my family. Quit
Who the
dumping
fuck
money
takes a
into
90+% hit on an investment and doesn't get out at any time above that? And be like, man, fuck it. Something's better than nothing. These
right.
idiots really want to go to zero, and then they cry that it's going to zero.
Yeah, but they're willingly holding it to zero, they say,
Yeah.
like to prove a
And
point or something. And it's like,
yeah, that's exactly it. Is there the fucking martyr shit?
yeah, and there's no martyrs in the stock market. You know how many people have been blown out, you know, just last week even, or this year, or in the history of the stock. So nobody knows who they are. Nobody cares. They're done. They're dead. They're vaporized. They're out. They're out of the game. Nobody know. There's no pride. There's no reason to be a proud bag holder loser. It doesn't make sense.
All
It's
this talk about
completely contrary to the whole point.
protesting and marching and going down and holding a rally and we're going to take what do you, they don't
Pointless.
you're not owed shit. You entitled son of a bitch. You're not owed nothing. Like, I don't understand this entitlement mentality. Like, you were wrong. Accept it. They refuse to believe they were wrong. They're still under this impression. Media is distorting the narrative. You don't hear about AMC except in like Seeking Alpha and fucking bullshit internet sites like that. You don't hear about
The
that on TV ever.
the street. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
Like
Clickbaity sites.
yeah, pretty much. What?
And I'm
AMC?
sorry that I like people might be like, why are you so harsh talking about these people? They, whatever. But they bring it on themselves with the entitlement and the fucking arrogance they have.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? At a certain point, it's like, man, fuck it.
Yeah. So, like an article like this, for example, right here, and this is true. And I looked at this. I put this in, not this article, but in Telegram. I had put this is from Friday. This is Friday's options data for AMC. And I was surprised at the how many puts were purchased
Yeah, I saw
as
that.
opposed to calls. Yeah.
I was looking at that.
I mean, and it's not like it's 500,000 contracts. So it's not like super a huge amount, but it's, elevated, I guess. But yeah,
Hey, the IV was crazy.
over 2-to-1 puts to calls. And then the IV, look at the IV up here. Volatility. The IV 30, this is the average, is 527, which is,
Jesus.
and here's your 52-week IV 30 on the right here, the scale, and you can see it's all the way over to the right. It's the highest it's been.
Wow.
And then also here we have here's another chart. So the price on the top, and then the implied volatility here in the middle. But the one to look at is the IV percentile, which is telling you how much of the time in the last year was the implied volatility lower than it currently is. So over the last year, how high is it compared to itself? And it's 99%, which means it's the highest basically that it's been in 1 year. And we can see that here on this here. It's it's higher here, god damn it, than it was back in August. So yeah, it's a huge. The IV is you know pumped.
That's the
And
thing. A lot of people who don't know options, like a lot of retail traders, even if they're not bullish on AMC and they're actually bearish, if you're not familiar with how to trade proper options and getting good entries and good fills, you're
mm-hmm.
going to get absolutely murdered an IV
Oh my.
crush.
Yeah,
So
that
I
IV
mean,
crush is sick.
so I mean, people are gonna say like, "Oh, it's crime." Like I predicted it the right way, but well, you didn't understand the Greeks. Like people
Yeah.
think that market makers and these hedge funds are they're so malicious. No, they're just here to make money. They'll make money on the run up and they'll make money on the run down. They don't give
Yeah.
a shit.
Well, and not to mention like the Greeks, that's all calculated. Like it's calculated off of a formula. Like that takes in inputs from the market. Like what are these contracts trading at? You know, what is the underlying stock price? What is the strike price? How many days are left to expiration?
It
And
doesn't deviate from that formula.
no, it
So
literally, you
it's a
know,
standard formula. So when they say
right,
shit like that, it's not like they finagled it and made it. It's just the formula. That's how it is. It's just how it's calculated.
right, yeah,
It's odds basically. Everybody,
mm-hmm,
e- everybody's jumping on puts. So of course it's going to be
right.
higher
It's gonna
IV.
send the IV skyrocketing, right, right. Also, let's see, I had this
You
one
know
here.
that
This
type
is
of IV, you need to get in and out. And that what I always talk about, that patent day trader rule, man. I wouldn't
mm-hmm.
even fuck with AMC puts if you have to worry about that.
I got in, fortunately, I got in before the IV exploded.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, so that should
Sitting
be pretty
pretty.
good next week, I think. Um, but yeah, I mean, we see here, these are the biggest option trades from Friday for AMC. All these 3 puts, 2 puts, 4 puts, 2 puts for June of next year, March of next year, April. Um, you know, there are some calls here, but these are March 17th on 1,000, 6-3. This could be a multi-legger, but
So you got the contract, and they do that reverse split. Your option is takes that into account, right?
Yeah, the
believe s-
deliverables will change. So
Gotcha.
just like you have options contracts AMC and you have AMC 1, they'll
Right.
do whatever AMC 2 or whatever they name it. Just look out
Okay,
for the
they'll
memo
make that
from the
separate.
OCC.
Got
yeah,
you. So they'll cancel if that happens. They'll cancel out doing uh they'll cancel out taking any new ones in and just market AMC2, and it runs off that, and the new ones will take into account, I guess, with the newer prices.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, and
I
it'll
gotcha.
right, it'll reflect um whatever, yeah, situation is. Oh, we've got Lou here.
Also, I mean,
Go ahead, Shadow.
with the reverse split change, I mean, a lot of the people who are writing these options contracts, like it, the people that it screws more, I think, is a lot of the retail folks who only had maybe 100, 200, 300 shares. So
Yeah,
if you had less than like 1,000 shares, if you have less than 1,000 shares now, I mean, once the reverse splits goes through, then hey, you no longer have the ability to write like covered calls.
I
yeah,
don't think a lot of retail is writing covered calls. They should have been, but I
yeah.
don't think the majority of people that have shared the diamond hand people are even doing that.
You
That's
know,
where it baffles my mind. If you were going to buy and hold and you start seeing it go like that, why not hedge yourself and write covered calls? But I don't
you
think
could have.
the
I mean,
majority of retail is doing that.
you could have sold naked calls. This is the thing that pisses me off. You could have sold naked calls and been fine.
Yeah.
You know, you could have sold naked
Oh,
calls and you would have kept all the premium last summer on those 140 fucking fives. Oh my God.
Yep, guilty.
Wow.
I've been doing that. I've been writing. I've been selling naked
you see,
calls.
who was it? Was it Boss Blunts that had said not too long ago that he bought a whole bunch of 145
Somebody.
options?
Who was that? I forget.
It was either Boss Blunts or the other fucking dickhead, the one that has the lit
AMC
exchange.
Bigums.
I can't remember what. Yeah,
Oh, that's
he
Boss
did that
Blunts.
too.
Lit Exchange is Boss Blunts. So,
Okay.
Shadow Stars, you just had the collateral. You just had the amount to cover it in your account when you sold the calls. You didn't have the shares, though.
Yeah. No.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
just have cough up
You
enough
just have to
margin
have
for it.
the right to cover
You
if
gotta
they
have a
were
margin of safety,
exercised.
though.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
And a lot of apes too, they don't have margin. Remember, they were told don't use margin, don't use margin.
I think most of them still do though, because you know, well, so many shares lent out, but also just like they're using Webull, like that's their brokerage of choice, pretty much. I mean, which I don't understand at all because
Yeah.
like people like Al and whoever else, were talking trash about TDA, talking trash about Fidelity. Okay, so what do you so use Webull then? Literally, like a worse payment for order flow brokerage than Robinhood. They
This
take
is what I got.
higher cuts.
I got in an argument with that dickhead Shaw because I said if you don't like payment for order flow, then fucking don't use Webull and don't use payment for order
Right.
flow sites.
Yep.
And his comeback was there's only like 3 sites, 4 sites, places where you can send your shit directly to the lit exchange. And I bet you can't name one. I was like, Fidelity. He was like, yeah, but you got to go through a whole bunch of stuff to do it. It shouldn't have to be. No, you want to go against the grain. Then
Right.
it's up to you to do the you know what I mean, to learn how to do it.
Seek it
If you don't
out.
want to use the
Right.
status quo, why the fuck you have the option to not do it? But what are you saying? Because it's not readily there for you. You have to actually read to find out how to do it. Which is all you have to do is go on the site. It'll tell you how to fucking do it. But that's
Right.
what his thing was, is all payment for order flow should be banned. The fact that they have it, it makes it an uncompetitive market. I was like, whatever, man. Whiny
Right.
fucking crybabies.
Mm-hmm.
They want, because they want everything pandered to them. They don't want to have everything. It's the entitlement shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
You have the ability to go right to the lit exchange. Every place don't offer it. They don't have to, but you can find it and do it if you want. But apes don't do that. They, like you said, they're using Webull, Robinhood, and all these payment for order flow sites, and still bitching about the fact that payment for order flow exists when they're taking advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. Let's see here. All right. Let's see what Lou's up to. I think we get the point with Ape Father. He's pissed. But where's Lou? Where did it go? Here it is.
What's going on, everybody? All right, so there's a reason why I clipped the other channel, the main channel, and it's just because I wanted to change things completely over to the market that we're facing now, that you're facing now. The mindset of the whole to the moon type shit, I started the the hashtag, everybody out there take profits.
Take Profits or Die is the name of his new channel. Take Profits or Die. Boy, that's a change.
Someone got an assistant to cease letter from the SEC.
Something. Take Profits or Die.
He was not telling people to take profits. That
No, he was telling people to hold. We're fine. Yeah, right. Oh man, what a clown.
I was having a chance to think about it.
Oh, sorry. What? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying all these idiots are experts. They've been in the market since the pandemic, but they've got years and years of experience.
That guy, I mean, he gives me vibes like that Atlas group, like the Zach Morrises and folks.
Yeah, PJ Matlocks.
Yeah,
PJ fucking Matlock.
all he does is pushes all these super low float, like small market cap like companies that you've never fucking heard of, and then some of those get those big pumps because they bought in early, and then they're now hyping it on their social media. And then when it gets their little pop, he's selling it while he's telling all his fucking followers to buy it and to hold it.
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me if they're all part of like the same agency and shit, and that's like their little hustle.
Yeah, it very well could be. And if not, if it's not a formal agency,
Dude, that
last
guy
year.
literally was locked up for fraud.
Yep.
Like, he is a convicted fraudster.
Yep.
Why do people listen to him? And he doesn't come off convincing. He comes off as a slimeball used car salesman.
Right.
Like, who the fuck would trust him? It's amazing.
That reminds me, when Trey's trade, he brought Wolf of Wall Street, the Jordan Belfort on, he paid him 10 grand as a speaking.
And the
fee
thing
to
is,
bring him onto the.
if you listen to what he
You
said
can't
too,
hustle a hustler.
no.
He saw him coming a mile away.
And if you actually listen to what he said too, he basically said,
was shitting on his
"You're
whole
gonna get
thing."
fucked. You're fucked. You're gonna get
Yeah.
fucked if you continue doing this." That's basically what he said. Actually, what he said was like spot on as to like reality. You know,
Yeah, he
it's like,
warned him. And then
yeah,
Trey made a video
yep,
the next day, like, I guess it's not good to meet your idols.
yeah. He was all disappointed, pouty, and
Yeah.
shit, fake
And I'm
pouty.
like, that's your idol?
Bullshit.
The fucking scam artist? That's your idol. Did felony time.
Yeah. All right.
Christmas. It's actually Christmas night now. And I wanted to put something out there because if you don't understand or can't accept or grasp what I'm about to show you or teach you, then there's no purpose in you going forward with this channel. 2023, I have a full calendar of a lot of crazy shit going on, plus my own investments, trading, stuff like that. But I still want to be with the family in the capacity of helping people move along the way.
Family, huh?
Being able to.
That's not cult-like.
And play and continue to grow. I'm debating whether or not I should start a Patreon channel, just way I can have basically, our family there. I don't care if it has 4 people there. It's just one of these things where it's something where we all could be together. And it's not like, hey,
Now,
this is a stock tip and you go and do it. No.
This is a guy who last year was, shitting all over the influencers that were making money, selling this and that, had Patreons, did super chats, yada, 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 yada.
Yeah, he's acting like a Patreon is just to make it easier for everyone to be around.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that. Yeah, that's the point of a Patreon, not for everybody to be together. It's so you can get paid, so people can support you and what you do, and so you don't have to get a fucking job, basically.
Which is fine if you offer something.
If you offer something, right? But none of these fucking clowns, none of these clowns should be able to be monetized or make money off of this.
No.
In my opinion, that makes them financial advisors by getting paid. And the law says directly or indirectly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Not only that.
Yep.
But if what they say is true, and they personally own shares of the company and stock that they're putting out information on, they have a vested interest in slanting it a certain way.
Yeah.
Monetarily, they got a vested interest on how you perceive that stock.
Right. And
so
it could be
have to disclose the amount of holdings they have, the amount of time they've been in it. You know what I mean? Like
if they were financial advisors, if they were licensed financial advisors, they would have to. They absolutely would. They would have one of those disclaimers that says this, this whatever, this person, has a long position in this or whatever, in full disclosure.
Whenever they bring someone on MSNBC to talk, it always says it. I don't have any. It says like
they always say that
own stock, yes or no.
Right. Exactly.
Stock, like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but in terms of it's just fuck. Now he's starting over with 270 subscribers, so yeah, he wants to get Patreon because he's not getting that ad revenue now, probably.
He probably was demonetized, and he probably. I wouldn't be surprised if he got some type of letter, or maybe he's making enough money now where he got an attorney, to run shit by him, or maybe a tax attorney or someone just gave him advice like, dude, get the fuck off of that.
Yep. Right. Oops.
The stock tips are out there. It's the strategy that you use on them. That's what's important. But I'll figure out the Patreon thing later on. But I'm gonna, as I'm talking to you guys, I'm gonna draw something out here, and hopefully this will help you understand how to make your money in 2023 different from what has happened before. All right, so I'm drawing first on the side here, and you'll see exactly where I'm going with this, right? I'm basing this on a retail investor has about 500 bucks. Not a lot of money. 500 bucks and wants to start out, okay? So the first investment they have is $500, okay? That's not a big amount of money, but nonetheless, some people have to start out that way. And listen, I started off with zero when I came back, so no shame in that. But that $500, and I'll show you exactly what I'm doing. You see that little guy there? He's investing his $500 right there, okay? So pretend that's you. You're investing your $500 in your first play. So let's say that first play, it's like a 10 cents play or something like that, whatever. Buy a grip of shares, and let's say, if you're smart and you take profits, you'll try to hold to the moon, okay? That play should get you somewhere around $2,000. 2000, 2005-ish, around there, okay?
A 4X?
So now.
What's that?
He said a $500 investment is the first investment should net around $2,000.
What?
He said buy. He
4X.
didn't say options contract. He said buy a bunch of shares with your $500, and that first play should net you about $2,000. So a 4X, like that's not. Okay, whatever. My bad.
Right. So here's something interesting.
I'm hearing that right?
Yeah, no, yeah, you are.
He's not talking about options contracts or nothing. He's talking about
No.
buying $500 worth of stock, and that first play should make you $2,000. 4X your money.
Okay, so here.
That doesn't happen a lot.
All right.
One play.
No, it's no. All right, check this out. I just found this. Actually, just doing a
I'm
quick
gonna
search.
go mute for a little bit because I end up fucking ranting and taking all your.
Oh no, you're fine. I found this. Okay, so I found this on Judicial Case Law. This is from September 30th, 2022. Petitioner Louis Bravo defrauded victims for nearly 5 years, operating a bogus media company called Westlake Media Group. This is the first I've heard of these specifics. On June 2nd, 2021, June 2nd, 2021, June 2nd, 2021. Yeah, right? Where'd it go? Fuck. Mr. Bravo pleaded guilty to 1 count of wire fraud in violation of 18 U.S.C. paragraph 1343. The court sentenced Mr. Bravo on the same day to time served, followed by a term of 3 years of supervised release. The court entered judgment on June 7th. Mr. Bravo did not appeal his conviction. On August 28, 2022, so over a year later, Mr. Bravo filed this petition, arguing that his rights to a fair and speedy trial were violated and ineffective assistance of counsel. The court designates petition as a motion for relief under 28 U.S.C. 2255. Because Mr. Bravo's petition was not filed within the 1-year statute of limitations and equitable tolling of the limitations period is not warranted, petition is denied. So over a year later, he tried to say that his rights to a fair and speedy trial were violated, which doesn't make sense. He pleaded
you
guilty.
know why he got that sweetheart deal, right? And he didn't have to do no jail time. Is because he was locked up
already
in Mexico or whatever.
Right. Dominican Republic.
He got the shit beat out of him.
Right.
And before he got extradited, apparently wherever he was locked up, I guess the MAs beat the living shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Then he got extradited, And because that happened to him, he was able to finagle it to where they gave him that sweet deal with no jail, but the 3-year probation and shit like that.
So he was indicted in 2019. The fraud, mail fraud, wire fraud, and bank fraud was alleged to have occurred between November 2012 and July 2017. He was arrested in the Dominican Republic on September 23rd, 2019. He was detained there until he was extradited to the U.S. He had initial appearance. Release on bail. So I don't know. It's just talking about, you know, why, you know, what happened then, discovery. They also requested an adjournment at length, or his counsel described why.
And you're not going to get a sweetheart deal without flipping on some people too, especially with the feds, because when they grab you, and if they're going to go through the trouble of extraditing you from a foreign country, you're going to have and you don't get no jail time. He flipped on some people, guaranteed. That's how the feds work.
Right.
So all that tough talk he talks, he's a fucking rat, probably.
Let's see. And they talk about COVID.
Does it say how much his schemes defrauded people out of?
Let's see. I don't know if it's in this. It might be in a previous document here, though. CARES Act. Did not appeal. Travel for medical reasons. Filed a motion to terminate his supervised release early, which I believe was denied. Denied the request. Filed a complaint. COVID-19 pandemic forced the court to close.
I mean, you can pull all the paperwork up if you got his name on Pacer.
Yeah,
like
I got it here.
Pacer, that's where you can pull up all the federal shit. As long as you have his name and
so
know around about his age.
This here, June 3rd. Let's see.
Okay, there we go. A sum of money equal to 73,415 in U.S. currency.
$750,000 million.
How much? 750,000?
73. No,
73. Here, yeah, here it is.
Oh, I thought you said 700,000.
73,000.
Defended.
Yeah.
And wasn't it like from seniors and shit? Like
And I mean, this is just what he agreed to. So I mean, that could have been knocked down a lot.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if this is what they nailed you on, I mean, then you could have. I mean,
probably more
this deal. So yeah, so there are probably a lot more charges.
But if he, but
he was still going through probation while he was doing his YouTube channel.
He still is under supervised release, apparently. But yeah, certainly
have a financial channel. But like, I can't believe his probation officer would let that fly.
Wow, there's his signature. Wow, we can get his signature. Yeah, I don't know. They probably didn't know about it. I don't know. Let's see what this first document here is. Oh, this is just something. But yeah, that's basically it. I haven't seen the thing that actually goes into detail about what it was.
Does it say anything about a 5K1 motion?
I didn't see that. What's that?
in the federal system, if you have a 5K1, that means that you gave some type of cooperating information. Basically, a snitch. It's a snitch form. Basically, it outlines the leniency, so they can deviate from the mandatory minimums and shit. Because the only way you can get around the mandatory minimums in the federal system is by cooperating. If you cooperate, they got to give you a 5K1 motion.
Oh, okay. Special conditions. Criminal monetary penalties. Restitution $73,415.75. Payable to Southern District, New York, Clerk of Courts. Interest requirement is waived for the restitution. That was nice of them. Additional terms, 7%. The defendant shall pay restitution in monthly installments of an amount equal to 15% of his gross income payable on the 7th of each month. Lump sum payment of $100 due immediately. Wow. Okay. Anyway, yeah. The main thing was that operated a fraudulent media company, Westlake Media. That's interesting to me. Like, you know, I
Basically,
never.
what he's doing now, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the hell. Westlake Media Group. Let's see. Westlake Media Group on a Weebly homepage. I don't know if this is the same thing or not. It's on one of those free websites, Weebly.
Okay, I see that. Yeah.
And the only thing that's coming up is like the thing that I found before when I looked for that with his name in it.
The world's leading event organizers with a unique network of offices and international sales promotions. Our market research is extensive.
Could be. I don't know if it's the same.
Nah, I don't know if that's it.
Events, upcoming events. It says 2013, 2014. This is old then, and contact us is blank. So I don't know.
John, if AMC is to play that pace, how much has it paid you? And MULN? Look, oh my, don't.
What? This one?
Tell me, what products is MULN making? when is their consumer vehicle going to be? When is it coming out? Tell me, what year are they finally going to push out the production and have the deliveries set for those vehicles?
Oh, look, a reverse stock split.
Yeah, didn't we look at MULN and was that the one that we looked at and kind of thought that it was a shell company?
That's GTII. That's GTII.
GTII, that was it. Okay, all right. MULN's the car company then, right? Yeah, okay.
It's the shit EV company that got its massive pumps from it's got some contracts with a couple like delivery service companies like a DHL and so forth, and it's been buying up other failed EV companies left and right. This guy is pumping MULN. It's a shit penny stock company. It's even if you compare it to Tesla, it's so early in its startup. Tell me, where's its manufacturing? Where's its production line? Where's the IP for all the technology? Their battery technology, the charging technology. Do they own it? Are they the ones developing it?
The
These
CEO
these are
sold a
things like
shitload of
they don't
shares
even
too.
think they're ahead.
CEO sold a shitload of shares.
Yeah, he
Also,
dumped them not too long ago, right?
I mean, he still
Yeah,
has a
you should
lot, but
look
they
at.
probably had more, coming to him. But yeah, I mean, a couple $1 million worth last year.
No, you should see one of the you should see one of the filings in like the last month. Basically, they created a whole new class of preferred shares.
Oh,
For all he had to do was put in like what $20,000 or $25,000, and now he has voting rights. Just for that, he's the only owner of those preferred class shares, and he
oh,
has basically 90% voting rights of the whole company. So
Another-
even if they dilute like
He still
billions
keeps
of shares, he still
the
has
voting rights.
majority control. Yeah, he still has majority ownership of it because those preferred shares that he only spent 20 or 25K for.
Wow.
Were they only released to him? Was like he the only one able to buy them?
Yeah.
I assume.
They were just
Yeah.
created for him, basically.
Wow.
Yep.
What a,
I mean,
what a
heavily
fucking
shorted. I mean, I'm looking at it here. I'm seeing 12% short interest. That's not heavily shorted. It has a float of 1.5 billion shares with a short interest of 175 million shares.
Yeah, that's nothing.
That's not That's not a short squeeze. I mean, not to mention it's down 95% year to date. 95% year to date. I mean, yeah, 95% year to date. There it is right there. Year to date, 95%.
I
mean,
think people are under the misconception, like because a company like that is down 95%,
it has to go up.
it's all from shorting, so that when the shorts have to cover, it has to go back up to 95% it was down, because the only way stocks lose money is if it's shorted.
Well, right, and shorts are guaranteed future buyers, right? They're guaranteed future buyers. So
this company is just based on pure sentiment and hype. If you pull up their most recent 10Q, under revenues, it says, we have not begun commercial operations and do not currently generate any revenue. You're a company that makes no money.
Right here.
Not,
yeah. This is just on TradingView.
No revenue, and you're just burning that cash. What does that tell you about your finances?
It's not even set up.
On the next paragraph, to date, cost of goods sold. To date, we have not recorded cost of goods sold as we have not recorded commercial revenue.
Right.
But they don't look at, no one looks at that. They just look on Reddit and see a bunch of people talk, or YouTube and see the hot ticker and think, oh, it's got to go up. If a bunch of people buy it, it'll squeeze the shorts.
Right.
I mean,
there's just a misconception of how the market works, the fundamentals of the market itself.
If you're an EV vehicle company, what do you need? You need technology to know how to develop vehicles. You need to have engineers that can pass all the goddamn safety regulations in the U.S. If you're going to sell it in Europe, you need to file a whole different rules of regulations for that. You need tons of researchers, and I mean, basically, to do all this sort of R&D, because you need batteries for it, you need charging for it. I mean, it's a whole new thing. You need production line, you need warehouses. I mean, it's extremely expensive to set up a automotive company. Not to mention, this whole landscape is filled with tons of different EV companies that are already up and running.
Right.
Look at Tesla. People don't understand. Tesla was dead. They got lucky they got that government contract, or else they were done.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, MULN wasn't MULN one of the stocks also listed on the pump and dumps that Atlas Trading was pushing?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was. So here's I'm just looking at it. Operating, let's see, no, net income for Q3 2022
Negative 59 million. And of course, that's been steadily, declining. That's the lowest it's been. And a trailing 12 months of 143 million in the hole. So there's that. Earnings per share is minus $5. Cash flow negative. No revenue. No earnings. But they're gonna squeeze. Okay.
Oh, hold on. This guy mentioned they have delivered cars in Europe, the iGo cars. I
Yeah.
type in MULN deliveries on Google, and the first article I see, MULN stock falls 18% as MULN misses iGo delivery date.
What?
The companies previously stated the delivery date would be today, December 20th. But apparently they missed that date. So did they deliver it within the last 5 days? Is that
Wait.
what happened?
Arrived in Europe with sample vehicles. So I'm seeing this on Yahoo here. This is from the 22nd. Announces that the iGo commercial urban delivery EV has arrived in Europe with sample vehicles now en route to Newgate Motor Group in Ireland, with expected delivery in early January 2023. The sample vehicles were initially expected to arrive on December 20th, 2022, but delivery was delayed due to COVID-related shutdown issues in China. So they're not even delivering them. They're samples, by the way. They're sample vehicles. The manager of the Newgate Motor Group says, quote, "We are definitely excited to receive the initial sample vehicles and look forward to showcasing them for our customers firsthand. The initial iGo samples have arrived in Europe and are now on their way to Newgate in Ireland."
I mean, honestly, anytime you see a company and their CEO, if they have to go onto social media to hype up their stock, hype up the company, that could be like a warning sign. I mean, all the big even the big tech stocks, Meta, like Facebook/Meta, Google. I mean, even Tesla. I mean, Musk does a lot of fanfaring, but I mean, Apple. I mean, how many of their CEOs do you know their names? Are they on Twitter? Are they on these Spaces calls? Are they kind of pushing out tweets all the time? No. But you look up MULN and you look up their CEO. Yeah, look at the tweets that he pushes out. Look at the terrible videos that he uploads. It's absolutely hilarious.
Kind of reminds
materials guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Shorts are on fire, and he's like, "Oh,
what's that one?
We're gonna burn these shorts."
That one that was a total fraud. That they had the electric truck company that was a total fraud.
Nikola?
Not Rip.
Nikola?
Nikola. Yeah. Yep.
Nikola?
Yeah. So it's another Nikola, probably, huh? Could be.
In the financial environment that we're in now, companies like this
not gonna fly.
They're not gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be so hard for them to even survive to the point where they can get their feet under them and going. Money's about to be so fucking tight.
Right, and yeah, I mean, this shows it right here.
There's no more free money being given out for R&D for these explored. You know what I mean? These newer type companies.
Right.
It's just not conducive to the environment that we're in.
Okay, so here's MULN. Like pre-pandemic. It's like $3, something like that, under $5. 2019. And then here's the pandemic. So here's all the liquidity. Here's the stimulus. Here's the money added to the balance sheet coming in. And it runs up to I don't even know what, 20 something. Like yeah, I don't know. High was $20 even almost. And same story as pretty much everything else. 2022, well, of course, starts going down in Q3 of last year. But then we have this is the the Fed pump here, let's call it. This is the peak of the stock market coming in here at the end of the towards the end of the year, and it actually started declining before the beginning of the year. But anyway, here's January 2022 year to date, and it's down. What was it 95% from year to date? 95%. How does that compare to the NASDAQ, I wonder?
And
Not
they've
that
been doing a
not
lot
that
of
bad.
dilution too.
Again, it follows the general contour. When you get short covering rallies and stuff, you see it. But and then in terms of the we can actually add that on here. Total common shares outstanding. So yeah. So we're looking at 2021 and 2022.
Look at that increase.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a
5 million to nearly 500 million.
500. Yeah, it's a 500% increase, right? Or no, it's more than that. It went from 5 million to 500 million.
100%.
Wow. Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah. Wow.
100x. 100x. 5 million to 500 million.
Yeah, but
it
it's obviously
says
crime that the price went down, obviously.
it says the shares float is
Slash
370.
sarcasm.
Right. It says the float is 370 on TradingView. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. On FinViz, it says the float is 1.44 billion. So I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, they've been doing some more dilution recently, so this might
Have
not
they?
be-
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think their total outstanding is like $1 billion, I think now.
Okay, because this is not this was updated in June, it looks like. I don't know why it hasn't. It's a problem with this, but let me look on Fidelity here real quick.
No, it's because their filings, like if you read through their actual filings, they make it confusing as hell.
Do they really?
They have so many different classes of shares. I think they have like 4 different classes of shares for the shit stock.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Fidelity says 1.6 billion shares outstanding.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to Y charts and see what they say. They got a nice.
I think they got
nice
series
chart of
A,
it.
B, C, D. Yeah, they have 4 different series of preferred stocks. Then they got the regular Class A common stocks. So that's 5 different classes of shares.
Yeah, Y charts just says the 500 whatever, so that's not right. It probably this says okay, that's the commons. This is just the common stock, but it says 1.6 billion of the common stock on what you call it, Fidelity here.
Yeah, the CEO on November 14th, he gave himself company series AA preferred stock for $25,000 in cash, and it will have 1.3 billion votes per share.
Wow.
So no matter how much they
Wow.
dilute, he's always going to have control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be basically impossible for anyone to ever do a hostile takeover, for him to not have management control of this company.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
All for $25,000.
Yeah.
That alone should tell you, like, how suspect this company is.
Yeah. Wow. Shit.
And then people say, "Oh, why don't you like this stock?" Because this is one of the stocks my friend asked me about like months ago, and I'm like, "Run away from this fucking stock! It is absolute garbage."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, but on Reddit, like," I'm like, Are you seriously going to tell me Reddit is a reliable source for your information? Like, I'm about to
Oh yeah.
slap you. Like,
Oh yeah.
stop.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they have a subreddit for that stock. Everything does now.
Yeah, it definitely does, and they ban anyone that doesn't pump it up. My friend was banned. Different friend. We used to go onto these subreddits to type them like, okay, you did your float calculations wrong. Like you did this type, like warrant,
Right.
like you calculated all wrong, and they'd come back like, no, you're just spreading FUD, and they just ban, straight out ban.
That's the thing. All these groups are echo chambers. They don't allow any type of, not even dissenting opinion, but the challenging of any of their information. As soon as you challenge anything.
Look at this shit.
I mean, it's one thing if you're an experienced trader, like if you knew how to read all these filings, and that'd be one thing. But these folks have never opened up like an 8K filing. They've never fucking opened up a 10Q, and then they're like, "Oh, you got your numbers wrong. You're just spreading lies.
Or
you're a fudster."
Or they listen to somebody like, I don't know, Peter Hahn, that fuck, talk about this shit. Like last year, I made a video busting his ass because, he was claiming that 13F filings, that came out for the previous quarter, were relevant in the current quarter that we were in. And we know that they come out 45 days after the end of the quarter. So, it's like that person claims to be some type of financial professional, and he is making the same dumbass mistakes that these 20-year-old kids are making on YouTube, and that person supposedly has credentials.
Right.
I mean, it's crazy. Here's somebody who has 100,000 shares of MULN for $23,000, 100% of their portfolio in it.
What
Jesus.
Dude, this past 2 years has been a fucking lottery ticket for these people that were able to dump their bags and just suck liquidity out of the market, man. Whoever came up with the buy and hold mantra to get retail to accept that.
Yeah.
Greatest marketing.
Goddamn genius. Well, the apes say that they're taking Warren Buffett's advice, but I don't think he said to buy and hold companies that are in the position that these are in.
Right.
I mean, and they're not in it for a buy and hold. They're in it for a short squeeze. They're not in it as long-term investors. So
in it for a short squeeze, the longevity of a buy and hold does not make sense. It's in the title, short. It's going to happen quick.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Lou. So now that we know, $73,000, Westlake Media Group. All right.
You started down here. You put your.
But yeah, forexing your money on your first trade. Not going to say I've never done that. Okay, but
yeah, that's what I was saying when he said $500 to start with, and grab a couple shares, and then you should turn that into $2,000. That's a 4x. Who the fuck?
Right.
Doesn't happen.
I don't know how the fuck. Yeah.
He didn't say options. He said shares.
Right.
5. Now you're up to 2,000. You're up, okay? Now before you start doing, oh my God, I'm gonna do a great vacation in Miami. Wow. You take that 2,000 and you put it in the market. Let's say you do a couple of, small price, 10 cents, 8 cents, 12 cents stock, whatever, and you let it ride. So with $2,000, you buy a grip of that. And now, because you're not stupid anymore, you turn that
10,000
around 10K. So now, you started.
Now you 5x it.
Your 500. That made you 2,000. Now you got your $10,000.
And these are 8 cent and 10 cent stocks.
Right.
10,000. Do the same thing again. You buy
Penny
into a
stock.
stock, has momentum,
Right.
small entry price, okay, $10,000 worth. That should get you around.
And he's saying basically to put all your 100% of your portfolio into one stock play, by the way, because he's saying
And keep doing it.
take the 500 to
Keep
make it.
all or
Yeah,
nothing.
exactly. Get to 10,000 and then take all of it and put it in. Like, what? Okay.
I mean, if
Keep
this
all or
if this
nothing everything.
I mean, if this works so well, I mean, then he should be a fucking billionaire by now. Like,
Right. Well, maybe that Lambo was his. Doubtful.
Dude, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard for somebody that actually is pretending to know what they're talking about.
Let's see where it goes.
Your first 50K.
First 50.
Now, you've been growing from your 500 to your 2,000 to your 10 to your 50, climbing up. Why? Because you're not stupid, you're taking profits, and you're going into next plays. Then
With
that
profit, you're
50,000,
paying to put everything back in.
that 50,000 on your next play. Once again, small price stock. That's gonna get you into your 100Ks. Now the reason I say 100K is because with $50,000 into a small price stock, if it goes up like 50 cents or so like that, you're making a lot of money. So now you're in the 100,000s, okay? All right, so let me just show this again. It's like the bouncing ball thing. Okay, so now you're up at the 100,000. You started with the 5, got you the 2 gave you the 10 gave you the 50-ish, the 50 gave you the 100-ish. All right, that 100-ish, if you're smart and you put it in the same type of play and you're holding shorter periods of time because you got more money now, that's what's gonna get you into your 1 mil plus.
The fuck?
Hold on, pause it. Pause it.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
He's saying, he titled this Taking Profit. What I've
Yeah.
read so far is, you have $500. You play one hand of blackjack. If you win that hand of blackjack, you keep doubling or nothing it until it gets to 2,000.
Yes.
Then you continue to play until that 2,000 turns to 50, and then so on and so forth.
Yep.
At no point did he tell you how much the profit take out of each time you've reached his level. So when I got to 2,000, he didn't say take out the original 500. So now that you're free rolling now.
Yeah.
He didn't say anything about it. He just is coming up with a scheme as if you buy a stock that's worth 5 or 10 cents and dump all your money into it. It's going to run up 50 cents or so. When it does,
right,
cash out, find yourself another shit stock, 8-10 cents, and put all the money you just cashed out back into that new stock. And then when it runs off 50, like, wait.
Right.
I've only
You're buying
seen
shitty low float stocks. When you get up to the hundreds of thousands and millions, if you were ever able to, you're the liquidity at that point. So you can't just fucking pull out. So his logic is flawed from the beginning. But even if it did work, once you get up to what he's talking about, millions and shit like that, if you're buying low float stocks, you are the liquidity.
Yeah. Right.
And
So
stocks don't go up like that.
You
don't
can't. There's no liquidity for you to take at that
pull
point.
out. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I mean, there's only. I mean, I've told you the story of my friend. I know from a different Discord server, but he made like 7 million on AMC, and basically that's what he did. He basically went full port all into AMC options and got basically the highest out of the money contracts, call options, and basically just all in one day. Okay,
Jesus.
Cashes out the following day, sells all of it, puts all that money they earned all right back into all out the money. Next day, stock went up again, so same thing. Sell it, then grab the next cheapest option with the
Yeah, but
highest price.
you're talking
That
about
works.
options.
Yeah,
Lou is
so I
just
mean,
talking about buying shares,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
and it's
even
5xing
options,
in a short amount of time.
yeah, even in options, like this was basically a black swan event. Like it'll only
Yeah.
happen like once in like
It
Yeah.
works
your whole
until it
lifetime.
doesn't, and then you lose it
Right.
all. You know, like
Yeah.
this only works for so long. This is like any momentum type plays. I mean, like when it was all the short squeeze mania and earlier this year with all these stupid Chinese IPOs or Hong Kong IPOs or whatever the fuck Teddy Zane was pushing and all those clowns. Like, and they're all like, oh, I keep making money. I haven't lost any money. Yeah, how's that going? Because those things don't last forever. You cannot go from momentum to momentum to momentum and only make money. I'm sorry, user of intellect, abuser of intellect. At some point, you will lose money, and that's why you don't put all of your fucking portfolio into one thing, especially penny stocks. Oh my God.
The
Wow.
odds of you losing the first time are extremely high.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going to be able to do it 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and on the sixth time you're going to go, ah, shit.
Right.
The majority of the time you do this, his advice, you're going to lose the first time out.
One step forward, maybe. 2 steps back. You know,
Yeah,
half a step forward, 4 steps back. You know, that's more
the
likely.
investment plan he is outlining is absolutely retarded. He can't think that is take $500 and grab a couple, grab 8, 10-cent shares of low float shit, and that's going to turn into 2,000. What do you mean it's going to turn into 2,000? Like you just grab some random low float. That's all he's looking at. That like that's his criteria. Cheap stock.
This is all based on assumptions. Yeah, like it's all based on the assumption that it will go up.
Investigation into the company to see if there's any type of positive catalyst or any type of actual need for anything. It's just find a low float and cheap as you can penny stock and wait for it to rest.
So the thing is, yeah, he's basically going to be like another Atlas, and that's why he's going to create this probably his paid Patreon, where hey, here, pay whatever $50, $20, whatever dollar value he sets per month, and yeah, I'll tell you what 8-cent stock for you guys to buy. That's probably what he's going to do.
And he'll have the stock prior to giving the quote unquote tip out to his community, so he'll have it at the ground floor, and then pump it to his community. And then he'll dump, and everybody else will be left bag holding.
Yeah,
he'll be sharing on social media like, oh yeah, come to my Patreon. Look at how much money I made on this.
Right. You always got to wonder when somebody's supposedly making so much money in the stock market, yet they have $100 Discord, $100 a month Discord or Patreon. You know, like the 1348 guys. You know, if you're making so much money on your little system, your little moving average crossover strategy, why are you charging that much for Discord? You're making $2 million a year on Discord fees. It's crazy. I mean,
not only that, if you're making so much in the market, why are you even worried about doing the Discord shit? Why are you wasting time?
Because he wants to help people, man. He wants to help people become financially independent.
Jesus.
All right, let's get into millions.
Plus. Okay. So now you understand. You started your 5s, your 2s, your 10s, your 50s, your 100. Now you're into the mills. Okay. Now this is the natural progression.
Easy.
You take profits where you jump into one play to another play to another play. So technically speaking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10 plays will make you a millionaire if you're smart and don't fuck around. Now I'm going to show you something.
What?
How fucking the meme stops, Reddit, and everything showed you how to trade. That's why you got fucked up.
Oh boy, here we go.
The other channel. I clipped the other channel because I'm done with that ape mentality. That brain shit doesn't work for me. It's infuriating. That's where the haters come from, because they're broke, okay? The haters hate because they're broke. They have no strategy, they have no money, they have nothing going for them. So what do? They just hate. I'm trying to educate. Twinkle, twinkle. Don't hate, participate. This is what happened with the ape mentality. Instead of doing this, no. You people try to do this. You try to bypass everything with one stock.
Right.
And then write it up.
He was, I mean, yeah, that was, we can't go back and look at his, yeah.
Holding the shit.
Hold.
The only time he started talking about letting it go was after Ape was released.
Yep.
That's when he started to change his tune a little bit. And even then, he was saying he didn't sell and shit like that until like very recently.
No, he said like 3 or 4 times like I'm completely out of AMC like over the past several months. I'm like, there's no accountability with this guy. Like
None of them. None of the influencers are held to any type of accountability for anything they say. Their community lets them slide on every fucking thing they say.
And guess what? It's no different with this video because look at the comments. Well, look at the thumbs up. 82 likes, 0 dislikes. You can't trust that. I mean, this is right. I mean, it really is 0 dislikes. But it's all skewed to the positive.
With a new channel, I could see him doing that.
Let's continue. We need you, Lou. New year, new structure. Manuel, not our Manuel. Not our Manuel, though. Absolutely continue, but when you do the Patreon, you need to charge something, even if it's a little bit, to keep the haters off. I love this idea and strategy. Good video, Lou. Sounds good to me. Take profits. Love it. We need this. Let's go, Lou. Let's do it. Please, let's do it. Sounds good to me. Love you, Lou. Hell yeah. Fresh start. Continue it. I'm down. I'm in. Yes, sir. I'm game. They love it. They love it. They're eating it up. They're eating it up.
I think a lot of these comments are bots, dude.
Maybe.
Yeah, they're like 2 or 3 word replies. Like they're fucking bots and they're fucking paid for probably.
I don't know. I mean, some of them are, but like, let the apes become a thing of the past. Tired of being a bag holder. How much would you charge? I thought you weren't down with taking money from the family. Giant hugs. That's a real comment. Some of these might not be, but I mean, I don't know.
Hell, I mean, some of those pump and dumpers. I mean, they're known to have multiple Reddit accounts, multiple Twitters. I mean, because they'd be replying to themselves and shit. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if what that clown was doing was that.
Billy, that's a real comment. AMC stonks. So, yeah. My God.
Up to the million.
I swear.
That don't work. Okay? That don't work. You might skip 1 or 2.
I mean, okay. I mean, I mean, if there's any silver lining here, I mean, it's that, the apes did try, that's essentially what they were trying to do, which is unrealistic. But this whole thing is unrealistic. So it's, it's just flawed, flawed from the beginning. I don't even want to listen to the rest
You're
of this.
profitable. Then I'm going to show you something interesting. You see this whole fucking chart? You see this whole thing? Now imagine once you get up to here, you go right back down to the beginning. And now this 500 is not $500. It's $500,000. Okay? And then this is $2 million. Okay? And then this is when you get into your 10 million. And then this is where you're getting into your 50.
All right, in penny stocks, okay. All right, Lou.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking fool, man.
He's
That's
leading
fucking
people to
50
slaughter.
million. You own the goddamn company, basically.
Right.
You're gonna have to fill out some goddamn SEC forms because you're gonna have to file a fucking like 13.
Yep.
Was it 13?
You're gonna be considered an insider.
This strikes me as someone that's like Lou lost all his money and just figured, fuck it, I'm scrapping the old account. I'm gonna try something new. Let me see if I can start charging for the fan base and shit. He doesn't strike me as somebody that's made money. Like he's not, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah. By
I
the
don't think
way,
he's made money doing this.
by the way, here's a reverse split for you guys. Sundial and Lou. Remember, Lou is all about the sundial.
Mm-hmm. That's the
Here's a
marijuana joint, right? One of the
yep,
marijuana
yep.
stocks.
Yep.
Sundial. Here's Sundial. They did a 1 to 10 reverse split, 10 for 1 reverse split, 1 for 10 reverse split in July. So they had 2.3 billion shares, and they cut it down to 237 million shares. So 10, 1/10. The price. Look at the price. It did not change the trajectory of the stock at all.
Because it's a poorly run weed company. I mean,
Right.
if you look back, I mean, look at their financials. I mean,
Oh yeah. Well, sure. Yeah.
they diluted the stock to fucking hell. They raised all this money and they burned
Yep.
all that money stupidly. They were
Here it is. I mean, they had 100 million, 200 million shares. They jumped up to a billion, 2 billion, all throughout the funny money period, of course, whole funny money period here. And then now they knocked it back down, and the stock price is basically on the same, trajectory, same trend. I just thought it was interesting. I didn't realize that. I just happened to look at it because I know Lou was a big pumper of
It's a
this.
blueprint for AMC.
Well, right, sure. I mean, yeah, that's the implication, I guess. So, I mean, and here's your AMC
No, but
line. That's AMC in blue. So, I mean,
mm,
same, short covering periods. It runs up. Same, it's exact same trajectory. Not surprising.
I'll
I
tell you
don't
one thing.
understand how they haven't figured that shorts have closed and profit took and reopened new positions and closed again and profit took. I'm amazed that some of these apes still believe the original shorts from 2020 are still
It
in
makes, yeah,
their same short position.
And how would they be like upside down on it if the stock went
yeah.
from $72 and it's down to fucking $5, $6? How are they upside down? They're massively up.
Right.
Stupid
I
amounts.
mean, if they were still in, right.
They're thinking though this is why they say the synthetic share thing. That bypasses all logic, and they can always say, "Oh, it's all the synthetics that aren't reported," which is fucking stupid.
Right. Oh yeah, it is. I mean,
And
I mean,
when they first started talking about the synthetic shit, I want to say Lou was one of the first ones that
I think he
started that
was.
conspiracy bullshit.
I've tried to figure out who started it. And I really could never figure it out.
As far as I know, early in the days, there was this guy on Twitter, was it Joshua James?
mm,
He and a couple other folks, they went on, was it was it FINRA? Or what? I think it was on FINRA. And they pulled up ATS volume data,
okay.
and they initially saw, oh, look at all the volume on AMC, and it was in hundreds of millions. So it's like,
Right.
oh my god, okay, that's how they're suppressing the price.
Oh
They
my
got all these
God.
they must have these synthetic shares or something. They must have these like shares that are not hitting the exchanges and stuff
Oh
like these.
fuck.
There's more volume than shares available. So like these must be like shares coming out of nowhere.
So ignorant.
And I think people ran with it.
Right.
I'm surprised it's stuck this long, man.
Well, not to mention that, I
Like it's
mean,
really become the folklore of the.
without that piece of information, then, or speculation, they have nothing. That's the problem at this point. Without that, so if you say, all right, the chart is the chart, it shows us the price, you know, the way the market is structured, there is no way really for there to be counterfeit shares. I mean, it's just it's not that I know of. I haven't seen any functionality or um, features or any mechanism by which there could be shares that are created, that are added, that are trading that were not issued by the company. I mean, and now we're not talking about positions. Positions and shares are not the same thing. And that's another thing they never learned. Like, if I loan Shadow Stars $100, well, that's my $100. But he borrowed it from me. He's going to go spend it. So now a third person has it. He still owes me the money back, right? So there, but we're only talking about $100 here. More than $100 is changing hands total. But ultimately, I need to get my $100 back.
Hey,
And so,
unless I pull
and
up
you could
Bill's
go loan it out.
or
You could
Keiko's, man.
go loan out the $100 to somebody else, and that person could go loan it out to somebody else. And shares can be shorted multiple times, and positions can be established on the same share. But like they got locked into this mindset of we're going to lock down the float. Like I think they thought honestly that there would be that they would buy up all the shares and that there would be none available and there would be no shares trading because they own them all and they're not trading them, they're not selling them. So the volume should just drop off to zero because there's no more shares available to sell. And it just doesn't work like that. It's not how it works. Like
Hey,
it's not how it works.
sorry
It's just
to
not how it works. It's not like you are running out of a physical good like toilet paper. I always go back to that one from 2020 when there was a toilet paper shortage. There legitimately wasn't enough toilet paper. Okay. But we're not talking about a physical good, physical product here. It's an equity, it's a security.
Yeah, they haven't figured that out yet. That it's how that all works. They just are dumbfounded by it.
Yeah.
Hey, quick,
No.
sorry to interrupt.
No,
I
go ahead.
gotta hop off now.
Oh,
I
okay.
gotta get some
Yeah.
sleep for some work, but it's
Okay.
been a great time
Yep.
chatting
Yeah,
with
man.
y'all.
Yep.
Hopefully we've provided some good info for some of
Hopefully.
these folks that
I think we did.
chimed on the stream.
We gave it
We'll
an
catch you
honest
folks
effort.
later.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Y'all take
Enjoy
care.
your holiday. All right. Bad back.
You too. Peace.
Okay. All right. See you, man. Okay. So this next one's for you, and then I'm gonna close this down. But this one's for you. I did not see this. I haven't seen this yet. But this is. Oh no, that's not it. Here. This is Froggy Stonks from. I'm sorry, Froggy Styles. Froggy Styles from 1 month ago. AMC bad YouTuber exposed Casey Shaw. So let's see what he's got.
What frog is cooking?
God, I hate when they have this fucking shitty music.
Yo, Froggy Styles here. We're going to be talking about taking out the Casey Shaw, or trash. So pull up the video here. I'll show you what I'm looking at here in a second. So they get it figured out what button I'm supposed to be pushing here. Here we go. So I was hearing about this little mess that was going on here on Casey Shaw's stream, so I figured I'd go and check it out. So I figured let's go and watch this 1 minute clip and see how many things Casey Shaw gets wrong in one clip.
One of the things that and this is quite, Sammy's not the only one who's asked me this. I get.
So he's saying a lot of people are asking him this question, which is odd. It's almost like he almost wants to talk about this question, and he's about to fail horribly. So watch him fail on his fail vote.
I get asked this question quite a lot as in regards to which is more important, AMC or Ape, and I think a lot of the reason people ask that question is because they want to know what they should buy. But I'm just going to sit here and tell you that I don't see AMC or Ape as any different than each other. It is the same stock. One's just being used as a preferred equity in order for AMC to be able to generate revenue.
All right. Now, keep in mind, this is the guy that likes to fact check people and bust them on their terminology because they didn't say cover or closed in the proper terms that he feels is right. So he's talking about using Ape as revenue. First off, that's not exactly how you use Ape. Ape does not create revenue in any which type of way. Whenever you dilute Ape, it produces what they call a capital raise, or they raise capital or whatever. So his terminology is right there questioning if he has any knowledge of the stock market, because raising capital is a very common thing through the form of dilution. So right off the bat, the man that is so picky about using proper words is already failing.
Whereas the other one is where all of our short interest is.
So now he's talking about the other one, which is AMC. Let's just call them for what they are. Stop playing these little games of making us guess what you're talking about. Be decisive, talk about facts, and be very detailed if you know what you're talking about. He's talking about AMC, saying it's the other one that has all of our short interest. Actually, let me correct him on this one since he doesn't know what he's talking about. Both of them are the same. Even though one's a preferred and the other one's a common stock, when they split them, they become a mirror of each other. So if AMC had 1100% short interest that was unreported, Ape would have 1100% short interest.
What?
Too. It's not that Ape don't have short interest and AMC does. That's it doesn't even make any sense what he's even talking about, how one has short interest and the other one is a revenue generator, which I mean clearly shows you he's not educated. I don't even know why anybody listens to this guy. You get what you pay for. He's free, so he's going to give you garbage. That's why taking out the Casey Shaw.
They're both equally valuable. If you want to see this company become profitable, they need to somehow have a way to be able to manage their debt and get rid of it.
Okay, so let me stop him again. He says, you want to see this company get profitable, you have to have a way to manage the debt or get rid of it. And I'm pretty sure he's meaning by dilution or something. And the only way that you can actually remove debt is Adam Aaron has to produce real revenue by getting sales, selling popcorn, selling pop, whatever he sells. I mean, we could sell Casey Shell and try to create revenue. But at that point, you take your sales or your revenue and you minus your operating cost and your expenses, and you come up with a word called profit. I'm pretty sure Casey Shell might not understand this. And you take this word and there's a number that's correlated with it called profit, and they use that to pay down the debt. You can't just get rid of it. You got to pay it down by creating revenue, which creates a profit margin, and that's how you take care of it. Now, there is another way. You could also dilute the Ape, which is the stock, the first stock he's talking about, the one, and you can dilute the crap out of it, but it looks like Adam Aaron's not too interested in diluting the crap out of it to try to pay off debt, because he only diluted, what was it, like 14 million shares, which means he doesn't have too much of an interest on diluting it at this point, at this level. So this is the thing that confuses me about Casey Shaw. Like, he spends all this time staring at the stock market, yet he still cannot figure out what things mean, how things work. And he's still operating on Ortex. I mean, Ortex is self-reported. Like, let's get with the times. If we already know the shorts are not reporting their shorts, so you're not going to get real information.
I mean, there's something about like these guys that try to like fact check, bicker like this with each other. Like, yeah, there are legitimate criticisms of Casey Shaw. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you know that better than I do. But I mean, I don't feel like anything he said was valid.
really, just nitpicking. And then he goes on and says Ortex is self-reported, and we know the hedgies aren't reporting. So
1100%
yeah,
unaccounted for short interest that we know.
right. And then Ape would have the same, and it's like what? Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I
you
mean,
know,
he's
I
calling out an idiot,
but he's
but
an idiot calling
yeah,
out an idiot. It's like
right.
so it's not man, and we've been over the Ortex thing, a million times. I've done videos on it, we've talked about it. The lenders report it, not the borrowers. Makes no
Right.
sense. Well, you trust the people borrowing it to accurately report it. No, it's not how or it says it right on the Ortex webpage. It's the lenders who report it. They report their inventory. So, I mean,
It's
it's
so
it's
funny that he's
ridiculous.
calling out somebody
I know.
for misinformation and not understanding shit, and in the same breath, he's doing the same exact thing that he was
Same exact
criticizing.
thing.
And I hate the fucking. I was hoping this would be like a legitimate ripping.
I
of
know. I
Sean,
know. I did too. I had no idea what we were getting into
but this
here.
guy just
I mean,
totally misses the mark.
But
yep.
this is the holy grail. We're working off of Vortex because it's like the way to go. I mean, that's all he does is just regurgitate like numbers. There's no like real knowledge coming from this guy. It's going to be interesting how the squeeze pops off on when he can't even figure out how to tell you what he's doing because he doesn't even know the terms or how the market works. But I figured I'd just take out the trash, bust Casey Shaw for being the fraud that he is. And that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys in the next video. I just wanted to put that out there.
I mean, yeah, the conclusion's not wrong, but he doesn't. I mean, I wonder what the hell happened between these two that caused Froggy Styles to go after him. Like there had to be some kind of interaction or something that would prompt this, especially with comments turned off.
I know that Shaw, like, he wants to be known and like craves attention. So
Mm-hmm.
he always, I think his wet dream was to get Trey and Matt in the beginning to recognize him. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And
Yeah.
and he be known as one of the, like, in his mind, he
One of the
thinks
top guys.
he's like known, yeah, as one of the information guys and the knowledgeable people and shit. And I think the way this whole crazy shit is spiraled out of control is that he talks to these other influencers. I think they all like have
Mm-hmm.
like a social network together and bounce shit off. And apparently,
Probably.
from what I
Mm-hmm.
gather off this, is that there's some type of disagreement.
Yeah.
And this guy wants to call him out, which Casey Shaw I have no respect for. And
Yeah.
this
No, he's a
guy is
charlatan.
not.
It's yeah. Right.
It's
Exactly.
like it's like getting an ethics lesson from John Gotti. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Right. Um.
the messenger is severely flawed. His message
Yeah.
overall, I agree with.
Yeah.
Casey Shaw's an idiot.
But his examples and
Yeah.
his approach. Let's see what
I
Scavenger says.
the problem is I know where he's I listening to him, I can tell where he's coming from, but he's not
Right.
knowledgeable enough to
Right.
articulate
No.
what he wants to.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and I guess you got to say something. Okay. I guess Froggy Styles, somehow recognizes that Casey Shaw is a fraud. I mean, so I guess that's good intuition, maybe, but you know, his examples really didn't prove anything. But I mean,
I
I mean,
know I know
we've talked about
Shaw is
him
a
enough.
fraud, like,
Yeah,
yeah.
we've talked about stuff that he said enough, or just listened to random parts of his live stream and picked it apart.
Mm-hmm.
I feel with legitimate criticisms. Um, so it can be done. can definitely be done.
easily. It's just,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so
That's
let's
why
look at
this screams of like a disagreement of or something.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
right, exactly. Like there was some kind of personal beef or something.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna watch this last this is a short from Scavenger here. I sent Adam Aaron a message and this happened. So I'm curious to see what this is.
Hmm.
Oh, up. Shit. Well, I guess I have to refresh it.
So I texted Adam Aaron on Twitter and I said, listen, there's a lot of disgrace going on in the community and give me a sign. Give me a sign that you're listening. Give me a sign that you're on on our
Drinking a Coors Light. Classy dude there.
side. And guess what he did? He added me on Twitter this morning waking up to Christmas. So for that, you know what we do here? One sip, you know the rules. Let's do it.
Oh, can he chug a beer now?
That's how we do it here. Have a Merry Christmas, everybody. I appreciate the support. I will see you next week. Let's go. So,
well, he feels good because Adam Aaron followed him on Twitter. Look at that happy face.
He's gonna make some guy he's gonna be some guy's I ain't gonna go there, man. But this dude has got problems, man. Dude has got problems.
Yeah.
Like I think this strikes me as like I don't think he's socially awkward.
Yeah.
I can pick, you know what I mean? So
definitely.
I don't know if he is not social and doesn't have a lot of friends or like he just strikes me as weird.
That's an odd thing to be. Right. That's such an odd thing, and he's I don't know. I mean,
the fanboying over he followed me on Twitter.
God, yeah, I know, right? Like, what the hell? I mean, are these people's lives this pathetic and sad? Like,
I really think so, man. Some of them like this, I really think so.
Is it giving their lives meaning? Like, no wonder they won't let go of it. They won't let go of it.
It is morphed into like I said, some of them are addicted to the ego that you know what I mean? Their own ego from this shit. Some of them are just addicted to they actually have friendships and quote unquote community. Like you hear a lot of them say that shit. Like, if it wasn't
the community, the family,
community, and yeah, it's really weird, man. Really, really weird. And he just strikes me as socially awkward, man. And naive.
Yeah. And it plays into that cult thing too, because like people who don't have a lot of friends, or they're outcasts or whatever, like you've talked about before, they're the people that they're by and large more susceptible to this stuff, because now they finally have something that where they feel like a part of it. They feel like they're important because everybody holding adds up to us all getting rich. So everybody has to do their part, and then they start to feel this superiority, like we are the chosen people. We're the ones who are changing the stock market. We're punishing the bad actors and the you know people doing the crime. And then they start to get mega ego, to where they don't listen to anything that anybody else says, any other counter arguments, or even just facts that just facts that don't happen to align with what they believe, but they're facts. And that we're way beyond that.
You know how like grief has 5 stages? They say.
Yeah.
It's almost like this shit. There's 5 stages of an ape. You know how they're naive in the fucking beginning, and then by the end they're arrogant as hell, know-it-alls, and fucking controlling. It's you can see the progression, man, and they get really fucking arrogant and have a sense of superior morality. Like,
Yeah.
and anything against going against their beliefs is wrong and crime, and you know what I'm saying. It's just they're being cheated, and they deserve. And
Yep.
all this, it's really fucking fascinating, man. It really is.
Here's the I don't know if you've seen this before, this Wall Street cheat sheet, but it's you know, it's the
Yeah,
psychology of a
yeah,
market cycle, and you have
yeah.
disbelief, hope, optimism, belief, thrill, euphoria, complacency, anxiety, denial, panic, capitulation, and I feel like this is maybe where it's at, somewhere around here, but you know, denial. My investments are with great companies. They'll come back. Panic. Shit, everyone's selling. I need to get out. Capitulation. I'm getting 100% out of the markets. I can't afford to lose more. Anger. Who shorted the market? Why did the government allow this to happen? Depression. My retirement money is lost. How can we pay for all this new stuff? I'm an idiot. Just then when you start to see the beginning of the next cycle, it's I disbelieve. This is a sucker's rally. It's not real. I don't believe it. So, it is very interesting, and on this top part here, the simplified market cycle, peak point of maximum financial risk. This is where a lot of these people bought in, I mean, and this is probably, applies to a normal like company stock or whatever, like Apple or something. Well, that's not a normal stock, but something that would probably likely go up.
Profitable.
Right. Something that, yeah, there's going to be contraction and
Company that
expansion
has
in every
longevity.
market.
Yeah.
Right. But this is something that, an Amazon or something like that, that is going to see another expansionary period when the cycle rebounds. And so it'll go higher.
This is where you would want to get in at.
And this is the
And
trough, the point of maximum opportunity. Right. Right. Exactly. And it's a whole thing of, I think that guy, if it's obviously wrong guy, Joe Granville, I think he has a quote that's relevant for this too. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, because it's one of these yeah, I think it's this one. Oops. If buying equities seemed the most hazardous and foolish thing you could possibly do, then you are near the bottom that will end the bear market. And
yeah.
I've heard this said another way, that when it's time to buy, you're not going to want to buy. When it's time to sell,
Right.
you're not going to want to sell. There's so many of
Buy
these
at maximum
phrases like
fear.
this, right? There's so many of these things like this that, seem counterintuitive or something, but it's because the stock market it's not reflecting now, it's pricing the future
Right.
discounted to now based on factors, um, and that's that,
And this is
that's
why too you don't want
hmm
to go all in at one time. You want
right.
to average in.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Because very rarely are you 100% correct in the exact time of either getting in or getting out of a play.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Let's see. When it's time to when it's time to short something, there won't be any shares to borrow because everybody will already be shorting it, Or oh, this is a good one too. Oh, this is such a good one. As soon as you think you've got the key to the stock market, they change the lock.
Yeah.
It's it's great.
I love this shit. The obvious is obviously wrong. Markets will always move ahead of the news.
And another problem is a lot of people got in the market when the market was at the highest. It don't act like that normally, where you can do no wrong. You know what I mean? Where you don't even have to. There was a period in 2021, late 2020, where it didn't matter what you didn't have to even research. You could literally just, what the apes do now, just look at it. It's going up, I'm gonna buy it, and it would go up. It's not like that anymore.
No.
Like, you have to put in the effort and study and know what the fuck.
Well, right, and
getting into.
And I think, you know, just as important, you have to know when to get out. You have to know when to either cut your losses, because yes, there will be times when you have to cut your losses. You know, just about as many as when you have to decide when to take profits. Hopefully less than when, you know, you decide to take profits, but whether it's a stop loss or whatever. Yeah. Preserving capital.
Realistic expectations.
That's, yes, realistic expectations, not, you know, 1,000% or whatever. And preserving capital means sometimes, yeah, cutting losses, saying, you know what, I thought it was a good idea, but obviously, you know, or for whatever reason, you know, and I try to I always, at the end of the day, I'm going to put it back on myself, because what are you going to do? Blame the market? I mean, the market is the market. The market is, that is it. I mean, you know, the market is right. The market is always right. You know, you can't fight that. So
you have to adapt to it.
Right.
Like
You
that
have to,
holding to that I'm gonna hold to zero is just dumb. You have to understand that if I'm in something and it's down 15, 20%, I'd rather get out. I get out now with my 80%. And if it goes up and I miss it, so what? There's always going to be another play.
Yeah.
But minimalizing your losses is what's going to make you money in the long run.
Yeah.
Over finding the fucking stock that's going to 2, 3, 4x.
I would, yeah, right. I mean, and
it's a hard thing to do, man. There's times where I'm gonna play like an option play or something, and normally my rule of thumb is the 20% rule.
20% profit and you're out.
Or 20% if it dips down 20%.
Oh, okay. Plus or minus 20%.
I'm out.
Yeah.
And fucking sometimes I'll be like, well, I catch myself like it's gonna bounce back up. You know what I mean? And sometimes it does, but
sometimes
in the long
it does.
run, if I just stick to it, 20% out, because I can always get back, re-enter in, and get back. You gotta stay with your stop loss and stay
right
true to it.
Yep.
Because it's not the only play in the world. You're always got another play you can get into. Scrap it. It didn't do what you thought it was going to do, so you get out of it.
That's better than, yeah, and taking a small loss is better than taking a huge loss. You losing 10, 15, 20%. Yeah.
In it. Yeah. More times than not, staying in it and thinking it's going to bounce, you're going to lose.
Right. And it's better probably to cut your loss, even if it does end up reversing, you know, because it's going to save you that stress and that uncertainty and just, you know, the general, just, you know, whatever uneasiness about it.
You can always get back in. Just you get out and you fucking find a new entry and a new strategy and new plan.
Or, I mean, a lot of times what I do is, you know, I'll enter with one contract, you know, like a relatively low cost contract, like maybe like, I don't know, 20 delta option or something, you know, out of the money.
Right.
And if it starts
if it's doing what I want it to do, shit, I'm gonna load up more of those, and
Right.
catch it, end up with 10 contracts, and then once once you start to see that either buying or selling slow down and signs of coming reversal, sell out, take your profit, and walk away. And you started with a small investment,
Yeah, you
$80,
put your
80
foot in the
cents.
water.
You put your foot in the water with 80 cents, and it starts to go up. It goes up to 95 cents or whatever, and then you add a couple more. Then,
Mm-hmm.
you keep going. You layer it in, and then once either you hit a profit target, a dollar amount, or you just reading the tape, you sense that it's slowing down or whatever, or you're just done. Close the position and move on to the next one. And I'm done with that now. I I finished it. That trade is done. So they have to learn how to actually trade, if they're going
Yeah,
to do
win or
that.
loss. Once you're out, it's over. Win or loss.
Once you're out, it's
You
over.
can't think of it no more. It's done.
And sometimes it's hard as hell not to think of it because what happens? You take the small loss, you close the position, and then it ultimately goes the way that you thought it was going to go. Well, that's good though.
Right.
That tells you, hey, my intuition was right. I had the right idea.
Yep.
If I had stuck with it, I would have made money. I didn't. But I took a small loss, but ultimately my intuition was right. And so now I can take what I learned from that, and put it to the next one. And I still have capital to do that with. So
Yeah.
it only makes sense, and yeah, it sucks to get to burn through a day trade when you're on PDT. And that's really one of the harder
It's hard to
things,
burn through the day trade
but it's better to
than
burn
it
through
is
the
to
day
burn through the
trade
money.
than it is to burn through your portfolio and blow it up, for
Yep.
sure. Yeah,
And
100%.
dude, and it's the hardest thing, man, because no matter how experienced, how much you're you're
It's human
susceptible.
nature. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get caught up in the fucking hype or caught up in, what I'm saying, your own belief and fucking deviate from that rule.
Yep.
And
I agree.
whatever rule you have, whether it be 20%, whether it be, however, whatever game plan you set, stick with it. Don't deviate from it. Stick with it.
That's what, yeah, being
Over the long
mechanical.
long haul, you're going to see if you're uh research and you're fucking like charting, however you come to decision to map out your game plan,
Right.
stick with it. And if you're right, you're going to be profitable in the long end.
And
You're not
that's
going to
what,
be rich overnight, man.
right. Right. Yeah. And that's one thing I like about Tasty Trade, even though I don't really use their strategies, because I don't have the account to do it with. But that's everything they do is be mechanical, have rules,
Mm-hmm.
and wait for the setup. I mean, it's not just Tasty Trade. I mean, this is, common knowledge really, but they spell it out. And, I mean, you have to take the emotion out of it. It's hard to do. It is very hard to do. You're talking about money. You're talking about your hard-earned money that you worked for, that you see just disappearing, you know.
Yep.
So if you see it disappearing, fucking stop, make it stop disappearing, you know, make it stop disappearing.
Also, too, people got to learn, don't count what you don't have. Meaning, if
Mm,
you exit a position and
mm,
you look at it
yeah.
later and it's up more,
Oh, yeah.
don't
You
don't
can't
get
do that.
envious of that. You
I don't even
cashed
look
out
at
your
it.
profit. That's your
I don't even look at it. I don't even look at it. I mean, unless
yeah.
accidentally I pull it up or something, but I don't care. I don't care what it is now, unless I'm going to get into it again. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to, because that just makes you feel regret, makes you feel
Yep.
like you fucked up. And if you either made a profit or, minimized a loss, you didn't fuck up. That's,
Right.
that's what you're supposed to
No
do.
one's gonna be 100% maximization on every
Hmm.
fucking trade. Very
No.
rarely do you even maximize on one trade. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Just
And
as long as you make profit or minimize your loss, that's what you want to do.
right. Yeah. What day was
And
it? It was
it's
one
a
of those
hard
days.
mentality to get into.
Very, very hard. One of those
It's
days last
discipline and
week.
patience.
There was a day. I think was it? Shit. What day was it? It was I think it was Thursday. It was Thursday. I closed my puts way too early. I was kicking myself. I closed way too early on Thursday. But I mean, I think it was like around here, somewhere around in this area right here, like on this little. I thought, okay, it's probably going to reverse here, maybe go. So I'm just going to take that. And then it went down. Fucking thing went down another, like, I don't know, two, yeah, 1.33% or something. And it was like, but I just closed the chart and I was like, all right, I'm done. Like, I don't have any more day trades left. I can't do anything about it. So
Right.
I'm just gonna close it and not look at it. I'm done trading today, and just try to move on. But of course, then Friday, you know, that some of this
I'm
shit's just
interested
like,
to see how this week plays out, this end of the
yeah,
year week here. Because I was expecting a big capitulation with washout sales.
mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, did we get that? Was that last week? I didn't think it was big enough. I might be wrong.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I just last last week was weird. Let's see what we this week.
Or the week before. I think whatever we had touched 400.
Yeah, well, it hit the 413. Like that was it was a week ago from Tuesday. So the 13th here was that day that it hit this. So I'm just trying to look and see what the and we had some data. Let's see. Let's go from the 10th. So the 13th we had, we had the inflation. We had the CPI, and it was lower. It was lower than they forecast and the consensus. Remember, it was 6%, and they forecast 6.2. Inflation year over year was down, month over month was down, core was down, CPI was down, everything was down. That was a day that the market blasted off up to, and this was in pre-market even. This was right after this data came out at like 8 o'clock or 8:30, and then it sold off. Once the market opened, it immediately sold off back down to basically to where a little higher than where it closed. I mean, a little bit. I mean, not much. And then basically just consolidated there, and it was down from there. So that was the CPI euphoria. But remember, we had CPI on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday we had the Fed. So on the 14th, Wednesday the 14th, we had the Fed, and then here's the Fed sell off here. And then you had, continuing gap down again, and consolidated over basically, and filled this gap a little bit. And then, you know, Thursday, what was Thursday? We got some data Thursday, I think. That's what I was trying to look at. Thursday, the 22nd. Jobless. Oh, yeah, right. Jobless claims, which was way low, right? The initial jobless claims was low. It was under the forecast. Was less than last. Oh, it was slightly more than last time. 2,000 more jobs lost. So the same basically. GDP grew at a higher rate than they thought, which indicates not a slowing down economy, right? Corporate profits higher than forecast, which indicates, the same thing. You had a revision on the core PCE that was higher. So inflation, the revision on inflation was higher. Consumer spending was higher than usual, higher than forecast. Continuing jobless claims was down. 4-week average of jobless claims was down. So those are all, those are all the wrong direction for what needs to happen. So that was at 8:30 on Thursday. So on Thursday here at 8:30, let me get in a little closer. 8:30 on Thursday is when you started to see this start to happen here. So you see that, and then it went down to 374 and change, which is, if I remember correctly, is not as, yeah, right. So this is not as low in the S&P. It's certainly not as low as the October bottom was or the June bottom. So it's higher than the June bottom, higher than the October bottom. But in the NASDAQ, though, if you look at the NASDAQ,
The
which is
NASDAQ got ripped.
basically what I trade, yeah. It was lower than the June bottom, but it was higher than the October bottom. So it was in between the two bottoms. But I mean, you essentially get the same basic thing, but just more exaggerated, which is why I've been trading it this year. But and I took off all my volume profile. I got to redo all my volume profile lines, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure this futures opening tomorrow will be boring as it's been. It'll probably just, it may gap up or down a little bit, but it seems like
The
anymore. It's
market
just
closed
like
tomorrow, right?
close tomorrow, but the futures do open at
Futures are open.
6.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll do that tomorrow and see. But, I don't know. I like trying to figure out, from the daily charts here, like on the SPY. Oops, where is it? It looked like we were, basically, I mean, and we still could be, still very much could be in like this was kind of shit. This it looked like we were starting another leg down maybe here. Maybe this is just a little bit of a pause, little, bear flag type of thing. And, it might, do this type of thing. And actually, no, let me do, there's actually a thing for it. Where is it? Where the hell is it? Fuck. Oh, yeah, it's in here. In ABC. Well, that's not right. ABC. Something like that. I don't know. Because I mean, I don't know. I mean, or I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you feel like there will be a Santa Claus rally at this point? I mean, it could happen. Maybe we saw the start of it on Friday, with the sort of like capitulation, if you want to call it that, like on Thursday here or on Friday, with this sort of like, at least
The
not
market is
strength
just
really, but
so
hmm
like bipolar that it
yeah,
really will make it gun shy, man.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, and like you get days like back here on November 30th.
I'm trying to remember what happened that day. It's so hard to remember anything because it's yeah, like you said, it's so schizophrenic.
I
Like
think
it
that was
just was that.
CPI or PPI or
Oops.
one of them was on the end of the month.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. 11:30 GDP. Core PCE, corporate profits, jobs, jolts, home sales. There was a Jerome Powell spoke too, but this, of course, this. Well, no, yeah, actually, yeah, it was Jerome Powell because this he spoke at what did it say? 1:30, and the rally started at like 1:30. So that was Jerome Powell actually there.
Okay.
So that was and I think I remember that. It wasn't like it wasn't associated with the meeting. He just he had a speech. Um
I know October speech. He was at the Jackson Hole.
uh or
October
was
or
that before?
September when he
Let's see.
the one speech he had where he just decimated the market, man.
I think that was the one, wasn't that the one after the latest Fed hike? So that would have been like December 14th. Is that this one? The day after the this day? I don't know. Because I think that was the last time he spoke. The last time we've
No, I'm
heard
thinking
from him.
about this is back in. I'm sorry, I'm thinking back in. I think this was in August is when he did that.
August is Jackson Hole, I believe.
Yeah,
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 Jackson
that's what I
Hole
was
was in
thinking of.
August. Let's see. It was August
6th, I
26th.
think.
Yeah, that was here. Where is it? I think it's this one. Yep, right here. It's this day right here. Yep, it was basically a
Big
three and a
ass
half
red.
percent day down. Yeah, or so. Yep, those were good. That was good trading there.
Yeah, it was a lovely put return.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's. I mean, there's some gaps here and there still. Let's see. Oops.
I still have a weird feeling that we could still see another dump this week.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could happen. It's. I mean, the amount of short interest must be just insane. I mean, I haven't seen like any market-wide short interest data, but I'm curious because the just like the moves that this market is making, like, you know, these sell-offs, and then I mean like Friday, and well, Friday was low liquidity and low volume, but so you probably can't really tell off of that. But like, I don't know, some of these days, like where you get these, I mean, you're getting these like symmetrical moves like this. Um, You know what I mean? Like, it happened on Thursday and it happened on Friday too, where it just, it sold off down here and just, came right back. It happens over here, all over the place lately. Um, I mean, to me, that's, it's short covering a lot of it. Now, these big moves like this, um, especially when it's so symmetrical and like, right right in succession, like up down type deal. Here's another one. It's just like comes up to this point and pops back down, comes up, goes down as quickly as it came up, or the opposite way, comes up as quickly as it went down. you know I mean, I don't know. I don't have, I wish I had the time to excuse me. I had to sneeze there. I had to mute myself. Really dig into funds, holdings, and stuff like that, and try to get a sense of, what is being held, and how much, how many, what positions have been, decreased and all that kind of
See if
stuff.
there was any way you could predict or front run the move. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it
Right.
happens in at
I
least
mean,
the last couple months. It happens so often.
yeah.
I wonder if there's like a pattern to it. You know what I mean? A certain
Right.
indicator
I mean,
that you could
yeah.
use to front run it.
Or yeah, and also just to see, like, okay, how much have, let's just, whatever, hedge funds, or pick 5 institutions or something, and look at their holdings over the last 5, 6 quarters or something, and see, okay, what they held in 2021, how has that changed over the last 6 quarters, and what can we deduce from that? You know what I mean? Like, are institutions
Yeah.
still holding, you know, roughly the same, or 2/3 of what they held? Can we get a sense of what are these moves that are happening? Is this positions being established, or is it short selling and covering, or is it driven by options, driven by futures? Like, what is happening here? Um, because it's
Because
just
I
so.
don't think it's legit buying.
I don't think that it can. I don't think there's any way it can be either. Like, these moves are way volatile. Like, you know, and it just, the way that, like short covering, it just blows through resistance. It doesn't stop at resistance. There might pause a little bit, have some minor consolidation, but it just shoots right through it. And I wish I still had my volume profile lines. I think I got rid of them, or maybe I just hit them, but you see. Oh no, I still have them. Okay. Like, so many times here, like, these lines, and then I've got way too many now, and they don't, it's hard to tell what anything is because I got so many lines. But so many times these moves went to these lines, almost perfectly. And these lines are just based on volume profile levels. Like, you know, I mean, it just literally came down to this line and would reverse, or it might go a little bit over it, and consolidate and then reverse, or stuff like that. And I mean, it, like, even where the day ended on Friday was right at one of my lines, like literally right at it, like by 1 cent. I mean, and that's just off of, again, it's off of volume profile level, either a point of control or a value area high or value area low. So that's been pretty helpful, but I mean, it still doesn't really help you with direction at all. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I am curious to see what happens tomorrow. It seems like, I don't know. The sentiment is all over the place. I don't know. Like, it is so just uncertain right now, as far as I'm concerned. So I think I have, put position open, and of course Friday I had calls open too, and I closed them I closed them early at a small profit. Could have done way better, but such is life. I should have known one of these days this week we would have had some kind of rally, and
Yeah.
I got spooked by Thursday, so I was like, oh, okay, we're going this way, we're going, okay. But then Friday, you know, then also, you on looking at the volume, at least on the that's the NASDAQ. I'll go to the SPY though. you have higher volume on the down days. You know, like if you just visually looking, the red bars, volume bars are for the most part larger, they're higher, they're bigger than the green bars. You know, there's some exceptions here and there, but and this is that 30th of November day, but at least lately, last couple weeks, the down days, you know, the red volume is higher than the green volume. So that's not necessarily a strong, you know, increasing more volume on the down days, and then also what was the other thing? We have like some moving averages, Bollinger Bands, close to the, you know, it's underneath a 9-period EMA. Let's see what else. Under the 50, you know, under the 100, of course. 21. And then as far as momentum goes, let me see here. I have it on. Like, let's go 4 hours. Actually, let's just go back to daily. You know, it's
All right,
showing
I gotta
like.
let you go, boss.
All right, all right. Thanks for
You
jumping
doing
on
the
though.
futures tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for futures. Yeah, around
All right.
6. All right, man. Have a good night.
Okay.
Catch you later.
You too, boss.
All right.
That's it.
Yep. Yeah. So more volume on the down. Momentum is low. We could look at RSI maybe, or stochastic RSI. I tend to like stochastic RSI. Let's see. And oops. Yeah. Let's see if there's any other indicators that might be interesting to look at here. Money flow. Oh, I know one. I know one. On balance volume. Right. So you got a divergence here in OBV. Looks like. This off here. No, not really. No, not really. No, no divergence. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow though, so that'll be good. RSI. Ugh, so messy. There's another RSI I like in here. It's this one. I think stochastic divergence. I don't know, this divergence for many indicators. We'll look at that one in a second. Forget how to use this thing. Supposedly going to show us divergence between the price and the stochastic indicator. And then let's see what we got here. They're saying an OBV divergence. MACD. So wait, let's see what's going on with crypto real quick. Pretty flat. Pretty flat. Yeah, pretty flat. Scavenger's excited about getting followed by Adam Aaron. Ay, ay, ay. Al Stock Trades. Oh, yeah, that guy. All right, last video. We might as well close out with reverse split killed Moass. Moass is inevitable by the creative investor. Oh my God. Didn't we just say, where is it? I must have closed it, but if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. As soon as you think you've got the keys to the market, they change the lock. Somebody needs to tell this guy that. Adam Aaron working in the shadows. Okay, Teddy Zane.
Why would they be so stupid and try to tell you that this makes fucking sense, and then you walk away like, oh, that made fucking sense, even though it's never happened before, ever? Guys, you don't dilute, and the ticker goes up. You don't do a reverse split, and the ticker...
Hell yeah, Manny, you know what the hell.
God. Then you dilute again after the reverse split, and the ticker...
It's been so long on Teddy Zane, we gotta, you know,
This has never happened before, but thank God it happened with AMC, right? To a guy like this Blunts dude and this fucking skinny Bigums motherfucker, that if they're telling you that it's good to have less shares, but I thought this was a short squeeze. The more shares I have, the more money I make. But now you're telling me less is fucking better? Get your damn fucking story straight, motherfucker, because I've been here 2 fucking years listening to your fucking lies. Who are you, bitch? Why don't you come clean? Who the fuck are you with these damn fucking lies that have never happened in the history of the fucking market? And I'm supposed to fucking believe you? Alright guys, so this video is for all the brainwashed retail that I just cannot believe I'm seeing, but it makes sense that I am seeing it because it explains the longevity of the going nowhere AMC story. How easily played and manipulated people are by some of these motherfucking dudes on YouTube that you don't even know who the fuck they are. They could be shorting this damn stock for all you fucking know. And
guilty as charged
this whole damn time. And they are not once out. I don't hear these guys one time coming clean on the scam of AMC. I would trust history. History repeats itself. I would trust everything and anything that has already happened in the stock market before I trust a fairy tale bullshit motherfucker that's been feeding me a line for the past fucking 1.5 or 2 years and refuses to admit that AMC this whole time was not at all what was sold to you. It was sold to you as a mother of all short squeezes, that it was going to go to $100, then $500, then $1,000, then $2,500, then $5,000. It would just endless.
Well, there's no guarantees in the stock market
because of all the shorts that needed. Okay, so it never happened. That was total fucking bullshit. But the story continues to change to keep you guys hooked for some fucking reason. I don't know why, but you stay hooked. I don't fucking get it. Guys, it's never happened. Everything that this Bigums dude, I don't even know. It sounds like my right arm's bigger than his whole fucking body. This other guy, this guy that's always fucking stoned, whatever his fucking name is, they're selling you a story that has never happened in the stock market, ever. It's never happened with AMC now in the 2 years. You're down to $4 on AMC. And the story is just, oh, let's just twist and turn and burn the story and change and adapt to what's happening now to keep everybody hooked. Why? Okay. Here. Again, history. Why do you think we use charts and graphs and shit in the fucking
charts and graphs?
Because it's likely that history continues to repeat itself in the fucking market day to day.
Well, it doesn't repeat itself.
A 4-hour chart. We have
but it tends to rhyme.
Because we can continue to reference back to what has happened with these fucking stocks and try to predict what's going to happen next, right? History repeats itself. All of a sudden, this new magic theory that's never happened before in the stock market, now it's supposed to happen. Well, what happened 6 weeks ago? You told me a different story. What happened 6 months ago? You were telling me a different story to keep me in the play. We're all the way down to $4 fucking, but at $30,
he's doing my job for me here.
At $40, you were trying to sell me another story. None of these fucking stories have come to fruition. None. Yet these YouTubers refuse to admit they got it wrong. They don't come out and say, okay, guys, looks like we fucked up. This is not at all the mother of all short squeezes that we all claimed it was going to be. Sorry, you lost your money. Sorry, there goes the Lambo and the mansion. It's not going to happen.
Yep, there goes the Lambo.
Instead, it turns now into we want a reverse split so that you get less shares. Obviously, that kills the short squeeze narrative, because if you're getting less shares, that means even if it did squeeze, you get less money. So now they were pushing.
There we go again.
But now this completely contradicts that. But now they're trying to tell you that it's not going to sell off somehow. Which, in the history of all fucking dilutions, they sell off. In all fucking reverse splits, they sell off. Where's the magic in this, that this is the one that's not going to, when it's the most manipulated stock in the stock market? Okay, let's get beyond the lies. Let's get beyond the deceiving and the fucking bullshit and nonsense. And who are these motherfuckers? Guys, how do you know that they're not Adam Aaron paid motherfuckers to come out here and revive his company? How do you know that this whole thing didn't start off of that? Adam Aaron needed guys to revive the company and get on YouTube and start pumping a bullshit ton of fucking lies to everybody. And this Bigums motherfucker, whoever he is, and this other boss dude, what the fuck is his name? Blunts. How do you know?
The guy who's stoned all the time.
Stupid, and try to tell you that this makes fucking sense, and then you walk away like, oh, that made fucking sense, even though it's never happened before, ever. Now let's use the word ever in all fucking caps, capital motherfucking EVER. It's never happened ever in the history of the fucking stock market. Guys, you don't dilute and the ticker goes up. You don't do a reverse split and the ticker keeps going up. Oh my God. Then you dilute again after the reverse split and the ticker keeps going up. Holy Jesus. This has never happened before, but thank God it happened with AMC, right? Really?
Very.
Fuck, really?
Speedy.
So, gather your thoughts. Because you want AMC to blow up without all the fucking hula hoops and lies and nonsense? Here's how it's going to blow up. Right now, it's right in front of you. You vote no on the ape conversion.
There it is. Vote no.
Vote no on the ape conversion. Guess what happens?
They cover.
Pounces on AMC. Institutional money pounces on AMC.
Oh.
Motherfucking hedge funds, before they short it, are going to pounce on AMC and blow that motherfucking ticker up. She's probably going to triple in fucking price, guys, because you voted no. So there's no hula hoops, there's no bullshit, there's no lining Adam Aaron's fucking pockets to get AMC to blow up. You just vote no, and AMC blows the fuck up. Then if he announces a reverse split after it blew up, maybe you took profit. You made money finally. All right? Then if he announces the reverse split, you might even get a second fucking pump off of that. Then you make more money. Because you usually do get a pump before the massive dump on a reverse split. So then you capitalize on the fucking pump off the fucking reverse split news. Then you're out. Let him do his stupid fucking reverse split. Because you know what? Following a reverse split, he's going to do a share offering. He's going to just fucking dilute again. And then it's really going to pulverize the stock. So guys, history tells you that when you dilute, the fucking stock goes to shit. If you have less shares, the stock is going to shit. You have less money. If the thing were somehow supposedly going to squeeze, why would you listen to a guy like this Blunts dude and this fucking skinny Bigums motherfucker? That if they're telling you that it's good to have less shares, but I thought this was a short squeeze. The more shares I have, the more money I make. But now you're telling me less is fucking better? Get your damn fucking story straight, motherfucker, because I've been here 2 fucking years listening to your fucking lies. Who are you, bitch? Why don't you come clean? Who the fuck are you with these damn fucking lies that have never happened in the history of the fucking market?
Wow.
I'm supposed to fucking believe you?
Did he lose money
It's going to
this day?
happen in AMC, the most fucking manipulated stock in the history of the market. All of a sudden, the one miracle that benefits all of retail will happen in AMC, but it hasn't happened in 2 years. But now this is the one. Are you guys that fucking stupid?
Yes.
No. Fuck.
Why does he care?
Motherfuckers that you don't even know who they are.
Why does he care?
You know who came clean over a year ago and told you AMC wasn't fucking gonna do shit and get the fuck out? Who did? Me. Did that happen? Huh? Can you guys finally say Teddy was fucking right? AMC sitting at $4 fucking and he told me to get out at 40? Can you finally say that motherfucker was right? So why don't I listen to him? Because apparently he knew what the fuck he was talking about a year ago. Yet these guys didn't know what the fuck they were talking about a year ago, because they were telling me to stay in the fucking play. It would be worth it because the squeeze was coming. So you stayed in the play listening to those motherfuckers and you lost even more fucking money. Yet the ones that listen to me...
See, he's way more pissed, angry, and animated and emotional about this than I am. Holy shit.
Scalp it all along the way and make even more
I don't care this much.
Those that listen to me made the most fucking money on AMC at the end of the day. Right here on this fucking date, you would have made more money if you listened to me on AMC than these guys. So why don't you think about that? The motherfuckers that had you hold the longest are now telling you to hold through the worst fucking idea that we know has been proven to fail for all tickers. This one's no different. Vote no. You want to squeeze? Vote no on the conversion of Ape to AMC. Vote no. AMC will blow the fuck up off of that news. Y'all have an awesome fucking Christmas. Doja Warrior out. Shaboom. Peace.
Wait, that was something, wasn't it? Okay, so let's see here. Do this here. Channel comments and mentions. It's been a while since I've done this. Always fun. Vote no or all fucked. You might be fucked anyway, David. Might be fucked anyway. Should have voted no on buying more shares. Houston Wade. So Love Democracy is a subscriber. It's illegal by who? The Democrats. I don't know what that's referring to. Matt Kohrs, the homo trader, put some blue Matt. Where are you at, Scott? Yeah, busy week.
The SEC gonna blame YouTubers. That's hilarious. What about Kenneth Griffin from Citadel? Or the corrupt Gary Gensler himself, or all those digital brokers full of IOUs like Robinhood, Webull, and others? Well, they're not full of IOUs. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Like, okay. Lou removed all his videos. What shocks me is that the asshats at the SEC actually figured it out. This is referring to the Atlas Trading guys. Actually figured it out and charged them. They're usually dumb as a bag of hammers. I remember that one time many years ago when the SEC signed off on the new chairman of NASDAQ, could not find any issues. Problem is he was Bernie Madoff and the SEC missed it. Well, maybe they missed it. Maybe they missed it. There were people who, there was a guy who reported that stuff to the SEC and legitimately never heard back. So, I mean, I don't think we can, I don't know if ignorance is really the answer here, with as much money as on the line with this stuff. But, it doesn't shock me that they figured it out and charged them. I mean, they probably, they were probably tipped off. I mean, I'm sure somebody reported them. So I don't know. It could happen with these guys. Would be nice. Here's Israel Satleen. Manuel told me to follow you. Episode 35, Ape Nation. My message to Adam Aaron. Ding, 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 cha-ching. Okay. No thanks. Darian Miller. You spend a lot of time talking to no one. You must be getting compensated for all this time somehow. Well, not really. Which, yeah, I guess it's crazy, but hey, what do the apes care how I spend my time? I mean, I don't care how they spend their money. Manuel said the funniest thing is how you all say people who talk bad about the stock tell you to sell. Haven't seen one person in here telling you to sell. We come in here and tell you the stock is going down, and it does. We continue to laugh at you as it drops and drops, coming back to tell you we were right. You all claim to be buying and holding, but nobody will show proof that they bought more. Nobody showed proof that they bought calls, and nobody will show proof that they're green. Not a penny, no compensation. We care about you. Scavenger doesn't. Manny says, I'm here for the entertainment. It's hilarious that investors still think a $5 share will skyrocket to 100K. Well, that too. And remember, they also think Ape will go to 100K and many 10 times this amount. Insane. New adult dating chat free. Sex69.fun. Let's see. Cult? Nah, I am investor, bud. Okay. Chris watched it at 2x to hit the like button. I appreciate that. They are going nuts nuts over this AMC token. Somehow they say used to short. I'm a noob trader and I know better than this. Right. So people who 2 years ago did not know what short selling was now are telling you how they're doing it illegally. Gotta love that. You just spread more FUD. Publicly subscribe to me, but I just spread more FUD. Apes know better. How many fanny bags have you sold? Fanny bags. Hey, isn't this the Jorge? Hey, aren't you? God damn it. Aren't you one who said AMC was going to $50 or something last fall? You never came back to Shove it in our faces. Matt is a joke. Honestly, didn't even realize he was still in this movement. Stop making videos and sell fanny packs. Me or Matt? Now they're saying COSM is illegally shorted. How about you, apes, suck at trading? How about we try that one on this time? Marantz Rants commented, Matt outclassed Boss Blunts. Matt is just head and shoulders above this jerk off named Marcel. And yes, I agree. I said, hey, when are we going to have a conversation on live stream sometime? The people with common sense need to stick together. Drop me a line. I'm totally into a Marantz Rants conversation. Let's do it. Let's do it. Matt is the man. Boss Blunts is the fucking man. Okay. Kohrs just needs to come out of the closet already. Hey, Matt, why don't you just go work on your hair for 3 hours? That's what you said it takes to do it. Boss is such a clown. I'm only 6 minutes in. I had to pause, go get me some snacks, and get comfortable. This is all on Matt Kohrs versus Boss Blunts. Don't think anyone listens to that guy for good. I don't think anyone listens to that guy for sound doctrine. I don't know who we're talking about there. Me? I don't know. And yeah, we're back to, this is the last comment that I looked like I was, last comments I replied to. 4-hour long video left after 5 minutes. Very pointless video. Good luck. So much love. People love Scotty. Let's see here. We're looking at content, audience. Let's see, mostly from the US these days, mostly in English. Half and half subscribed, mostly male, although more female. This used to be 99 or 100% male. Felt like I was running a MGTOW channel here or something. I'm not. I'm not an incel. 35 to 44 years. That's my age bracket, so that's been pretty consistent throughout. Let's see. Just looking through the ratios and the views. I mean, 100 to 200 views. That's, typically what it is. Okay. So there it is. And it looks like we have a decent number of views on this stream, so that's cool. We're not in this for the revenue or anything really other than just to correct the stupid misinformation that is put out on a daily basis. Here's something interesting too. I was looking at reverse stock splits and stock returns, and it's very interesting. We'll talk about it maybe tomorrow on the future stream, but basically in the long run, in the 4 years that follow after a reverse split, stocks that do a reverse split experience poor operating performance on average, basically. We'll look at that later. Here's another one here, another paper on the same thing, short selling around reverse stock splits. So we'll look at that too, these two articles. Joe Granville, box office numbers, Avatar. See if Ape Radio is still on.
I went to the office and I said, "Hi, so-and-so, do you have my files?" "Nope, I haven't seen them, don't know anything about it." The next person, who buy processors. "Nope, haven't seen them, don't know anything about it."
Why is it so crappy sounding? I mean, besides the obvious.
So the $30+ million in loans are discovered. And then the manager of the office came up to me. I'm standing by the front door because I'm asking the receptionist, "Have you seen this loan?" Because she's the one who walks in. Nope, I haven't
Like
seen
what?
it.
Oh, what is this crap?
And the manager suggests that I came in and took them. 58 files. It's a huge amount of files. And I said, I started laughing. I was giggling. I said, "You think that I came in here and got
I don't even know. All right. Last
What's
video.
up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. In this video, I want to say Merry Christmas, everyone.
Well, thank you, CSI.
Probably have a Merry Margin Call Monday.
Well,
I'll get
except
into that in just a moment.
except the stock market's not open tomorrow. But okay, Tuesday. Margin call Tuesday. Doesn't have the same alliteration.
First, let me address this
Jesus.
10-for-1 reverse stock split. Okay.
Here we get the
And what
real
it
information here.
First, it doesn't matter what you're hearing on YouTube, what you're feeling when you're making your YouTube videos is because you have not looked at this play close enough.
Well,
right? Now,
HYMC is the fuel, rocket fuel, so
everybody practically, everybody is looking at this from the perspective of their portfolio, all right? And you're thinking, well, if I got 100 shares, then I'm only going to have 10. And another person saying, well, if I got 1,000 shares, I'm only going to have 100. And which one would I rather have? 1,000 Hyundais or 10 Lambos? Because you focus on the wrong thing. You need to focus on Margin Call Monday. It's coming up. What you got to understand about this split is it affects everybody. I told y'all in the video last night, and some people still haven't caught on, that this 10-to-1 reverse split affects everybody. All right? Now, the way it's going to work is it gets Ape, gets put into AMC, and then they do a 10-for-1 reverse stock split. So let's use what we know. All right? We know that Altura bought 60 million shares of Ape. That means that when they convert Ape into Ape,
diamond handing them good.
They have 60 million shares of AMC. Then they're going to do a 10-for-1 reverse stock split that will give Altura 6 million shares of AMC. Okay? Don't look at this from your portfolio's perspective. Look at it from their portfolio's perspective. Now, if Altura takes over as the top dog, and that leaves Vanguard. Vanguard has 49 million shares of AMC. 50 million, 49.8, something like that. 50 million. They got 50 million shares of AMC. When we do a 10-for-1 reverse stock split, they go down to 5 million. That
what does any of this matter?
They lose 45 million shares of AMC that they've been loaning out. Gone. You can't loan out 45 million shares of AMC no more. You only have 5 million shares of
But the price changes.
And Altura is
the valuation doesn't change.
So, looking at it from their portfolio's position,
oh my
they
God.
don't want this to happen either. And if they don't want it to happen, you should stop and consider, why do they not want that to happen? So you're looking at it and going, well, I know why I don't want it to happen. Well, reflect and project that back to them. Why do they not want this to happen? And you will catch on to what's going on. Now let's talk about margin call Monday. People, honestly, I hear the YouTubers and I hear the comments and the DMs and people worrying about this 10-for-1 split. Listen to me. Most of the people that are watching this video will not be in the play when the 10-for-1 split happens. Let me say that again. You're worrying about an event like I told y'all about the bridge ahead, don't cross it till you get there. You're worrying about an event which is the 10-for-1 reverse stock split, and you might not even be in the play. Why? Because they're in panic mode right now, people.
No, they're not
concerned and consumed with your own emotions. You're not looking at what they're going through. Monday morning,
Tuesday,
they have to get these ape shares. Why?
No, they don't.
When they convert them, whoever don't have them ape shares is stuck the fuck out. I've told y'all this. It's simple. First, I didn't understand it. When I seen the run up on the first day, I thought that was just the 60 million that Altera was buying. And then I figured out, no, that's not true, because the volume was 180 million, so they was only 1/3. Then the next day, 180 million again. And then another 100 million, and I'm saying these bitches have started to cover. What does that mean? That means this. That means BlackRock has loaned a share out of Ape. All right, they need that share back. So whoever they loaned it to, they're telling them, look, I need that share of Ape back. They will purchase that share and return it to BlackRock. That's how the process works. Now, the process can take on several forms, such as BlackRock's liquidity could start to drain and they need them shares so that they can sell them, and whatever the case may be, they get a margin call and they need the shares, so they call them back from there. All right, that's what days to cover is important for. But the point is this. You're worrying about something that's not going to happen with the 10-for-1. You're not even going to be in the play. These motherfuckers have started covering. Margin call Monday's on the way. And by the end of the week, this shit just might be over with, as far as me and you are concerned. Now, if you FOMO in, that's on you. Get ready to ride the rest of the ride. But for those that have their positions, people, you don't have to stress anymore. I believe with all my heart, this is it. The conversion has put the fear of God in them. They are calling them ape shares in, and the squeeze is on. And with that, love y'all. Be blessed. I'll see you in the next video.
Okay. Real quick. Over on Investopedia, understanding stock splits. Okay, I'm not going to read all this. I mean, we know what a stock split is. We know what a reverse stock split is. How do stock splits affect short sellers? Stock splits do not affect short sellers in a material way. There are some changes that occur as a result of a split that can impact the short position. However, they don't affect the value of the short position. The biggest change that happens in the portfolio is the number of shares shorted and the price per share. When an investor shorts a stock, they are borrowing shares with the agreement that they will return them at some point in the future. For example, if an investor shorts 100 shares of AMC at $25, they will be required to return 100 shares of AMC to the lender at some point in the future. If a stock undergoes a 2-for-1 split before the shares are returned, it simply means that the number of shares in the market will double along with the number of shares that need to be returned. When the company splits its shares, the value of the shares also splits. For example, suppose the shares of XYZ Corporation were trading at $20 at the time of the 2-for-1 split. After the split, the number of shares doubles and the shares trade at 10 instead of 20. If an investor has 100 shares at $20 for a total of $2,000, after the split, they will have 200 shares
at $10 for a total of $2,000. In the case of a short investor, prior to the split, they owe 100 shares to the lender. After the split, they will owe 200 shares that are valued at a reduced price. If the short investor closes the position right after the split, they will buy 200 shares in the market for $10 and return them to the lender. The short investor will have made a profit of $500 minus the cost of closing out the position, the entry price, Okay, so we can basically just flip this around for reverse splits, right? So if before the split, there's 200 shares at $10 for a total of $2,000, after the reverse split, you have 100 shares at $20. So it's going the opposite way. That's all it is. And so in the case of the short investor, prior to this reverse split, if they have 200 shares, after the split, they will owe 100 shares. But the value is the same. The value is the same. It does not change. So, it really is just wild to me that everybody can sit there and say, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing this. It's going to, be hell for the short. Doesn't change their position. Does not change their position. All right. In the description for this video, I have a link to my Telegram group, finance chat. It is a basic chat, Telegram chat. It's open to everybody. Everybody's invited, and feel free to join. Also, we have the voice chat channel thingy in there, and that will allow whoever's in there to chat with me on the screen. So here's the Telegram group here. It's just, typical chat. So join that. And when we have the voice channel chat open, members of that Telegram group are more than welcome to jump in and chat and participate. So feel free to join that. Let's see here. Find this. Yeah. So, right here's the stream that we're on right now. And here's the link right here. So the Telegram, and there's a Discord link too. Feel free to join that as well. We're more active on Telegram right now. But there's the link right there. You know what I'll do? I'll even do this. I'll put it over here. I'll even put it in the chat. How about that? So feel free to join that. I'll say it again. Feel free to join that, even if you just want to lurk and see what we talk about and stuff. So it's a good time, good people. We're evidence-based. We want to go where the evidence leads. The goal is to make money. The goal is to be profitable and learn. And that's all it's about. So with that, I hope everybody had a good one. Good holiday, good Christmas, safe and all that fun stuff. And yeah, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow for the futures stream at 5 or something.
Roll another blunt, man.
Roll another blunt, man. These are good times. But at the end of the day, they're just so full of shit. Really. Just so full of shit. All right. Have a good night, guys. Catch you later. Thank you. Take care.